This is a test of YouTube.
Good afternoon. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. I'm already on. One Sunday. Well, Pastor Mulberry on the line. Chief Shaw, if you can come up and lead us in invocation, we surely appreciate it. And we'll have a pledge as well.
Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to come together to handle the city's business. We ask you that you watch over us, be with us as we make the decisions for the city and the citizens. In Jesus' name we pray. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chief.
Mayor Hill.
Here.
Commissioner Campbell.
Present.
Commissioner Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Borum.
Present.
Commissioner McCaskill.
Here.
All are present and accounted for, Mayor.
Thank you. For the record, we have a quorum. Next up will be public comments. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes and no action will be taken on topics of discussion. For anyone here for public comment, under general public comment, I've got Mr. Parker. Do you want to come up now? Or I'll save you some time and let you come now, or you can come during that portion of the budget presentation. It's your pleasure. Okay. Next up is a presentation. Anyone else here for public comment at this time? You can fill out a yellow speakers card, or you can use the YouTube chat function, or you can dial 386-329-0100 extension 0. No public comment. Hearing no public comment at this time. Is there anything in the chat, Ms. Fuller? There's nothing in the chat. No public comment, and move on to item 1 of the agenda, presentations and discussions. Job compensation study reward advisory group, Mr. Masters.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. It's good to see you again. My name is Tom Masters with Reward Advisory Group, and I'm here to present phase 2 of the compensation study, and then also circle back around to phase 1 to just close out some items that we had pending from the last meeting. Sonny, if you could please start on slide 10. All right, very good. So phase 2 of the compensation study included a couple different pieces. It included a review of total compensation in terms of benefits. It included a look at the city's pay practices as it relates to a merit system. Viewed job titles as well, and also the personnel policy. So those are the items I'll be focused on for this first portion of the presentation. On slide 10, just wanted to go over that process in terms of the total reward survey. So as you've seen, we collected base salary information, but as part of this process, we also collected information on compensation practices and benefits information. So for example, how many peers have a merit system in place? What are premiums for health insurance costs, et cetera? Approximately 40 questions were included on that portion of the survey with various sub-questions to get clarity on peer benefits offering or comp practices. We've included the areas of focus on this slide as well. They were specifically called out in our scope of work for the study. I've highlighted just a few there in terms of ones that were either below or ahead of market. For the most part, the city's benefits offerings were comparable to market. I just want to note there that comparable could mean that peers on average do not offer it, whereas also the city does not offer it. So a couple just findings to call out there: health insurance below market, and the point of comparison there being employee premiums. In terms of the merit-based compensation, below market, and that 60% of peers offer that, and the city currently does not. Retirement was found to be more competitive due to the contribution rate. And then longevity pay was also found to be more competitive than market, giving the generous offering of that 20 years of service and beyond. I'll talk a little bit more about the data behind those findings on the next slide. 14 peers responded to this survey, this portion of the survey. Okay, if we could just go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So here's a high-level overview of the outcomes of the total reward survey. I'm going to read kind of left to right across the board. Approximately half of all peers have open range pay plans, and half of all peers have step-based pay plans. The city has an open range pay plan. That's what we've also proposed. On average, peers have provided increases of 2.4% over the last 3 years, majority of which were reported as cost of living adjustments. And the city, of course, has been 2 to 4% over the last 3 years. 70% of peers have flexibility in hiring rates, meaning that they're not necessarily hiring at minimum of a range. They can go up to midpoint or even beyond based on the candidate's experience, education, et cetera. Approximately 60% of peers have a merit compensation policy in place where, of course, pay increase is tied to performance. And then approximately 60% of peers offer a lump sum payout for employees reaching max of the range versus providing an ongoing salary increase. So it's a one-time payment, sometimes referred to as red circling. This is also considered a longevity payment in many places. So a one-time bonus versus a base increase that takes an employee above and beyond maximum. Only 20% of peers reported offering sign-on or retention bonuses. And then for the 2 peers that reported providing longevity pay or having a longevity pay structure in place, typically what we saw there were milestones of 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and 20 years. And the amounts were minimal. So those different milestones, you may receive anywhere from $200 to $500 as a one-time bonus. Next slide, please. So here are some of the results. I'm sorry, I think you went one too many. Thank you. So one of the key metrics we look at during this process is benefits as a percent of total compensation. Up in the upper left corner there, peers reported on average that benefits as a percent of total compensation is 26.3% at their organization. And for the city, it's about 33% or greater. And then in terms of health plan types offered, PPO was most prevalent. One thing we did see is that peers typically have fewer health insurance plans than what the city offers. And then in the upper right-hand corner, you have premium comparisons. And generally, the point of comparison from an employee perspective is that employee premium for either single or family, whatever their health insurance election is. And it does appear that the city's premiums are a little high to market. So up in that exhibit, you have on the first line, employee-only premium, peer average across the different health plan types. Just below that is a family premium. And then to the right is the city of Palatka's plan average across all 4 of the plans offered. And then in terms of dental vision rates, we do feel that those look relatively competitive to the market. Okay, next slide, please. We also looked at leave accrual as part of the total reward survey. Not only the tiers, but also the accrual amounts. So on this slide, you'll find the type of leave in the first column, the average years of service to reach each tier in the middle column, and in the last column, the average hours accrued across the peers reporting. When we compare it to the city's leave, it's essentially the same in terms of sick leave and vacation leave. One of the items I'll talk about in a little bit in terms of the policy, et cetera, is the use of PTO versus the vacation and sick time. So there are a number of peers that have shifted to that model. And that's the only call out on this slide is the type of leave that the city is using, vacation and sick versus one pool of PTO. Next slide, please. Great. All right, in terms of retirement, we saw average contribution rates for those cities reporting lower than the city. So one of the callouts here that might balance out in terms of employee premiums being slightly higher than the market, retirement is of greater value here at the city than in what the peers reported on the market. It kind of balances out. In terms of holidays, Palatka has 12 official holidays. Peers offer the same 10 core holidays, and a minority reported they offer a personal holiday similar to the city. So no big deviations from market there. And then we also just took a pulse check in terms of other benefits offered by peers. The most prevalent benefits offered are EAP, employer paid life, employer paid tuition, fitness incentive, and clothing allowance. Okay, next slide, please. So that was the results, and I'll talk a little bit more in our recommendations about, what we saw in the data and what we're recommending to the city. The other two pieces to cover are the personnel manual. So for that, our team went through and added any regulatory items and noted if they were required under federal or state law. We've notated recommendations and kind of 4-year consideration items. And we've incorporated the appendix sections into the main sections. So it looks like each time that the policy was revised, an appendix was added versus adding it into the section that it related to within the document itself. So we've incorporated those. We've also linked the table of contents to the specific sections in the body of the document. Just a couple examples of some of the call outs that we made in the personnel manual. There's a probation period referred to. We made a recommendation to change that to introductory period. Reemployment before a 6-month period has lapsed. We do not feel that that's a good policy to maintain. Make a recommendation to change that. Just in terms of rehiring, good performing, high performing employees. And then we do call out longevity pay, not necessarily as a recommendation, just in terms of alignment to what we see your peers doing in best practice. You got the 20+ years of service. You get that longevity pay, whereas across peers, we see the 5, 10, 15, and 20-year benchmarks for those bonus payouts.
And you're recommending single payout versus additions to the salary?
Yes, correct. And then in terms of job titles, as you know, we conducted a job questionnaire as a part of this study, where we had employees tell us about their job through that questionnaire, the tasks that they perform, the percentage of time they spend on it, the education experience requirements they feel should be minimum for the role, compensatory factors like interaction with the general public, financial responsibility, et cetera. Using that data as well as data from our peers in terms of what titles are out there and being used, we made recommendations to change 18 job titles in total. 17 of those would not have any sort of fiscal impact. It's just strictly let's revise the title to make sure it reflects the roles and responsibilities of the position. One of those immediately yields a potential pay grade change, just because the duties were far off from what was reflected in the initial assessment.
Which one was that?
That was for a title called just Building Codes Enforcement. There's 2 individuals in that role. And the title reflects as a code enforcement officer type work. And one of the 2 individuals, based on the job questionnaire administered, is not performing those duties.
I had concerns with your recommendation to change general services to assistant city manager. We specifically outlined what we have, the position for assistant city manager. And there was intentionality in not filling the position at this point. And so I had real angst about the fact of trying to change general services there. General services is a newly created position. And I think it's one which continues to kind of define itself based upon certain things that are in place. And so I'm not in favor of the recommendation that you have to change the title there. Some of the other titles were it was just a matter of semantics as far as where certain things were to create consistency, changing clerks to admin or whatever the case may be. I don't know if anybody else had an opinion as it related to change of titles, but that was one that I saw, and I didn't necessarily agree with the change.
I had a question on, I didn't know we were gonna do question and answer while you were going along. But I noted it, probationary period versus introductory period. What's the difference between the two? And
Yep, so it's just a matter of the verbiage used. Let me jump back to that slide. Just a minute. So from a legal standpoint, what we see is that courts do not like probation period, is it can give the impression that employment is guaranteed after you pass the probation period. So it's literally a semantics thing in terms of what we talked about with job questionnaires too, and titles. It's just the way that it's worded.
so what would be the ramifications if someone was in the introductory period and wasn't meeting the needs of the city versus the probationary period, and it wasn't meeting? Some contracts, it states, certain actions can be taken during the probationary period or prior to the completion of. Would that remain the same? And maybe I ask legal that question.
What is that will state? That's the first thing.
Commissioner, I'll have to research that. That sort of caught me off guard there.
Yeah, and I can share with you more details on our opinion on it, of course. So. Mhm.
And so employment is at will in the state of Florida. And so I think, there's certain exceptions to it, but I think that's probably the first piece of this puzzle. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So with all the data taken together, a review of the practices and policies, we have commendations and recommendations on this slide 16. Commendation number 1, the city is committed for maintaining a benefits program in line with or better than market offerings. Again, the key metric here for us when we do those surveys is benefits as a percent of total compensation. Peers reported 26.3% versus the city's 33% plus. Within the market benefits findings, nothing, of course, jumps out to us as severely lagging or not aligning to market. For recommendation 1, We're recommending that the city implement an annual merit-based compensation program where salary increases are based on employee performance. So the two typical systems you'll see are merit or cost of living. Cost of living is applied to the structure. Merit is applied to based on employee performance. Again, just to recap on why we're making that recommendation, 60% of your peers recommended doing it. In this system, again, just want to point out, there's a lot of clarity that needs to be put behind it in terms of how it works. But employees could still receive 0% in that model. We'd recommend that if they reach the maximum of the range, again, that they're red circled and there's a lump sum bonus payout versus another increase to base pay. One of the big pieces here right now is I believe the city's reviews are done on anniversary date of an employee. And that would need to be shifted to a common date for a merit-based system. Okay.
The old system did have the.
Microphone.
Al tells me, or Sonny runs over here, I'll push my button. Under the old system, you're correct, the employee reviews were on the anniversary dates of employment. For obvious reasons, that was not workable. Nobody could even keep track of it. So we had already instituted a single date review. The reviews were done last year. Unfortunately, when they were done, apparently they were filed in the employee files and there was no master review. So you have to go to the employee file to look at the review. But in any event, we're correcting that too. But we already are doing a single date review, not trying to review on the anniversary date of the employment.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. Just in terms of the process itself, there are typically 3 phases in that. Performance evaluation. It requires goal setting at the beginning of the year, mid-year evaluation, and then an end-of-year evaluation to rate employee performance. In terms of eligibility for that merit process, generally, if they're hired within the last 3 months, just as an example of the performance period, they would not be eligible. So those are some of the guidelines you have to get in place. Merit can be prorated for time and role. And just in terms of the components behind that we've provided in the appendix, you have the evaluation tool and scoring rubric. But you also have to take into consideration people leader training around that merit process, have a good calibration process in place, and then, of course, adopt that consistency and payout. So there's a lot of moving pieces. We've also provided just an example of the guidelines that are typically in place behind that merit process. Okay, recommendation 2 is to adjust the compensation structure annually based on national cost of living index. So what we mean there is merit will take care of an employee moving through the ranges based on performance, but the ranges will go stale after several years if they're not updated. And so on an annual basis, the city should be looking at the cost of living index, the increase in it, and consider applying that increase to each of the ranges. So if the cost of living has moved up 2 to 3%, the ranges would do the same. That doesn't necessarily have to impact the employee within that range. Generally, it only impacts if they fall below minimum of the range. And this recommended action is taken based on that cost of living adjustment. One of the things that will do is keep the city's entry level starting rates competitive with the market. If that makes sense. Okay, recommendation 3 is adopt job title changes to better reflect roles and responsibilities of positions. Again, that's based on the job questionnaire, peer information, and best practice. For each of the jobs, we will provide support in terms of why we made that recommendation, what we saw in the JQ, what we see best practice-wise to lead us to that conclusion. As an outcome of this process too, we're in the process of updating the city's job descriptions based on the information that we received. So as a final deliverable to this study, we'll provide the city fresh and current job descriptions. And then in terms of recommendation 4, we've provided again that policy manual and the draft edits, the proposed edits, calling out things from a state, federal, regulatory perspective, as well as just best practice items. Okay, I'll pause there for a minute. That concludes the total reward survey portion, kind of the overview of the merit, personnel manual, and job titles. Any questions before I proceed?
I agree with a good portion of the survey, but not 100% of what you had, especially when it comes down to the data for your peers. You had almost like the city wasn't really paying very well, but then when I look at your report, you see like 99% of, I think it's 99% of the market. Go back to my sheet. Seems as though, right here you put, see, for the revenue population cut, you say the city pay ranges are 93% of the market, and the city actual pay is 99% of the market. So I need to understand that piece. Then you had us against all peers, the city pay range is 85% of the market, and the city actual pay is 92% of the market. So if we're that much lower than the market, how does it explain this piece?
Which piece? I'm sorry.
99% of the market we're paying. You're saying that the city actual pay is 99% of the market.
Based on the cuts we're looking at. So again, and this is just related to base pay. So for base pay, if we look at all the peers, regardless of revenue size, population size, the city's pay ranges are 85% of the market, just the base pay. The other numbers that you're referencing is just the population revenue cut, where we stripped out a lot of the peers because of their size. Again, in base pay only, and the city fares a little bit better. Now I've jumped to today, looking at data just on the benefits piece, in terms of benefits.
I can understand the benefit piece. I mean, from the especially insurance side of things, where things are a little bit higher than the peers. I know that for a fact. But, you know, it just kind of stuck out to me in my head about the peers that we use. The peers that we use, 109 miles away. Let's see here. Let's look back here. I mean, these competing with people 110 miles away. I think so. Titusville, 109 miles away. Sanford, 90 miles away. Bernardino Beach, 95 miles away, almost in Georgia. Jacksonville, 71 miles. That was wherever this portion, Jacksonville, maybe Jacksonville, wherever. So we got a number of these that's pushed out beyond 70 miles. I know we're not going to have the majority of our people traveling that distance from a peer standpoint that we have to worry about losing or being competitive. If they're coming from that far, they're making pretty decent money, in my opinion. So I'm just looking at the peers, the information, what I'm seeing. It's not all lining up for me, at least. But I can agree with some of it, but maybe I need some help understanding a little bit more of some of the details.
Okay. So in terms of the peers, we worked with the city to identify the initial grouping of peers that we would use, trying to capture not only those in geographic proximity, where an employee might drive to gain employment, but also those that were similar to size in terms of the city of Palatka.
Right. And I also looked at the budgets. I mean, our budget probably around 36, 37 million total. And we up against Jacksonville, almost 1 point something billion. I mean, so we're dealing with some major 300 and something $1 million budgets. So those are some real large budgets that we're competing against. So, and it doesn't add up apples to apples when you do the comparison, even though, you know, we are competing with others, but I'm looking at the locations that was chosen and the budgets and everything that we're doing.
Yep. And I think that's why we went back to the table and did the revenue population cut, is to get,
But you know what that put? The cut put us back at the 99%.
correct. And then I think it comes down to, though, from a geographic perspective, some of those that were cut out are the ones that you're having, you know, being competitive with, St. Augustine Beach, St. Augustine, et cetera. So it really comes down to the philosophy of the city in terms of, you know, who do we want to consider our peers?
But then when you look at longevity pay, man, the city is doing pretty well when I look at the information that I read in the packet that I have. Our guys are not just here, they're not just coming here losing money. I know they're not, especially the people who've been in longevity, with longevity pay. I mean, that's what I'm seeing. Maybe some of the people who were at lower ranges are where the difficulties are. But I mean, and to help with compression, we're gonna have to do a very customized, I think it's gonna have to be more customized. I mean, I think we got really good information here, but we gotta dig a little bit more to try to understand what we're actually dealing with, because there's some moving pieces. When we point to one thing, then you say, okay, well, we did this, and then we look at that, and then, so I think we just have to get our hands wrapped around it. So at least I need my hands wrapped around. That's all I have.
Anyone else? I definitely think all those points are valid. Couldn't have said it better myself. Any other comments from the commission? Okay, moving forward.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna jump to slide 7. And we've discussed this slide in several other budget workshops. This is where we costed out the various models. And as a takeaway from the last budget workshop, one of the asks was to include an additional option, which is option 5, where any employee receiving currently under $13 an hour receives a $2 an hour increase, and other employees are unimpacted. So we have added that there. Also, from Putnam County perspective, the question came up about adding Putnam County. We did run that model, and across the all peers cut, it had little to no impact on our modeling or our recommendations around pay grade. I'll talk about option 5 in a minute, but in terms of option 2 and option 4, the only change there is cost increased very marginally based on some changes to class dates that those models rely on, specifically time and roll class date impacts that. So just to jump back to option 5, total costs across the all peers cut and the revenue population cut was 126,748, identical in both, because it's not taking into consideration market factors. It's not taking into consideration aligning ranges with the market. Just saying anybody under 13 receives $2 an hour. In that model, we did look for compression issues. For example, looking at any employees who received the increase in that model leapfrogging their supervisor's pay. That did not happen as a result of this model. We also looked at junior to senior level positions to see if anybody in a junior level position receiving that $2 an hour increase leapfrog someone in a senior role. For example, your water plant operator trainee versus your Class D operator, just as an example. I just wanted to point out option 5 again, does not address the gap between market and the other jobs, some of the other jobs impacted. We found variances of 10% plus across entry-level professional roles all the way to senior people leader level roles. And that option would not address that gap. And then lastly, from kind of a macro perspective, we feel that we are seeing the pressure in the $10 to $15 an hour range right now. But we feel like that will be cascading in the near future into the entry-level professional roles and then beyond. It's already being felt in the private sector. We're seeing roles in the $50,000, $60,000 an hour range, $60,000 annually, bumping up by $5,000, $10,000. And we typically see the public sector lags the private sector by 12, 18 months. And I say that just to emphasize again that option 5 is not a market-based option. It won't address some of those concerns that we saw in the study. Any questions? I'll pause there again. And any questions about option 5 or any of the previous models that we've discussed?
Any questions, comments? Option 5, when we talk about $2 an hour for the lowest paid employees that we have working for the city, and that's at every department. We're talking about every department, everybody who's making under $13 an hour, bumping them up $2 an hour.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So the impact, would that have the least impact? Of course it would, should, of all the options as far as costs, right,
Yes,
to the city.
that's correct.
Have we identified that those people are the ones that need compensation the most as you compare it to option 1, 2, and 3 to your market?
Just from a data perspective, the market variance ranges all across all of your roles.
I understand that, but are those the areas in that pay range that needed the most or have the biggest or the largest gap? That's my question.
From a pay range perspective, not necessarily. I can't comment on it from a kind of city philosophy perspective in terms of the people in those roles. I'm looking at it from a role-based approach.
Right, because one of the things I found in your study is when you're looking at the executive levels, you looked at private sector because that's what you compare it to. But when we're looking at our hourly wages for our lowest paid people, you can compare departments to departments in all of these, in all of your sample studies as well. So you're comparing more like what Commissioner Bourne was saying, apples to apples, jobs to jobs. When you start talking about a maybe assistant city manager to a project manager for Walmart, of course you start talking about someone who is performance driven and it's totally different because you're gonna talk about wages as well as bonuses and other things that's gonna impact that person's salary. Am I right or wrong?
We make comparisons to the private sector for any job across the board, regardless of level, if it made sense and it was an apples to apples comparison.
But you can't get a private firefighter or private.
Correct. That role would not have lent itself
Right.
to a private sector comparison.
So that's what I'm saying about our hourly rate workers when we're talking about sanitation or even the fire department or police department. And when you went to the executive salaries, again, that was private sector pretty much.
No, sir.
Okay. So why would we go to a private sector anyway if we had enough for the sample group to just compare departments or municipalities?
Yep. So there's a concern with some companies, Waste Pro, for example, hiring individuals at certain rates, higher than what the city offers. And so we did go out and grab for some of those positions where, again, there's an apples to apples job match, private sector data. And that's why we brought that in.
Okay, but back to my first question, $2 an hour is less expensive to the city.
Yes, sir,
Bottom
that's
line.
correct.
Right. And it's gonna address the ones that are not or are needed the most right now. Would that take care of that problem for us?
I'm not sure how you're defining needed the most. I'm
If
sorry.
we, in your survey, and Commissioner Bourne just kind of pointed it out, we're pretty much in line with the market as far as pay. If we bring back or take out the Jacksonville's, the people with a higher budget than we have, higher population than we have, and we can compare the hourly work that's performed, forget about the titles, the work that's performed, and those people, as far as the hourly range, are we more in line or not with the pay?
Yes, you are, when we look at that cut, for sure.
That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Anything else, Mr. Masters?
No, sir, that's it.
Anything from Mr. Holmes or from staff? So the next step of this is a decision has to be made as relates to the budget and how we implement the recommendations that have come forward from the salary survey. And the recommendations that came in various forms. And so I think it would behoove us to start to have some commentary so that as we get ready to move into our budget workshop for the next portion of this meeting about what your thoughts are as it relates to the options. And I guess to kind of narrow the scope of what we're talking about, let's start out with these options per se. And I know there were some questions about some of the data and how it was being used. Is option one even a thought for anybody that sits up here on the dais? For consideration, and you can have multiple thoughts, but is there anybody that wants to continue to have option one as a part of the conversation? Commissioner McCaskill, Commissioner Borum,
No.
Jones, Campbell. All right, and that's option one. Option two, any thoughts? Commissioner Campbell. I'm just trying to narrow down the scope of what we begin to talk about as we begin to talk about these options. So two is possibility. Commissioner Jones.
Commissioner Jones, I favor option 5. The last option we talked about the $2 an hour raise and, you know.
Any other options that you are considering? Either one of you? 2 and 5. Commissioner Borum.
I would favor in option 5 and we customize from there. I think we can customize it.
Commissioner McCaskill. All right, so option, okay, so I'm kind of favoring the option 2 with the 2 with modifications at the top level because, and one of the things I've talked about is the fact that most of our people who are in supervisory positions are all new within the last year to 18 months in their position. And they've all, for the most part, negotiated their contracts. If you were to look at something like option 2, option 5, if there was more implementation of the $2 an hour, I definitely look at that. And I guess that kind of falls into the whole customization piece Because the only reason, and my only real complaint with option 5 is the way it sits, is it only impacts 20 people. That's my biggest complaint on option 5, that it only hits 2 people, 20 people. And I think that when you look at the impacts of all the other options that are out there, it's 70, 86, 114, and 90. And then even on the compressed version with the cuts, 56 is the lowest number that you hit. And so we find ourselves hitting 1/7 of our staff as it relates to where we are. And even the folks that were perceived to be the lowest impacts in this particular study aren't necessarily impacted. So that was my big issue as it relates, but if there's some variance that's suggested, I'm definitely willing to listen to both option 2 and 5. What about option 3? No thoughts whatsoever on option 3, right? Okay, so go ahead.
Let's go with 2 and 5 and 2 and 5 customization.
It's a big range.
Or, well, Honorable Mayor and Commission, as I recall, we got onto this raise and salaries because it was brought to our attention by Sanitation Department and the problems that they were having, and they actually was, complained about their wages. And then once we found out the disparity in their wages, we made a commitment to do something about it. And I said from right here in this position, we need to do something about that right now, sooner rather than later. That brought about the salary survey. The salary survey gave us a lot of information, but that wasn't a commitment that we made right away. I think we could phase these things in, but when I'm talking about the $2 an hour, I'm talking about like right now, we need to try to get those folks some money. Of course, what everybody else said, the modification, I agree with that. I agree that it could be some modification going on, but when I saw some of the percentages, if you talk about percentages and giving, like I said before, the 10% raise across the board, a 10% raise for somebody who's making $20,000 an hour would be just $2,000 a year. Someone who's making 68,000 would be 6,800 a year. So you can still see the disparity, and it's still going to be a gap. And that's my reasoning for saying, let's focus our attention on the people who brought it to our attention, help them, and then modify. And once we get all of these things that Mr. Masters, is bringing before us, that's when it could take place. Because we talk about meritorious raises. So that means evaluations. That means before we give money, we need to make sure that we have people that, first of all, qualify for those positions. Second, we got people that we just brought on board. So they're gonna end up getting these raises and they only been here 3-6 months.
They wouldn't be qualified.
Yeah. So,
Let Commissioner Jones finish, and then I'll let y'all chime in.
So those were my concerned areas. And again, it's the proposal. I just wanted to make sure that we put this out here so it can go further in discussion. And I know we have to complete our budget, but I think that this has to be discussed more than just one meeting so that we could actually. Well, I understand, but we didn't have all this information, but I told you where I stand, and I'm not hard pressed, but that is where I was leaning towards, and I'm flexible as well. But I did not want the mission that I think when we talked about the folk that needed the most to be missed in this whole thing, because this is a lot of information, and you can put a lot of numbers out there, but the bottom line is we know who needs that money the most, and that's who we're trying to take care of. And thank you for my time.
I think that one thing that we did, you're right, we did say those things. However, we did state that we needed to do it in a manner that was, I'm sorry, Mayor, that was effective. And being that we are dealing with the budget, I don't think there are certain things that we will be able to completely phase in without a proper plan. And I say that only because in having to complete the budget, this information that we have now would definitely need to be considered in moving forward. So I think it'll be hard for us to address one and not be able to address all.
Commissioner McCaskill, I'll go down the line. I'll go down the line.
And I absolutely agree with Commissioner Campbell, and I think that we need to be very careful in our terminology when we start thinking, saying needing the most versus those folks who were more vocal. Because we have differences in our salary, we cannot say, make those, accusations or think that I may not need it as much as you do because our salaries look different. So I think that we need to be very careful in that. And I definitely agree with Commissioner Campbell. Thank you.
You got any rebuttal or any comment? Then I'll go to Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Bourne, you got anything?
No, I think it's well said. I think the options that we have, we can utilize those, customize them, and address the needs of the our employees. So that's all I have.
I'll let you go, Mr. Holmes, and then I'll wrap up comments and then see if we got any follow-up from there.
And my comment will be brief. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My concern is that the point you made and stressed a few minutes ago, which is a $2 an hour increase to those making less than 13 addresses, I think, 19 people out of your 150 or so employees. When you look at the individual comparisons, and that table's not here, maybe it will be in the next session, but when you look at the 19 who are affected and compare those against others, while it may not raise anybody above their supervisor, it brings a lot of people real close to their supervisor. It also brings some people in some positions that don't require a license or certification above people in other departments that do require licenses and certifications. My concern is simply that issue of compression, which I know Commissioner Jones is very familiar with from an HR perspective, and the concern that in attempting to resolve or solve a problem, we make a problem in moving forward with those who get no raises and find themselves compressed to those who just got the $2 raise when the responsibilities of the jobs may be very different. Now that's just as you state, we're stating opinions for consideration. So that's my opinion for consideration.
See your finger on your button, so yeah, come in. So I think it's a couple things. I think the first part is, and I agree. I understand the sentiments of Commissioner Jones, but this isn't a new conversation with the fire department about pay. It's not a new conversation with the police department about pay. It's not a new conversation with Public Works about pay. It's just the timing of the conversation is different than it was before. We walked in the door having these same conversations about livable wages. We thought a few years ago we were doing the right thing when we raised the pay up a few dollars an hour. And it completely was a failure in the way that it impacted us because all of America began to adjust the way that they paid money. So it was a wonderful thing. 3 years ago, everybody was happy. And when you looked around, now McDonald's has more money floating. America has more money, period. That's just the bottom line. High school kids are making more money than their parents. And there has to be something, I think, that's going to impact everyone as a whole. Without getting too far in the weeds into this thing, the reality of what has to happen at this point is we've got to put a placeholder in this budget so that Ms. Shank can create a budget. The budget's a moving document, which allows us to come back and make the necessary adjustments. Whatever we do, we got to do sooner than later, because every day we're finding our competitors continually making adjustments. So what we've done, at least today, is we've narrowed the ranges down. The top of option 2, depending on if we look at the complete population versus the reduced population, from what I'm hearing, unless I'm wrong, everyone is more comfortable with the data from the reduce. That's from the population cut. That kind of seems to be, if you had to support data, population cut data seems to be what everyone is more comfortable with on the dais. Is that accurate? And I'm just saying, based on the top two, whether we look at peer groups or we look at population cut as a reducer, even if we go, so we're saying option 2 and 5. Option 5 is the same regardless of what group it is. So what that does from a mathematical standpoint for me is it says our range is 366,000 to 126,000 bucks based upon the two options that sit out there. And even when you look at like my thought process, so when we started talking top tier folks who just got new contracts or new positions, there may be some reduction as it relates to that. But the top of the ring based upon those two options that we have out there is the 366, 288. For budgeting purposes, and we still need to come back on this sooner than later. But I think for the purposes of adopting a budget, there needs to be some commitment, I think, to at least say, hey, we're going to set aside money at the top of this range, understanding that we're going to continually evaluate this so that for a budget, we at least have something in place. If we need to make a budget amendment, we do that. But we got to have something in place as we begin to look at where we are from budgeting standpoint. That's probably the worst case scenario of where we are. And we find that that's going to affect 70 people within our range. There may be some flaws within that system or something that's in between, but that's going to allow us to be able to get to at least half of our folks. And quite frankly, my suggestion would be put a placeholder at 400,000 in case you find some additional variances, or you can come back in and do a budget amendment if you have to spend more or spend less.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, as of now, within the budget is already a placeholder for option 2. So even if we were to choose option 5 with whatever ramifications, we already have the funding for option 2 if we were to go with that.
Correct.
Yes, that is correct.
So, and but the thing we've done by narrowing the scope is saying, look, we're not really looking at the peer groups for option 2. And so we're looking somewhere between 2 and 5. And so that kind of becomes a conversation. I think at the end of the day, we got to look at how we get the highest and best use and we affect the most numbers of our employees and what we've got in place. If we could do, so that just kind of changes it all up for me. And I would love to see, as the numbers on option 5 with more people being involved, reducing it from the folks who just came in for the last year and seeing what that does from a compression standpoint or a market standpoint. But I think that, but I also want to see at the end of the day, how we get to a point where within the city, not only are we competitive, but we lead the charge. Because I can tell you, one of the things that we've got to deal with right now, when we've been dealing with it all week long, is how do we get folks to work and how do we stop our city from looking the way it looks? If you look at what goes on educationally now and the way the education system has changed, certifications are great. We need certified officers. We need certified firefighters. We need certified programmers. We need certified operators in all these different positions. But I can tell you, those uncertified sanitation workers, if they stop working, every certified person in here will be ticked off. And so I won't put a value higher on anybody's job. I know some guys in here deal with life safety issues and they get multipliers for high risk and all these other things. But there's some lawyers out there that make less than y'all make with your certifications coming from that. There's some lawyers out there who got many years of college who make less money than you make as a firefighter, but that doesn't mean that either one is more valuable than the other. I just think that we've got to figure out a way that everybody counts the same here. And we look at, and I'm going to value Barker no differently than I value Chief, because at the end of the day, or no differently than I value the guy on the back of the trash truck, because everybody plays an essential role in how the operation of the city works. And when we start getting to a point where it's there, it's different. The one thing I hope that we can do as a city government and as a staff is make sure that we have empathy for our fellow employees and also show concern for ourselves as well, because that's the piece that's out there. Everybody here needs more money. I think that's completely the case. I don't know anybody that works that's gonna say, pay me less and I'm cool. And so I think that our values are never gonna be where they need to be when you work in city government, because it's just never enough money in government to make it all work. But we can also make sure that we're conscious about what the impacts are long-term. I don't want to see anybody that works for city government be in a position where they have to qualify for subsidies from government. I want us to be in a position where our folks are happy about where they are and they understand that this commission cares and that we all care for one another. And so, so with that being said, with option 2 being funded, do we want to keep the numbers where they are? Do we want to lower them to the population cut range, or what's the thought process?
I mean, I would say, with the option 2 and 5 that we pick, that we lean toward we're not actually selecting it, but we can lean toward option 2 with whatever customizations, and maybe add an additional 25% for anything that we might see once we customize, just so that it's covered, the budget is covered. Not saying that we may choose that route. So you got both option 5 and option 2 in there.
If we got 2 funded, 5 is
Right.
gonna be.
I'm just saying, we're not picking an option. I'm
Right,
just saying,
but just saying that
for
this
the
is,
budget
this is set
amount.
aside. This is set aside to
Right.
deal with salary.
In that way, when we do the customization piece, when we comprehensively go through it, then we can make sure that we're doing the right thing.
Sounds like the same thing. I'm in favor of the bigger impact we can have on our employee population.
Jones. Okay, Jones agrees with his mic off.
I agree.
Okay, and Commissioner Campbell's there. So, Ms. Shank, what's easier for you, to leave it as it is for now? And then for us to work through it and come back, or what?
That's correct. I just want to note for the commission that the budget that I have presented and am presenting today still has option 2 slotted in. Now, whether you choose to enforce it is by change of status form for employees. So for example, if you have a salary line, but you choose not to implement option 2 for that individual, that's done separately. That's an administrative task.
So if we got option 2 built in, so can we, so then the question becomes, can we pass this? So if we pass this if we pass the budget with the holding spot in place, do we have to act when October 1 hits? With those salaries will remain the same until directed by the commission, correct?
Correct. Change of status forms is what dictates a change to an employee's wage.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd say do option 5 and then just increase the percentage by a couple 100%, so that we will have a option in place with additional funding for customization.
That would require budget amendments because we charge administrative fees to our enterprise funds. So you would have to do a budget amendment to every single one of those funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
So option 2.
Once the good part about this is, once you adopt the budget, then you've got a couple readings before it's approved. And so it gives you an opportunity, gives us an opportunity to reconvene so that we can finalize the scope of the salary increases. And so that's the piece. Any comments or questions over here?
Mayor, are you gonna have a motion for that? or-
This workshop.
Who's just direction, right?
It's just presentation discussions. It'll come back up as we get into budget adoption.
Next week.
So, could I ask a question?
Mhm.
So, from the last meeting, when those raises were all kind of like showing what everybody received, that was already option 2,
Correct.
right? So it was already worked up prior. All right, thank you. That's all.
What's your point? So next step for this, let's look at option 5. We see option 5 as it presents today with the 20. We can look at option 5 with higher impacts on the impacting I guess we look at total staff,
Mhm.
total staff minus the, minus the high ranking folks who just got new positions. Right. And so you got, so if you look at where the promotions are, it looks like as we hit the superintendent level, we got to look at the org chart. I think the org chart creates more clarity. But when you look at, I think most of the people who are in management type positions or administrative positions, however we want to characterize that, are people who are the folks who've gotten new positions and new salaries for the most part. And so if we look at those levels, then I think there's probably a clear line of delineation or close to it where we can say, hey, these are some people that are on the bubble. How do we address these situations? Do they fall within the supervisory category or whatever it may be? We know as it relates to directors, for the most part, all of our directors are pretty much new, under new contracts over the last year. As it goes, if we go to our assistant directors or one position below, then that's where the questions become. And then we have to look at what the impacts of, from a compression standpoint, are to see if we've created any new issues. And so that was kind of my thought process in it.
Just for clarification, I just want to make sure I understand the task. So when you say broaden the field of those who would be receiving raises, are you talking about simply increasing the number of people who would receive a $2 an hour raise?
I mean, I would like to see what it looked like across the board as if we're looking at number 5, excluding people who just started new positions.
Right, excluding that class of people, everyone else looking at the option from a $2 an hour raise for everyone other than that tier group that you mentioned?
Right, but I don't want to make this request if it's not something that the entire commission is open to.
Yeah, I have a question. What are we considering new? Like, what do we consider? Okay, because first you said within the last year or 18 months. So can we go ahead and square that to where we know what we're dealing with as far as the number of new
This-
hires?
Well, I'm
Because
saying it
I
like
would-
this, because
because I
I'll
would
give you
be
an
one-
example. I use Ms. Shanks, and she's okay with me using her as an example. She just came on as finance director.
Right.
So she negotiated where she was salary-wise. So she would be counted as one of those people that be excluded.
But see, I also want to make sure that we take in consideration those that may have already received some kind of compensation by way, because I know within the last 2 years, there were some changes, but some of the people are no longer here, but I want to make sure that we encompass those who may have received raises of any sort within the last 2 years, 2.5 years, if that makes sense.
Within the last 2.5 years, we went from whatever to $11 an hour.
No,
for some of
no,
those
but
in the last.
we've had people who on the back end who receive compensation for duties that they have been doing. So we want to make sure that's taken in consideration when we talk about those who have received any kind of compensation within the last 2 years, raised within the last 2 years.
And stipends too.
No stipends, raises. There have been raises that have been made within the last 2 years. I
And
want to
job
make sure that they
changes.
are
Should have been
taking
job changes as well.
job title, job changes that came with compensation.
Right, so just get that list, whatever that list is, just request that. And do the exclusion or wherever it may be, or evaluate it.
Yeah, and so just also like other examples would be like where we've brought in new fire chief, for example. And that's within the last 12 months.
Right.
That would be one of those people that's on the excluded list.
No, I
differently-
get what you're saying.
No differently than the
wholeheartedly.
city manager, the city attorney, and I know what you're saying. And so I think that all that stuff can be put into place, submitted to the commission so that you can see those things through the org chart or whatever. And then I think from there, you can start to kind of create a clear line of where management is as opposed to general staff.
Right, that's why I was asking, I refer to X
I think it
now
gets-
versus
Where it gets
asking as we go forward.
where it gets difficult is where do you create your lines? And when you're talking fire department and police department, things of that nature, once you get below captain, for example, in the police department, looking at where your line of demarcation is. In most public works positions, you can kind of identify where the supervisory capacities stand and if it's a consideration. And in the fire department, there's a clear line of demarcation, I think, when you hit a supervisory position. And it's all broken down, I think, probably by union contract as well. So, does that give you?
I believe that gives a starting
directions?
point, yes, sir.
And I think that gives us, we'll have two more bites at the apple starting next Thursday, which gives us an opportunity to formalize this all as we start the new fiscal year and put us in a position where we can make 80% of the people happy as opposed to 100. So if any other questions, comments, concerns? If not, thank you. So, you too late. Go ahead.
It's on there, but the option 2 versus $2 an hour, just for clarification, where did that put the people that's at $11 an hour? Where did they go?
It's all based on tenure and experience, so I'd have to pull up the sheet and go line by line.
So they can't be less than $2 more an hour.
That's
But I-
correct.
Okay, that's all. I wanted to know.
But option 2 would not leave anybody at under 13, correct?
That's correct.
Correct?
Correct, yes.
So option 2, as it was styled, would not leave anybody at under 13, as it was originally styled.
Thank you.
So moving forward to our next item on the agenda. Presentation of proposed budget fiscal year 21-22, special revenue and enterprise.
We just make an announcement, Mr. Mayor, isn't our historic preservation board slated at
Oh,
4? Could we
at
just
4.
make a?
Let's take a quick break. Let's take a quick break. We'll go into historic preservation. Huh? No, we'll do it here. We'll stand in recess. They got a couple items on the agenda and then we'll come back. We're good.
Correct. Okay, everyone, we are going to start the Palatka Historic Preservation Board meeting for September 2nd, 2021. Call the meeting to order. And we are going to, for the sake of time, skip this time the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. Roll call, please.
Robbie Correa,
Present.
Linda Little Craybill. Richard Stackpole. Not present for the record. Elizabeth Van Rensburg,
Present.
Laura Schonberger, Larry Beaton,
Present on Zoom.
Christopher Hollister. For the record, does the quorum of the members approve Larry Beaton to be present via Zoom?
Yes.
Noted for the record. We have a quorum.
Okay, next on the agenda is the swearing in ceremony for our new member, Christopher Hollister. Welcome, Christopher. Sonny will swear you in and give you the instructions.
Mr. Hollister, if you'll meet me at the podium, please. If you would, Mr. Hollister, please repeat after me and raise your right hand. I, Christopher Hollister,
I, Christopher Hollister,
a Historic Preservation Board appointee
an Historic Preservation Board appointee
of the Palatka City Commission,
of the Palatka City Commission,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will faithfully perform the duties of my appointed office
I will faithfully perform the duties of my appointed office
and will support and honor to the best of my ability
and will support and honor to the best of my ability
all applicable laws of the state of Florida,
all applicable laws of the state of Florida,
Putnam County,
the
city of Palatka,
city of Palatka,
as well as the beliefs, vision, mission,
as well as the beliefs, vision, mission,
policies, procedures, code of ethics,
policies, procedures, code of ethics,
and code of conduct of the city of Palatka Historic Preservation Board.
and code of conduct of the city of Palatka Preservation Board. Historic
I-
Preservation Board.
Thank you. I hereby, through this affirmation,
I hereby, through this oath, affirm
that I will perform the duties of this public trust in a fair, equitable, and ethical,
I will perform the duties of this public trust in a fair, equitable, and ethical manner,
befitting the dignity and responsibilities of the office.
befitting the dignity and responsibilities of the office.
Welcome aboard, Mr. Hollister.
Thank
And
you.
If you would, just sign these and get them back to me later.
Okay.
Welcome. I'm going to read the appeal procedure. Notice any person aggrieved by a decision of the board may within 15 days thereafter apply to the city commission for review of the board's decision. Such application must be filed with the city manager in writing. Objections by property owner to National Register nominations must be notarized to be included in the record. Section 54-4-74 Palatka Municipal Code. Any person wishing to appeal any decision made by the Historic Preservation Board with respect to any matter considered at such meeting will need a record of the procedures, and for such purpose may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceedings is made at the applicant's expense, which record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. Florida Statute 286105. And anybody have any ex parte disclosures to? I will just say for the record, as ex parte, I did in the first case, 408 Madison Street, sell that home to the current owner. That's the extent of our involvement. Approval of minutes. Has everybody had an opportunity to review the minutes from the April 1st, 2021 Historic Preservation Board meeting?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Any opposition? Okay, we're going to move forward.
Madam,
Public comments are limited to 3 minutes in person or via call into 386-3. I'm sorry. Oh, is he gone to us? Oh, Larry?
Madam Chair, I just had a question regarding Mary Reese's status as a board member. I'd not seen anything in minutes nor been notified of any change about her status.
I'm sorry, what?
Would you like me to
Yes,
speak
I
to?
would like you, please address that.
Hey,
comment.
Mr. Beaton, this is Ms. Krantz. Mary Reese's term on the Historic Preservation Board did expire. She submitted in writing to me that she did not wish to be appointed by the commission to a second term. So the city commission received an application from Mr. Hollister, and the city commission appointed Mr. Hollister to take her vacancy.
Okay, thank you. Could we have the minutes reflect that happening and also thank her for her service?
Yes, absolutely. The minutes should reflect that, and we do appreciate Ms. Ree's service during her time on our board.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Sorry, I didn't look up at the screen. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes in person or via call into 386-329-0100 extension 0. No action to be taken on items of general public comment. We have somebody who has a speaker card in the public comment. This is for public comment. Mr. Greger, Azer Greger, for 707 Lowell Street. Could you please come up to the podium and give your address for the record? Okay, sorry. Yes.
And it's blue. Now I can talk. All right. This is strange for me because I'm the executive director of St. John's River Baptist Association. Our building needed a roof, and we engaged a roofer to put it on. And he began the paperwork and began the work. And it stopped. He went to the city. He called the city. They said, oh, just come down. You got to pay another $70 fee for something, and then you can continue the work. Well, he comes down here, leaves his workplace, comes down and to pay his $70 and finds out, oh, well, we forgot. You have to go through the Historic Preservation Board. What kind of communication do you all have with the city employees that will stop this kind of confusion and stop the waste of time for contractors who are very busy in this time? Do you have any? Do the city employees who work on these permits and things like that know what you have to do within the historic preservation area?
First of all, your request is on the agenda, so we're going to discuss your project at more length, and perhaps we can do that then, not to put you off, but so we can
Okay.
kind of go through the agenda and come back to you,
Yes,
okay?
okay.
And we can talk about that.
That's fine. Thank you.
Maria Gano? Masha, I'm sorry, it looks like Maria, but it's Masha, and I know it's Masha. Can you give your name and address for the record, please?
Hello, my name is Marcia Gano. Address is 319 Kirkland. My comment is quick and brief. The historical signs that are posted at the corner of Kirkland and Laurel are actually reversed.
And you're talking specifically about the street sign,
Yeah.
stop signs, rather.
Yeah, that's right, right there at the,
Okay.
right across from Duck Realty, right in front of 321. I didn't notice until I started to get deliveries.
Okay, so I guess that's something to convey to Public Works, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, new business. Do we have any, oh, sorry, any more public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment. New business. We have case 21-18, request to convert existing window to an entrance door and front stoop and paint exterior. The location is 408 Madison Street, and the applicant is Conversion Properties LLC. Ms. Walsh?
Hi, everybody. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to meet all of you. I would like to ask what you would like to hear from me, a brief presentation on the project, and then perhaps a presentation from the owner. Is that the typical?
Yes, we usually
protocol?
hear a report or information from you, and then we open it up to the owner and then public comment specific to this.
Great, okay. The applicant submitted an application to do this renovation earlier in July. And they have submitted materials and paint colors that should also be in your packets. If not, I can pass them around. Do you have paint chips in your packets?
They're in here. I just have to get to them.
Okay, but what
I
I
saw them.
understand they'd like to do is put in a doorway where there is an existing window at this time and reconstruct a deck and a stoop.
Has everybody had a chance to review the information about this request? I don't see, or maybe I'm zooming through it, but I don't see the colors.
Okay, hold on, I'm gonna
Yeah, please.
pass these around.
You've got a, is your button on? Yeah, I can do that. We'll do that in a minute.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
in
We're
a,
gonna hold up the colors in a minute, Larry, as soon as they get my way.
thank you. In addition to not having a color chart in our packet, there's also a reference by the applicant that the porch is going to be similar to one located at 516 North 4th Street, and it references a photograph, and there was no photograph either in the paper copy or the electronic version of our packets for 516 North 4th Street, which I'm not even sure about that house because it has large columns across the front of it.
Okay, do you have that in the packet as well? So we can. Okay, let's look. We'll take this slowly.
Some of these are
Does the
photographs.
application, Mr. Beaton, does the application reference that? Is that what you're saying?
I think I know it's in the, let me see if I can find it in my copy here. Bear with me just a second.
Because I didn't see that either, but,
Yeah, I have it in front of me, but I don't have the page number to reference you to. It's on city letterhead under Historic Preservation Board agenda item. It's the subject, the case number, the location, and the applicant, and it is in the second paragraph.
Yeah, it's page 1 of the.
okay, I see it. It's on the cover. Okay, okay.
I'm wondering if there's a mistake about the address because, like say, that has no railing. That address has no railing, and it also has large columns on the front of it.
Okay. Who produced this cover letter, Ms. Walsh? Do you know? This is it right here.
I think that's the summary.
Yes, that summary
That's it.
cover letter references that property Mr. Beaton mentioned, 516 North 4th Street.
That comes from the staff report. And that's the document that I produced is the staff report.
Okay.
Okay, so the decks, if you go through the staff report, it just talks about the existing home. And the decks on the front and rear are wood frame, painted white. They're proposing to replace the rear porch with a wood frame deck with railings that have a space between the porch deck and that's described in the.
I'm looking, do you have a picture of 516 North 4th in here, like it says is located here? I can't find it.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Is this photograph in the staff report? No.
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 It says that the applicant is who provided the information, provided a photograph of a similar style porch that she wanted to build to replace the existing porch. And it says the porch or deck in the photograph is located at 516 North 4th Street. And what I'm saying is 516 North 4th Street, we don't have a picture, number one, but number two, 516 North 4th Street, I don't think bears any resemblance to what the applicant is wanting to do. So I'm just thinking it's a bad address, that maybe someone picked up a bad address.
My apologies, I do not know why the picture is not attached.
Okay. And the
Okay,
applicant's
let's,
not-
let's first of all, address the colors and look at those. We'll pass this down. They're circled, the three colors for body, trim, and accent. And just so everybody can see that first. And then we will have to look at this referenced. Would the applicant like to come up and speak to the referenced photo and referenced house rather in the summary report? Excuse me, before you start, could you give your name and address for the record? That's okay.
Shirley Hirschauer, 650 West Pope Road, Unit 266, St. Augustine, Florida.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm sorry. And so I don't know what that's speaking to. If that has pillars, like the gentleman said, that's not going to be, because you can see the part of my drawing.
Yes.
Excuse me, is this the picture that you, okay. Where's Larry? Larry, you can't see the color thing, but there is a picture of a house with a porch with these blue colors and the yellow for the door and the cream.
Yes, that's for the colors, but it doesn't
Right.
address this referenced house.
Right, yeah.
Which is what we're trying to
No,
figure
I'm
out.
just saying, this
Yeah.
is,
Yeah,
I think reference it because I'm clueless. I don't know anything about that.
okay.
Oh, Madam Chair, I was just looking for that in reference to the style of the porch that they're desiring to construct.
Okay, and I think you have to, as the owner said, you have to look at the drawing she submitted for the style they are working toward or want to get approval for, I should say. And that is in the packet. So I think what we're saying in summary is that we have to disregard this statement to look at a photograph that doesn't exist in the packet for 516 North Fourth. And that is not what she's doing. She's doing what she has sketched or sketches here for, drawings for. So let's look at those as a board because that's what we have to reference based on the owner's statement.
Okay, Madam Chair,
Yes, but yes.
I'm not trying to belabor this, but I just want to confirm that the sketches that are in our packet are supposed to represent sketches of the house that's located in 408 Madison Street because they're labeled 404 Madison Street.
That was part of my mistake. I don't know.
Yeah, please come up to the mic again. I'm sorry.
May I?
Please come up again to the podium.
I'm sorry. If
That's
that
okay.
says 404, that was our error. That should be 408.
Okay, I recognize the house from driving by it, but I just wanted to confirm, since there was that other error, I was starting to get a little confused.
Right. Thank you, sir. I apologize.
Okay,
Yes, so the drawings do reflect the owner's request for approval for those changes to 408 Madison. 404, forget 404, it's 408 in the drawings.
thank you,
And
Madam.
that's what we should be viewing these drawings as what the request of permission is submitted for approval in terms of the design of the porch. Okay, do we all get that? Are we all on the same page now? Okay, great. Okay. All that said, what are our thoughts?
This particular house, to the best of my, well, not to the best of my knowledge, this was a TIF-HIP program in the North Historic District many years ago. And to the best of my knowledge, basically what the program did was take away a front entrance and put in windows, take away a stoop area, a front porch area, to make the house what it is at the moment. So in essence, it seems to me that this application is actually putting the house back the way it was to begin with, more or less.
Okay, anybody else have any thoughts on this particular application? Mr.
Madam
Beaton?
Yes, a couple of questions. What materials or what type of materials are going to be used in the construction of this porch? And what's the construction of the door that's going to go in? And also, does the drawing that was submitted reflect what the look of the door is going to be? Because I don't think that window that's reflected in the drawings reflects a period house of 1915.
Correct, sir, and I actually know that drawing of the door does not, I actually submitted a picture of the door with the packet. It looks older, has the wood in the middle and the little square window at the top. I submitted a picture of the door and the schematics or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, here, Larry, I'm gonna hold it up. It
Okay.
wasn't in the packet, but this is what it looks like.
Okay.
Door. Can you see
I
it?
can't see it, but I will use the board's good judgment if it looks like a period 1915 door.
I think it does personally. That's
Okay.
my opinion. I don't know about the rest of the board.
Sounds, I'm good with that. And if someone could discuss what the materials are that are going to be used in this construction, I just want to verify that they're going to be wood.
Yes, sir, there'll be pressure treated wood, and then I believe we'll paint it the accent color.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, I have no other questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bean. Does anybody have any thoughts? Any other questions? Okay, can we move forward?
Motion to approve with the notations that were made during the discussion that clarified the door, the type of materials, and the colors.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bean. Do we have a second?
I would second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you all. Okay, our next case is HPB case 21-19. Request for application for certificate of appropriateness to replace sill beams to stabilize structure and add gravel on the driveway. Those are the three things on the request. Keep that in mind. The location is 426 Kirby Street, and the applicant is Alan Sheffield. Ms. Walsh?
This is an extensive restoration project that Mr. Sheffield is very prepared to speak about. He would be looking to repair the sill beams and the foundation of the house, also make some additions and demolition to put different parts of it. So I will let him describe the project to you.
Okay, could Mr. Sheffield come up, give your name and address for the record, please?
Alan Sheffield, 512 Mulholland Park.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you explain your project? Now, the request, though, does just state, or you're requesting approval to replace the sill beams to stabilize the structure and add gravel, not, I mean, this is a pretty detailed packet.
It is a very detailed
Yeah.
packet, Madam Chair. That's a summary, but included in the actual application, we did have the additional things, because this attachment A that you should have in your package should outline for you the extent of things that we were looking to do. There's no way that in preparing this, they could list all of this, because the house is in really bad condition. And what we were trying to do at first was come before the Preservation Board or even the city and see if we could even make it safe enough for contractors to go in and bid.
Okay, so at this point,
but-
that's what all we're approving now, correct?
Well,
Not the
that
whole
is-
enchilada that's here.
I wanted the whole enchilada to be
Okay.
reviewed, because we bought this back in November. And we've been trying to get this going when the prior city manager was here, the whole 9 yards we've been through. They weren't going to let us get it safe for contractors to come in. We had to come in. Then they said, well, no, actually city employees can do some administrative approval for a couple of things. Then that got backed up. So we've been through a lot trying to get this to this point, and we decided, well, let's just go in, because we were asked by Mr. Griffith at that time, lay out exactly what you want to do, and we as the city will tell you what we can approve and what you're going to have to go before the preservation board for. And actually, the things in terms of the steel beams, since that wasn't really affecting the outside of the house, that was something he thought the city could have given the approval to do. So, however, in all of this, we decided, well, let's come before the preservation board, give them a full idea of where we're going with this so we can get this done. It's September. And so we bought it in November, and it's taken us this long to get here. So and I did put through a very extensive a package trying to answer anything that I thought you guys would come up with to go through and do this, because we're ready to get this done.
Okay, that
So-
said, there's a lot to review here, folks. Do you want to kind of summarize your
Yes,
plan?
I can definitely do that. Thank you very much. So what we have is a structure, and I don't know if we can bring up if you can even start with the pictures, but what we're trying to do first off, if you see the condition of the building, and even in the front part is the original piece. Then there's an addition onto that front part. You can see in that bottom left, bottom right picture there. That's really falling off of the original structure. And on this side, on the bottom, if you go to another picture, I don't know if you can, I'm talking to even to move the pictures. If you can see right there on the bottom right, that wall is actually caving in right now. And so if we wait too much longer with the elements, we're concerned that we may not have someone a house to work on. We hired an engineer to come and look whether it was even viable to renovate this. We want to renovate this home. And so in this plan, what we're planning to do is to take the original part, not the back addition. We want to restore that as is. What we want to do is actually on the front top of it, you can see there's an entrance door there. We want to put the porch back up there with railings, put the second floor porch back up there. I don't know if you can go back to see that. I'm sorry. You can see right there on the top left, there's a window on the left side as we're looking at it, and that's a door on the, and so this, we wanted to put that a door right back in that same position. And really with the rear of the home, now ma'am, I'm sorry, if you could go forward a few more times. Stop there, please. The left down at the bottom, that's the back of the home. So they had that falling away addition, then this other porch. We want to demolish that and rebuild that in the same exact footprint that's there right now. But our contractors are telling us there's no way we can save that piece of the home. And so what we like to do, if you look at if you see the site plan here, you can see the original footprint of the home. We want to stick exactly with that. And you'll see if you look at the existing, so we've got an existing, and then we've got what we're planning. You'll see that there's very little movement in terms of square footage. We want to stay exactly with this same footprint. And so that if you look at what we're proposing, the side entrance, the side view there, that front part, what we'd be doing, and I wish I had a little pointer here, but where the bay window is, and to the front, to the left, up through that line there, that is all the original home. And what we were looking at doing, which this part is different, extending the front roof there to actually act as a cover. Yes, there was a porch there, but we'd like to actually extend that front roof there to be a cover over that. And on the back half there is what we'd like to build in place of the addition that's falling away. Like I said, the exact same footprint associated with that, because, and with the idea of it going, if you could go a few more to some, there's a picture of a house actually right down the street. That is somewhat what we're going for. Well, there's a blue home.
It's 400 M. It's in our packet if everybody can turn to
Yeah.
it. It's on page 16.
Yes. So the front of our home is
Here it is.
smaller
It's up
than
on the
this one.
screen now.
We would only end up, if you saw on our proposal, with 3 columns, 3 posts instead of 4. But we would have this style home with the covering being extended and the second floor porch being there. Similar to this, no existing first floor railing at all. We're not going to do that. But the second floor, of course, would have a railing. And so this, in essence, would give you an idea of what we're going for in terms of the look. And so, and then in addition to this, we want to put the driveway back. When they redid the street since we bought it, when we bought it, it wasn't redone. They were just redoing the streets. They covered up the driveway that was there. They put a curb there. But we've talked to the city, and they're looking at reestablishing, cutting that back out so that we can have a driveway there. And so what we're looking to do is have the driveway come up, really a gravel driveway come up to the side of the home. That's not how this home is done, but that's what we'd be looking to do. Now, I don't know if I flew through that too quickly.
No, that's okay. We'll come back and
Okay.
ask additional questions as
Yes.
we go along. And I applaud you because it is one of the eyesores in the South Historic District. So I applaud your enthusiasm to take on this project. That said, anybody on the board want to ask specific questions? Mr. Beaton, are you still out there in Zoom land?
Yes, ma'am, I'm still here.
Okay, great.
Are you calling on me?
Well, I'm offering up to the board, anybody who wants to ask specific questions of Mr. Sheffield.
If someone, I'll yield to anyone in person at the meeting that wants to speak first, but I would like to speak on the.
Okay, anybody else like to speak first or before Mr. Beaton?
Let me take a bit of a crack at it. I am so sorry that this process has been so long and difficult for you. I would agree with our chairman that this is a lot of information for us as a board to absorb. And as much as I would love to say, oh, please, yes, just do what you want. It's going to be beautiful. That's probably not something that would get me reappointed to this board to say. I wonder if there is some way that your process could be prioritized so that we could tackle the big issues first and then waive fees and things associated with you coming back to us, just to give a little more time. I don't know if that's appropriate, Madam Chairman, but.
I don't know that it's inappropriate. I also get the sense because of all the delays that they are somewhat frustrated with our system and would like to get those approvals. So I think as much as we can possibly, it is a lot. I did look at it all, the packet beforehand. I have some concerns, not concerns, some questions as well. Anybody else? We'll come back to that. Anybody else have any questions first?
Is there any way that we could see the difference between what you consider or what you talked to the city about that said did not need our approval and what did? I think that would clarify for us what
I think Mr. Sheffield did say that. I mean, I think it was like the cells specific land.
Correct. What they came back and said was that this replacing the seals and getting the structure sound would not, because we at that point we would have to tear off some of the siding to get to there and lift up the home. But then we were saying all of that will be replaced with like materials. But when we got to that point at that recommendation, we took our builders back through it, and they were like, if we now go lift up this center section and this piece is, you may damage or mess up so we just need some
And there
direction. And
is-
what they
yeah.
want to do is demolish the dilapidated part first, then safely lift up the original and get things done and restored. And they're throwing their hands up, and because we first started this, we just moved here from Michigan a month and a half ago. We started this from Michigan, and we were traveling down to meet with people and all this whole thing. So it's been
Yeah. And honestly, I think anything you do to the house is going to potentially impact the historic integrity of the house. So everything really does kind of come into the purview of this board. It's hard to separate one from the other. Mr. Beaton, do you have questions?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to echo my admiration for Mr. Sheffield taking on a house that's in the condition that this house is in. I frequently drive by the house, and I grew up in the neighborhood, so I'm very familiar with that house and have seen it deteriorate over the years. I don't want to discourage Mr. Sheffield from anything that he wants to do with this house, but I do need to point out a few items that I think in particular we need to discuss. What's being proposed is the use of fiberglass railing and spindles for the railing on the porch. Also, fiberglass column posts are being proposed, and hardy board fiber cement siding is being proposed to be used. All of those issues relate to our charge as a board under City Ordinance 5476, which requires us to use the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehab of buildings under 36 CFR 67. So I think we need to talk about those 4 items in particular about what materials you're proposing to use in the restoration and renovation of the house. But again, let me say, the board, probably unlike a lot of the city boards, we're certainly willing to work with you and do what we can do to have you move forward on this project. And I think all of these points are points that we can point you in a direction that we feel comfortable with as a board. And of course, I can't speak for the other members of the board, but that's certainly how I feel. And I think that's reflected in the advice and consult and decisions that the board has made in the past. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, and those were my same concerns to raise. We are tasked with, as guidance, following the Secretary of Interior standards for the preservation of historic properties, as Mr. Beaton said. And I did copy this preservation brief, and it does speak to the substitution of new materials for historic quality materials. And it really is, once we start that process and if we approve it, then we're going kind of a slippery slope for this board where we have to then consider doing it for everybody. And we've been pretty strong about not doing that, even given the state of your house. So if there's any way we can work with you to use the more appropriate historic materials for those areas.
My wife and I don't know if she's here too. Shannon's here.
She's hiding
here.
smartly.
Yeah, she's hiding. We live in a historic, we have a historic home in Detroit also. And so we're used to this, and we like putting things back and have a representation of where things are. And so if there is a way to go through and do this and now in this time here, in these last 9 months, you've seen what's happened to the price of wood and other materials. We got this stuff quoted in terms of the columns and they're and you see the columns in your package. The wood is 3.5 times more than this here. And so given the extent of because if you see some of those pictures, I don't know what's going to be able to be, you're gonna have to replace all of the siding, all of the, and all that. So we knew that would be a big question here. And so we would appreciate some pointing in direction or other, if that is a possibility to do that and not just totally bankrupt us or whatever, we'd entertain that. But looking at what the options are here and saying, well, what's reasonable? This is what we came up with, and I wanted to get this before you because it has been just too long. And so if that's holding something up, we're definitely still willing to explore the things from the material side, because I would love to have the rest of it, have it all wood.
Okay.
And so that's okay.
I mean, that's my biggest concern. I don't know if anybody else has any. Yeah, I mean, and there are architectural, there's Echo Relics and Jacks. There are architectural salvage places where you may be able to obtain the columns, especially because it's a smaller project.
Yep.
And some of the railings, there are some people there are some local mills as well, sawmills. I know wood is terribly expensive now, and that's unfortunate. But anybody else have any suggestions? I mean, those things are the things I'm concerned about. Anybody else have any other reservations? Otherwise, I think everything looks pretty nice.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think I left one.
Of course you did. No.
I left one item off my list. The fourth item, I think I did say there were four items. The fourth item was the vinyl windows, and also the way they're going to replicate the individual panes is to use faux dividers over a single pane glass, and I do have an issue with that also.
Okay.
I mean, again, that's kind of, yes, what we're tasked
Yeah,
with.
so we're gonna be, because actually I thought the board approved, and maybe this is a slippery, the guy right over
He
next
didn't
to
get
us.
approval. I don't even want to
He
go down
didn't?
that slippery slope right now.
Oh, he didn't? Okay, because I thought the issue was being able to have it so that the dividers, the four-way dividers are outside of the window and are raised and truly look and are of the feel of the period. But if you're saying there's a hard and fast line or hard line where it's only wood, no mixture of, because I agree with you that the post and the railing may be a simpler fine, but with the volume of the siding that has to go on here to try to recover that from old homes, or there would just be no way we can do this. So if the ultimate answer that's the hard line and rule, there's no way this house is gonna get done. And so help us find. We
Okay,
both want
so
to see this
we're- yeah,
restored.
Okay, so we're on windows and siding right now, and the windows, other people have used replacement windows. They've been wood, and they've been wood replacement generally. They may have a vinyl component inside, but the exterior appears to be historic. Does anybody disagree with me and my thoughts on that? So you can, if the windows are beyond repair, and I suspect they are with that house, you can
I think
use.
there's
new-
one window that's good, and I took a picture of it. You
Yeah.
have it.
Yeah, so you can buy new windows. The hope is that, at least from the exterior, they will be wood. The siding now, a source of that much siding, you're right, is going to be a challenge. And I don't think we can tell you right now there's this magical sauce. I guess we have to talk about that. I think you've got enough things to do right now, though, before we get.
We could, but what it's gonna do also, the other thing
Jack
that,
up your budget, yeah.
that's exactly what it's gonna do. If we, with the contractors and whatnot, so if, like I said, we're a fan of historic areas. We don't mind doing a little bit of homework, but we also don't want the roadblocks or the
I understand.
indecisions or the going back and forth or that type of stuff. It just does not help or really bode well for those that want to invest in the community.
Any suggestions or solutions from any board members in regard to the siding specific? Mr. Beaton? Ms. Gano, would you like to come up in public comment? Give your name and address for the record again, please.
Okay, I have a suggestion, and it's not because I did it on my house. I just wanted to, but one alternative is to use the hardy back siding, which in look is absolutely, you wouldn't drive by and notice it, but use that in the back, use it on the sides, use it in the less visible places, maybe compromise and
In the proposal itself, the wood that I'm sorry, I wasn't up to in the proposal itself, the wood that we do think can be kept is only the front of the house. And so it's written in here that we would keep that. But what's on the sides and definitely in the back, there's just, it's just really, but we can try to find a source. I don't mind doing that. But we need to work out a process because I honestly don't want to have our guys starting until we know they can go through and not have to then stop and wait to get on agenda and do all of.
And we
that type of
we
stuff.
want to be solution oriented here and come up with ideas. I don't know what the board's thoughts are on just the front facade and the two being some other substance or the back being another substance. I'm less concerned about the rear, honestly, but the sides and front, anything you see from the street, I guess. Yes, I have. But again, we follow the Secretary of Interior standards and that's not an acceptable product for the most part. And so we're just trying to, I know very much what it is. I think most of us have been involved with home restoration for quite some time.
Yeah, if you look at these pictures, which is worse, right?
Well, but that's not what we're not the pretty face either.
You know, and once we get into setting precedents, we have
That's
a,
what then we're
we have a
saying.
problem.
I know, I sit on a
That's
board
the
also,
problem.
and I know that's gonna be.
That's our conundrum at
I
this
mean,
side of it.
Yeah, you know, the other side of the coin is what happens if this property owner just gets disgusted and leaves? I mean, the house continues to deteriorate.
right.
My question is, why haven't we had a historical board meeting since April when this poor gentleman has been trying to get a project going?
Oh,
But
yeah, I don't have an answer to that one either.
I it can't get,
I
We did have
understand, and
one.
Yes, we have been through 4 planning directors. since
that
that
is
time.
not this gentleman's fault.
Well, it's not, and we
No, well,
sat.
let Miss
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Laria speak first, please, or finish.
Yeah, and we understand. Now we have Ms. Walsh, who is an exemplary planner. We sought her out, we actually hijacked her from somebody else, okay? Because we knew that we needed a planner that could handle this job. She has brought forth cases that have been, we don't know where, since she's been here, and she's only been here since when?
Yeah, and I think we value
Okay.
that, and we
So
want her to
we
stay.
are
Well, and I'd like to just, I'm sorry, go ahead. No. I'd like to add one thing to that comment. When we called again to say, okay, this is where we are, we're down here now, we'd like to come to your office and meet. We heard that she was new, because we were, anyway, she said, oh, okay, where's the address? She came out to the home to walk and see what we were talking about. And so that was very much appreciated. So I applaud the change and the movement in the right direction there. But we're really caught in a very sensitive situation here to try to get this back to being an asset to the community and instead of being a major detractor. And so that's where we are.
Okay, so again, back to the board. And do we have any other solutions? Because the siding is a tough one. I understand from a cost perspective, but yet we're tasked to do a certain thing. What is a compromise that we can live with? Is there one?
The only one I know of is that allow him to use the hardy board on the back, whatever he's going to do. But I think until you get the house to the point where you can put the siding back on, during that time frame, try to find and plan and budget to use the real wood.
And I think they don't want to start it without having all of this basis of
The
information.
lead time on getting this stuff ordered and getting this stuff
Yeah.
going right now is absolutely
Crucial.
Yeah, yeah, so that's
Yeah.
the other piece. What about this? I know you were asking for suggestions from them, but may I?
Please.
Or-
We're all looking for compromise
okay.
suggestions.
And you're gonna have to chime in on this too. Because the concern, if we are able to, because the Hardy board, because I honestly, if you look at the stuff, it is not going to be, and there's no way we can get all of that board salvaged. I do believe if we got the wood windows, the wood posts and railings, would there be an issue with compromising to have the siding being the Hardy board is the smooth, not the type with the little fake wood thing going through it, design, because I don't think I've done homework. I just don't think that much is going to be possible and reasonable. We may be able to do some more homework and get something better than the 3 times what the cost on and actually salvage something and do something along those lines. But I need a workable.
You need the closure to start. I understand that. I'm still a little squeamish about it. I want the board's thought. I mean, I guess because we're weighing this against the house continuing to look like it does, and deteriorating, and I'm trying to weigh all of that in and how that impacts our neighborhood. I live in that neighborhood as well. So I do have concerns about that. Do we think we can live with that, and the fact that we have to look at each house individually in terms of?
Well, my thing would be, we all know, well, I know that construction, lumber, et cetera, it has literally tripled in the course of time since the Sheffields bought the home. By the same token, it has leveled out and it is going down to some small extent, but when something triples, it
Takes a long time to. if
exactly.
ever.
I wonder, it seems to me that I recall, and perhaps you could direct me on this, but there's also a financial accountability to, restoration is horribly expensive. And in this particular case, the applicant has seen prices triple. I wonder if this could be addressed through the financial need to do as much as they can working with a wood product while being able to recoup some funds going with the Hardy board, which, by the way, I much prefer smooth than the true fake wood.
Yeah, I wouldn't put the other one up there.
Could we, when we approve this, if we approve this and tell you can use the Hardy board, put it in and stipulation that it was only done because of a hardship and wanting the house to be preserved and taken out of the distraction from the neighborhood and improving it? So that when people come back and say, well, you used hardboard there, that they would have to come up with some of the same constrictions that.
That's a very, I think.
Well, I think you're trying to avoid the precedent setting, or trying to
Right, yeah.
address the precedent setting
Yeah.
issue we talked about. And I would also feel comfortable if I know you're really trying to find as a first option, the
Yeah.
wood siding if you can, and this is absolute last resort to go to the smooth Hardy board. What is, Mr. Beaton, what's your thought?
Yeah, I'm more than sympathetic to what Mr. Sheffield is trying to do. Let me just float this and see how the rest of the board feels about it, just for discussion purposes. First choice or first option is we want some kind of feedback from him that he's actually made a diligent search for materials to be able to use wood to replace the siding on the house. That's the first option. I'm not sure how much of this we can legally stipulate, but that's what I'd like to see. Second, if the board and Robbie, you probably have, well, I guess some of the other board members do also, have pretty good knowledge of the way this house is located. If we, I don't think if you're facing the house, it sits very close to the house next door. And I'm not sure how much of that side of the house is actually visible from the street if you ride by. The one side I'm really concerned about is the other side of the house, would be the left side.
The empty lot, where the empty lot is.
That is definitely visible because of the house that was on the corner burned many years ago. So what I'm suggesting is as an alternative, if he cannot find materials, is the rear of the house, and I guess I would say that is the north side of the house, the right-hand side of the house that sits so close to the house next door, that hardy board could be used as a substitute in those areas if that area is not visible from either driving on Kirby Street or on Kirkland Street. And I'd like just some discussion on that and see how the rest of the board feels.
Okay, so basically north side and rear hardy board, and the front facade and the south side next to the lot where the foundation is wood.
Yes, and of course,
To summarize what he said.
yeah.
Hardy board.
Yes, I said that.
And what my wife just whispered in my ear, if I may, what just was that, did they know? So we own the lot.
Yes, next door.
Next door also, and we're planning to rebuild there also new. So it wouldn't be for long exposed there, but I hear what you're saying in terms of getting as much of the natural material there. And I'm a numbers person, and I don't mind going back and doing the homework and showing the vendors we've looked at or explored stuff with or whatever. That's not an issue. If you want something with respect to evidence or quantification of the hardship, if we went one way or another.
And that's what you're requesting in terms of updates for this project as to where the Sheffields stand with moving forward with some of these costs. Is that what you're suggesting, Larry?
Yes. And you know, and I don't need proposals or whatever. I think just correspondence from Mr. Sheffield in writing would be sufficient.
Yeah, so even if you share that with Ms. Walsh and she brings it to the group, so that you don't have to, we know you're going to be busy. You don't have to come back.
And Madam Chair, my only comment about what Mr. And I'm really getting excited if he's talking about building a house on the corner of Kirkland and Kirby also, but I'm suspecting that the house that he would propose to build on that corner is certainly not going to sit as close to this house as it does on the other side. So I would say probably that south side of the house is going to be visible from the road, even when you build that other house.
Yes, but not full from Kirkland though.
Right.
I guess that's what I was saying. But yes, point well taken. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so does anybody want to entertain a motion and summarize what we've just discussed?
I'm not even sure.
Well, Larry could.
Larry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm not even sure I can say all that again, but Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we accept Mr. Sheffield's application with his agreement that he is going to use wooden materials for the construction of railings and spindles for the porch, wood for construction of the column post, wooden exterior wooden construction for the windows that need to be replaced, and that hardy board would be, and that he is going to diligently research availability of wooden materials to replace the siding and report back to us on his findings, report back to our planning director on his findings. And as an alternative, if nothing can be found, that hardy board be authorized for use on the west side and the north side of the house in those areas that are not visible from either Kirkland Street or from Kirby Street.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I have a second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Okay, now I'm getting, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm getting signals from our mayor that he wants us to end soon. No? Nada? Well, we've got a lot more too, so we'll
Yeah.
keep moving.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
could we get some feedback from the planning director about, well, I'm sorry, you've got another case, so
yes, we have another case that I want to get through quickly.
I'll
okay?
let you pursue.
We're going to case 21-21, request for certificate of appropriateness to replace asphalt shingles with metal roofing. The location is 707 Laurel Street, Palatka, and the applicant is St. John's River Baptist Association. Okay, Ms. Walsh.
This is a pretty simple swap out of the shingles to a metal roof, typical metal roof that you see on many other buildings in the historic district. The building itself is not historic at this time. It was built in 1989. I would believe that it satisfies all the criteria for the Secretary of Interior standards. I don't see any, I recommend approval.
Okay, so, and this is the roof already on?
No.
Okay, okay. I don't want to upset you. Just, okay, don't want to upset you, so, okay, that's fine.
There's sub waterproofing, like Tyvek
Okay.
wrapping on it, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've gone by it numerous times and I just didn't click. Okay, so any questions from the board?
Madam Chair,
Yes?
one quick question. What is the color of the metal they're going to use?
Silver.
Silver. It's silver galvanum, I'm sure. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Would you like to come up and make a public comment? I know you've had. Okay, please do. No. You've got 3 minutes.
Lisa Greer,
sir.
and I'm the executive director of St. John's River. And the roof's been taken off, I don't know how long now. Thank God we've not had a hurricane. They did put the sheeting on it that they put on when they replaced roofs in hurricanes, so he assured me it didn't leak. It didn't, but just the communication, just like Mr. Sheffield. November, and I don't understand. I don't understand how government works. I know they like to tax us with fire tax. Oh, I'm not supposed to say
Okay,
that.
well, you're getting
Not
off
a
onto
tax.
something. That's not within our purview. So we really can't answer all those questions.
But I do want to say you all could communicate better with the city employees that deal with the approval of these type things in construction, so they would know.
Okay, thank you. I think we do, and we're all volunteers, I might add. Thank you very much, though. Okay. Okay, yeah,
Madam Chair,
okay, okay. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'd like to make a motion to approve based on staff recommendation.
Okay, Mr. Beaton? do you have
second,
something to say?
second the motion.
Okay, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, good. We're moving on. Okay, thank you, sir. You're all set. Sorry for all the delays.
You have to send something to the city, and then we.
They're right here. They're here.
They handle that.
We know that. They're here.
Mr. Creeder, I would like to speak with you after the meeting to explain the process to you. We can get a letter of approval to you out by Tuesday at the latest, even this evening if I have the chance to get to it. And that will go to the county, and the county will then issue the building permit. Okay?
Thank you so much for your patience. Okay, review of draft of updated Palatka Community Redevelopment Plan for consistency with Palatka Code of Ordinances, Palatka Comprehensive Plan, and historic preservation efforts. Has everybody had a chance to look at the proposed CRA plan?
Not much.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir, Mr. B.
could we ask the planning director if it would be possible for us to delay a review of this because of the number of issues that need to be discussed in the plan. Maybe we could schedule a workshop meeting just to discuss this and then come back at our next meeting for a vote.
Yeah, and we could, if it works out for the board, schedule the workshop before our next meeting, so we get this done.
We can do that. We could also, if needed, perhaps call a special meeting.
That would be fine. That would be great.
Because this will be in support of a grant application. It's also going before the commission.
Okay.
So-
And we did have somebody for public comment. Do you want to hold on that, Mr. Parker, until we do that? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to postpone our discussion. Please review it. It's in your packet and have some thoughts about it when you be prepared to discuss at the next. I'm sorry. Yes, I will do that in a second. Do we have a motion to table this agenda item?
I would make a motion to table this agenda item.
Okay, second?
A second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposition? Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Okay. We're all set. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Revenue and enterprise funds. Yeah, that's right.
For general fund, there were no material changes. The reserve amount is still set at 24%. So we will go to the next special revenue fund, or sorry, enterprise fund first is airport. So that for the airport, you will notice one change is that we were granted from FAA CARES money again for next fiscal year, which we will use to pay off debt, which in turn reduces the amount of general fund that we supplement the airport with. There's also the FAA Airway Phase 2 West. That grant is a continuation of the project into next fiscal year. You also have the T hangar project that we just received this fiscal year rolling into next year. And also the T hangar light project. Do you have any questions about any of the grants in the airport fund?
No questions. Didn't look bad. Keep going.
Okay, so we will go ahead and move on to the operating revenues. Operating revenues include your leases, your fuel sales, as well as your donations for the fly-in event, land leases, and building rentals. One notable change is that this year you will see the breakout between the hangar rentals and also the hangar maintenance fee. Those are in two separate general ledger lines. Do you have any questions about any of the revenues for the airport fund?
No.
No, okay. All right, moving right along to airport expenses. As general fund and the other funds I stated, it is slotted for option 2 for the salary study. So most notably in the salary lines, as well as the benefit lines, such as FICA, you're gonna see that option 2 slotted in. Does not mean that by adopting the budget, when the time comes, does not mean that you're agreeing to option 2. It simply means that option 2 is slotted into your budget.
So just tell them what the net changes.
So net changes in personnel, there's an increase of about 46,000. Operating, you have an increase of net 85,000. That is due to the increase in fuel sales, most notably, as well as your hangar maintenance being separated out.
And how many employees is that? That's over 3 employees?
Correct. That's 3 employees. This fiscal year, we took 2 part-time employees and merged it into 1 full-time employee, which also created an increase because you're paying benefits for an additional person. And then under your operating expenses, of course, you have the matching capital outlay, which matches up with your revenue coming in from your grants.
Any questions? No questions.
All right, moving on along to the golf fund. This year, we are trending that the golf fund will be returning to us about 55,000. In that contract, we are required to spend half of that on capital outlay. So as that money comes in, we in turn take that 27.5 and we'll be plugging that into capital outlay for the golf course. The general fund does send money over to the golf fund for the debt that's in there. But overall, it had a net decrease in that fund. So this current fiscal year, you're at 320,000. Next year, it's at 315,000. So there was a net decrease.
The debt comes off in 23. The golf debt comes off. Is that
I'm not, I
October 23, I think.
think so, but I'll have to double check that.
Same as airport.
Should be 23.
So
Airport's 24.
just so that you just so it's for public record, just what was the impact, what are we looking at as the impact from the general fund?
The general fund is sending golf course $224,565 for revenue.
And last year?
Last year, you mean this current year?
Yeah,
Or
this fiscal year.
this fiscal year was 225,025.
And how much did the golf course pay back?
We're anticipating at the end of this fiscal year, they'll be sending back 55,000.
So it's a net of 170.
Correct. But the debt,
Yeah, what is our debt? Because I thought we were paying like 160 something a year.
correct, the debt is $169,445 this year.
So it's
So they're about break even.
so break even without debt service. And
Correct.
we're anticipating increased revenues coming up, right?
I'm sorry?
We're anticipating increased revenues for the coming year.
Yes, correct.
So it should be this year and next year, this year and next.
This year
time.
and next year. Mhm. So when that debt falls off, the general fund will not have to supplement that fund.
Right.
We've been tracking.
Okay.
And yes, the last payment is September of 2023. I have it noted on the budget sheet.
Mhm.
We're a far cry from the 388 we inherited.
Definitely moving in the right direction there. All right, we can jump to our next enterprise fund, which is the utility fund. For utilities, we are anticipating a 6% increase to the fund. As far as the revenues that are coming in and the fees that are assessed. Oh, I'm sorry, at the top is the grants. So the grants, some are a continuation, some are ones that have been recently awarded that we're just rolling into next fiscal year. For instance, the HMGP is rolling. Do you have any questions about the grants?
No.
Okay. Water sales, the 6% anticipated increase. And I do want to note on the other revenues, next page, Sunny. You do see a decrease in the communication tower lease. This is due to our recent Sprint. Sprint is no longer on our tower, so that was a decrease in revenue.
Where's the generator?
And there are loan proceeds in this fund as well. We could see potentially to not need the loan proceeds, depends on how we spend our ARPA funding.
Any questions so far?
I know this is quick.
Water sales, I got a question on water
Yeah.
sales.
The increase?
Well, just water sales in general. We're selling water to other people? I mean, while we sell them?
To end users in the county.
Right, okay. So that was just my question. I was just wondering,
Yeah, and it's broken out between water and sewer,
okay.
so two separate things.
Your revenue.
Anybody other than people who are customers, like our tech, people who are within the city limits, but we're extended out to other people we're selling to customers.
It includes all of it.
Okay.
So the way that's broke down, it includes all your potable water sales. The special rates aren't calculated differently. They're all included in your
Okay,
total.
then my other question is, then when we have those water breaks, that it end up with the customers, when they don't know that their water is leaking and they get this huge water bill, that's all calculated in there too?
No,
It's not the usage. This is just based on what they pay for. Like, so that's not based on usage.
Okay,
Like, so if they get a break in what's in there, that's different.
all right, I was just,
and that, they have the opportunity to dispute that as well. We do write-offs for residents.
Okay.
so-
Yeah, so they write it off and then they also have the appeals right to the city manager. If, so the gas authority can go up to 50% based upon certain criteria. And then anything above that has to get approval from the city manager.
all right,
That's the new policy that we implemented when shortly after Commissioner McCaskill came on board.
yeah. Okay, that's all.
All right, so we can go ahead and skip forward into utility fund. We'll start with the water plant. Down. Sorry, Sunny. So the effect on this fund, personnel increase of $90,510. Part of that is attributed to overtime, 12,500 of it. If you look at the trend of what that department spends on overtime, the current budget of 22,500 isn't realistic when last fiscal year you spent about 53,000 on overtime.
That was based.
Oh, sorry.
Part of that was,
Yep, so if you look at the overtime line, which is 1,400, you'll see this fiscal year, we budgeted 22,500, but last fiscal year, we spent about 52,000. So we increased that overtime line, but we also decreased a line that was titled holiday pay.
7,000.
So there were a few changes, but the net overall was an increase of 90,000.
Any particular things that really stuck out that created the overtime from that respect?
Personnel shortage. You had a period where you were short-staffed and people had to literally live up to at the water plant just so that it would function. So
So when you, yeah, correct, when you have those vacancies and you're requiring staff and specific staff at that, because they have specific criteria of the shifts and who has to be on. Sometimes you can cause employees to be working 16-hour days because they have to fill that gap of missing an additional person.
Yeah.
So that's gonna cause them, correct?
Okay.
In some ways, there's a net savings because you're not paying that additional person, but you're still paying 1.5 of a current staff member.
While you're wearing them out.
Yes.
yeah,
Instead of a non-economic cost too.
yeah, that was the piece. That's the scary piece.
The other notable change that I want to note for water plant is actually down in the capital outlay. One thing that I did was I pulled off the carbon filters and I did put a note there for ARPA. This is an ARPA eligible expense. So you could potentially save this fund $345,000 for that replacement of carbon filters.
And then it's also one that we have on our appropriations request list as well. You want to chime in? So we did that with the delegation on Tuesday.
Yes, sir. So this project is a project that has to happen. We're under consent order with DEP. 2 months ago, we were shortlisted by DEP for state revolving loan funds too. So you've got some choices moving into the next year. You could use the ARPA funds, or we could continue forward with the debt service.
And we'll even, and we're going to push it out as well through the appropriations process.
All right, next up, the next department. Water and sewer distribution. No notable changes as far as the personnel or operating. However, capital is where you're going to see the main increase in this fund. That is because of the capital outlay projects that are slotted. Most notably, you'll see the potable Palatka Heights line. That's probably one of the bigger projects in that fund, and that's matched with SRF funding coming in. And as we go through the ARPA budget workshop, we will be identifying projects on here that are eligible for ARPA funding. I know that's something that we've discussed previously as well.
And one caveat with sanitary sewer, what are we budgeting from a CIP standpoint?
Can you scroll down to the water and sewer distribution capital outlay? Right now, the biggest thing is doing the assessment of the sanitary sewer, that $385,000 grant project.
Resiliency.
Yeah, so, you know, as we move through the next year, then we're going to know the capital outlay for those improvements or repairs. Right now, we don't really know where we need to invest the money, so that's the first step.
But the consciousness that we need to have from the commission side of it is knowing that as that report comes back in, then we've got to basically put together a plan, no differently than what we did with the potable side. because
There
it's
is
gonna be
one
critical.
pending grant application, sir. Approximately 1.5 million going to DEO for some sanitary sewer lining. We did have a small number of areas that Rhett identified where we needed some lining. We didn't need the, you know, the 385,000 to identify, but there will be a significant number of lines that need to be lined or replaced because of their age and condition.
But just food for thought as we begin to plan for the future. Any questions?
Utility administration is the last department in this fund. One notable change is that we did add a project manager due to the increase in projects that are funding through this department. We felt it was needed. That is something that was added in this fiscal year. We have continually been advertising it, as well as we had interviews for it as well. But that is one notable change in that increase in the personnel.
And the belief is that that's gonna lead to net cost savings, long-term and greater efficiencies. Yes, sir.
Is that the engineer? Is that the engineer position?
Yes,
Yeah, engineer, project manager, based upon what certifications are in place. The hope is to, if you create that position, the immediate desire is for engineering. And I think there's a plan to try to build up to the certifications necessary if you can't find anybody at your budgeted range.
I think, my opinion, I think we need to really strongly consider paying an engineer based on the number of projects that we have that, based on some of the projects that were completed and some of the grading, among other things. I think we can benefit greatly from having those expertise and not,
relying on,
going in and we're having people.
for a,
projects impacted.
for a PE, the reason to have that designation is if you would be signing and sealing plans. And that's not something that this particular job would be doing. and forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn on that, but it's more of the project management side because you're going to be paying firms to actually sign and seal those plans. To find someone that has that expertise,
And we can recover it through grants from the admin side.
We just need to pay for those kind of projects because we've had a number of projects that really needed those expertise, and it did us. So I think we need to really consider, it's only a few more $1,000 we need to pay versus we have $100,000, $1 million projects. And the engineers, that's their forte.
a PE starts around $85,000 to $95,000.
We made an offer, Commissioner. We had an engineer that we wanted. We made an offer and we were not successful in hiring him.
Yes,
So
we just need to strongly consider that we keep bargaining down, and if we're gonna get what we're paying for. And if we keep paying for bargain things, we're gonna keep getting bargain jobs and things are not gonna be done proper.
So do you want to see, so are you recommending an increase in that line to look at what possibilities exist?
That's what I recommend. I just don't think we need to keep going down the same path of making bargains, trying to do bargain work, and we end up showing up.
Yeah, I apologize.
No, go ahead.
We probably need 20,000 more. 65 won't get it. We tried at 65, so you probably need something in the 85 range.
Probably in the 100, but I just make it
Okay.
range it 100, so that way we run into it, if that's okay with the rest of the commission.
I agree, but I would like for them to be certified. We don't want somebody to come in here that's not
But
certified.
also, if we put that line in there, and I know you're getting ready, go ahead and give me your point, and I'll tell you what my thought is.
Okay, it's gonna be really hard to attract a licensed PE even for that pay range, just because they're gonna come with certain amount of years of experience, and they're probably gonna be getting paid 6 figures already in the private sector. However, there are a lot of entry level or 2 to 3 year individuals that can become licensed or in the process of becoming licensed within a year. The candidate that we identified last time was actually in the process of testing and applying for licensure and was going to be able to become licensed within 1 calendar year of hire. So we may have to entertain a semi-entry level position to be able to get somebody. That's my only comment.
I'm not sure you can do that. I think if you're in that program, you have to be working under a PE in
All
order
right.
to gain that
I
certification.
can speak from personal experience. You can pay for peer reviews and licensed individuals will sign off on your work for licensure.
So let's do this. Assuming that we move forward from this process, going into our first reading, let's do a quick worksheet, which gives the pros and cons and what the valuation thought process needs to be at that point, so that we can finalize that as a part of it. I think that quick blurb will kind of put us where we need to be. We can budget high and always amend.
So leave the budget at 100,000 right now.
Do it at 100. We can always amend. It's a lot easier for us to phase down.
Okay.
Next up, we have sanitation. Sanitation had a 6% increase to its rates, and that was for residential and non-residential. Once again, each department in sanitation, the garage maintenance, as well as the sanitation department, is slotted for option 2.
What's the number?
The total number for garage maintenance is $147,062 in personnel. Sorry, Sunny, I'm driving. Right here. And then you have their operating at $17,900.
So we're looking at,
$1,000 increase, but a net decrease. And this is for garage maintenance.
what's the option 2 personnel increase? amount?
It's not, it's a decrease.
Decrease 1,200.
Mhm. Keep in mind, it's not apples to apples. When I did the tentative budget, this is not a reflection completely of the prior year budget because I don't know if there were changes to the cost centers for individuals.
Right.
For example, if my position was budgeted in regular salaries, but next year it's an executive, they're going to be broken out. So your budget is prepared by where people are being paid at currently. So if there was a split funded position and now it's all in one department,
Then
it's
it'll
not
look
gonna
different
be
based upon.
apples, correct. Next up, we have the sanitation department. This one also is a net decrease. However, this is with option 2, so keep that in mind. And then we'll go down to their operating, which had a slight decrease. And one thing I want to note, this year currently, the professional services, so how much we've been paying for remedy staffing, I believe at this point in time, we're about $47,000 that we paid remedy staffing for temp employees. Those temp employees are being paid $17 an hour. So you're paying people at a very high premium through remedy staffing.
To do a job that you're paying staff considerably less to do.
Correct.
Right. Well, you're short staff. You're in a position where you don't have a choice but to use them. If you don't use them, you don't
Correct.
function.
We're 6 down, not
Nope.
counting 2 out for health reasons.
Go back to your dumpster allocations. And then explain to them what's going on. Mr. Holmes, you want to take that?
I'm sorry, what now?
The
The dumpsters
dumpsters.
and garbage containers.
Yes, sir. We met yesterday. We apparently from October 1st until now have ended up buying about an additional $39,000 worth of garbage cans. We apparently have a significant theft, loss, problem with the garbage cans. They are serial numbered. And we met yesterday, was it? Regarding some possible options for trying to address that. Garbage cans now are costing us about $70 a can. And there's a shipping charge that's substantial, about $700, and we have to buy a lot, minimum lot of about 150 now. So garbage cans are not an insignificant item at this point. And according to staff, most of the cans we're replacing are not cans that are wearing out or being destroyed. Apparently the cans we're buying now are fairly durable. We're just flat losing the cans. They're going away. So some of them, I mean, there's a couple theories that I won't go into about what's happening, but we're going to try to address that as we move forward in a couple of different ways.
It's a lot of theft.
Can we start getting the cans rolled out to some of the homes? Some of them some people may need some of those cans, additional cans that we were distributing when we were doing once a week pickup that time.
No, that's not the issue. The issue is, I guess hypothetically, you got a can issued for your residence.
Oh,
It
they're
comes
still-
up missing,
Oh,
then we're paying the cost of replacement.
oh, okay.
And
I
so
thought-
you're ending up with about a $40,000 bill
Oh,
for
okay.
replacing cans that have been stolen.
Oh,
Some,
okay.
some of them theoretically end up at county residences, or in other places. And so, the problem is, again, you got to address the fact that you've got an unbudgeted expense really that hits you significantly higher than you've had before.
We, police department doing a really good job. They just
They're not gonna chase
snapped,
garbage cans.
the other night, so if we get a little timing on it, we can probably get the can snatcher.
Good luck. It won't be on the high priority list. So, but it's something that we gotta look at from a policy standpoint, to figure out what we can do. Because it's a $40,000 problem right now. So,
Debt service, we did have one debt fall off. For capital outlay, staff is weighing the option of buying outright versus potentially adding another debt service in replacement of the one that fell off. That's something that we'll take a look at whenever it goes to be purchased, and that'll be brought before the commission, of course. The Bank of America lease. I'm not sure exactly what equipment that was, so. But it's that top one, the
It's the
peach
rear.
colored one.
it's it's on the rear loader. But the other part, I think the other thing you gotta consider now, as we start to move forward, is as we get into replacement of our trucks. And the fact that we're having difficulty in retaining, retaining people in sanitation, is do we start looking at the automatic trucks that actually start to dump, and they have the arms on them that can actually do that? Because we found too many times, it's been a number of times, we've had our sanitation director jump on the back of the truck or drive a truck because we're short staffed, or even bring guys from other departments in to kind of help out along the way. You know, unfortunately, where we are at this time, finding people who are willing to work is hard. And so we've got to make sure that we begin to look at viable options that allow us to do the jobs more efficiently. You want to add anything?
We discussed that. There'd be some labor savings. The trucks cost a little bit less, as I understand. And something that we're talking about, putting a plan together to let you guys consider.
And then the old trucks with service backups.
I think our cans would still work. The ones we were buying now would
Yeah.
they would still work with the newer types of trucks. So
They were built in anticipation of possibly changing over.
All right, next up, we have the tax increment fund, also known as the CRA.
You want to talk about the reserves on sanitation?
Yeah, we can go back. So the reserves on sanitation after the audit and what we are anticipated to spend this fiscal year, and based on prior year actuals, your contingency reserve is at $305,952, which is a 4% reserve.
0.4%.
Yes, 0.4%. Best practice is 16%. So I mean, it's honestly, you would have to increase your revenue coming in or decrease services. You'd have to find ways to cut back to build that reserve back up.
So it's a real conversation that hasn't happened this fiscal year. As a,
25% of what we need.
And TIF.
Can we go back to that?
you about to cover what? Tiff?
All right, so TIF has two different revenue sources. You have the county share and also the city share. Both of them, of course, the revenue is dependent upon the millage rate that the city and the county adopts. So potentially, if the county decreases their millage, that will also decrease the amount of revenue that comes into the TIF. Cash balance forward is healthy in this fund for the different districts. So you've got the downtown at 272,000, south at 61,000, and north at 35,000. The CRA did meet. They discussed each of these items. One thing I do want to note is that they had decided that they were going to wait until after their strategic planning session to talk about the HIP program and where they were going to be allocating funds for that, if they would be allocating funds for that.
I got one speaker. You can come on up, Mr. Parker.
Parker, 528 Kirby Street. Commissioner, thank you for your service. It always amazes me at how many different areas that you have to be knowledgeable in to move our city forward. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to read through the draft plan, CRA. I'm not going to read all 22 goals to you, but I do want to highlight a few of those goals within that plan. Goal number 4, promote, encourage, and incentivize homeownership within the development. Preservation of historic housing neighborhoods. Goal number 21, advocate for the health and safety of the redevelopment area of residents and visitors. Within the plan on page 101, of the 146 estimated housing units located within the South Historic redevelopment area, 0 units were built after 2000. The exclusivity of older homes within this redevelopment area in the greater downtown is an important component of this report, as the age of the housing has a direct correlation with the decline of its condition. Typically, with homes older than pre-construction increases, which means home ownership within the city will become cost prohibitive for its current and prospective owners as the property continues to age. Yet,
You cut your mic on first.
Okay. Yet, within the plan, we've allocated $0 for the home improvement program. I think the commission should consider funding the home improvement portion of the budget to $60,000 from 0 for this next fiscal year, and going forward with incremental increases proportionate to the increases in the fund. Sources of revenue could be within the professional services, capital outlay, landscaping, and or reserves. I'm not sure how the budget versus the CRA versus the Historic Preservation Board works. The details of that, those funds don't have to be worked out here tonight. They can be worked out later. There is a draft of the redevelopment plan, and I don't believe it does specify the details of that program. The HIP program has not been funded for the past 2 years. After reviewing the current plan, draft, and the proposed plan, I saw no reason to rewrite the current plan unless it was required to do so by DEO or some other state agency. The HIP program has been the backbone program of the improvements and the increase in taxable value in the South Historic District. The purpose is to mitigate blight. Well, we still have blight in our neighborhood. Taxable values in the South Historic District have increased more rapidly than in the North or Central or the city in general. And as the last thing I'd like to know is when our obligation of the South Historic District ends with the infrastructure improvements. That's all I have. Thank you.
What is it? You're asking when is the debt service in? It's 20, it was a 20-year allocation. I think we're on like year 4 or 5 now. Yeah. Does anyone want to, anyone want to respond to any questions that were there with Mr. Parker? I'll respond by saying this, and I think we've talked a little bit about it as it relates to the HIP program. There's a lot of discussion that was put in place. The CRA board, which is comprised of the commission and 2 county representatives, as well as a downtown Palatka representative, talked extensively about what our vision was for the HIP program and the way it was put in place. Staff has been working on a rewrite of the HIP program so that we find ourselves in a position where we begin to help more people and we don't push for deferred maintenance on properties. One of the things that we're looking at is the possibilities of limiting the amount of the award so that we can spread it to more individuals to see if that's an opportunity. And I think the biggest piece of it is the finalizing the rewrite and having all those pieces in place so that all those things are there. The goals that you read are the goals we adopted. And so we're fully aware of those and looking for an opportunity to do that. The biggest piece of that puzzle, as you know, is when we start talking about what is the dollar for dollar impact. We found that commercial rehab had a significant impact dollar for dollar because it as it related to the projects as opposed to what we were getting from the residential side. We've talked about some of the collateral pieces as it relates to that, but that's where we've been. And so I don't know the thoughts of the commission are. The plan is to look at, once we get everything finalized, to come back and look at it from a budgeting standpoint within the CRA to see exactly where we put the HIP program at in its new form. Any other comments or thoughts? Commissioner Bourne?
Well said, Mayor.
So any other comments? So I think probably the easiest thing to say is just kind of stay tuned. We'd love to have your input at the CRA meeting as we begin to discuss the new terms of what we're looking at so that we can spread it out. I'm sure people like Mr. Sheffield will be excited to come in there, considering his tremendous undertaking coming up. But I think those are all opportunities that we have before us. And we're excited about what the future brings. So again, thanks for your comments. We can move forward.
We're on Better Place. Do you have any, are there any other questions about TIF or CRA?
Any questions on CRA? None.
Better Place, one thing I do want to note is there is a significant increase in your sales surtax. These estimates are done by EDR, and I want to note that it is at a 95% collection that I've budgeted this at. During the FY21 adoption process, EDR did caution everyone because of COVID impacts to be very conservative with your numbers. So it does look like a very large increase, but we've also collected more this year that will be rolling into next year.
And then just reiterate how some of the other projects are also housed inside of that same fund.
Correct. So this fund is also kind of used as a capital fund. So capital projects that are eligible, let's say that they needed a match. If Better Place funds are able to be that match, we would house that grant within this fund. Simply because you can use Better Place funds rather than your general fund.
To leverage and spread dollars more.
Correct.
Any questions from the commission? No questions.
What's the DHR Union Station?
So those were actually 2 grants that we did not get. And that was for City Hall and Union Station. They were each 500,000, but we were not awarded them.
Historic grants, historic preservation grants. So remember, historic preservation grants we were looking at to do some facility upgrades, both in City Hall and at the train station.
So Union Station is the train station?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And that is the last of our funds.
Any questions on the presentation? Commissioner McCaskill?
No, there are no questions and you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Borum?
Awesome, John. Thank you for putting that together for us, and I love the format.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes, when we start talking about sanitation, deficit for the reserve, have we looked into doing the way that we money from public housing, because the demand that we have to get their garbage, and they're only doing a payment in lieu of taxes. What are we gonna do there? Plan there, city manager?
Well, that is a topic that we are going to attempt to ask you to address during our strategic planning session. That is one of the topics.
The PHA pays the residential garbage rate just like any other single family residence would.
That per unit?
Yes, sir.
So what do they give us, pay us, payments in lieu of taxes for? What services?
That's for the pipe.
No, but Jonathan just said that he paid per, like
That's-
any other resident.
That's in lieu of ad valorem taxes. It's in lieu of ad valorem taxes.
The payment in lieu of taxes is in lieu of ad valorem taxes, but they do still pay for water and
They pay
sewer
for
on a per unit basis.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I thought that the garbage, I thought we were gonna look into like giving them dumpsters instead of, maybe that's just something that's not at this time, but we were talking about the deficit. Is that a way that we could recoup from the deficit, from those number of units, the high volume that they have? I'm just asking.
They pay that side of things at the same rate as other residents.
No.
Remember, we had a little issue about whether right now they pay it actually on a bulk basis. They make the collection individually, pay us on a bulk basis. We're talking about going to our having to collect unit by unit, but that didn't materialize. But still, the issue that you raise is a valid issue about the $13,000 total.
16.5 for it.
13,000,
It's, but I think what you're talking about, it ends up being more of your fire and police protection and other things, other services that are there, that become the issue. And that's where, it's critical. So if you remember the conversation with the county before, it was based on fire services that were in place. And some of the other, non-ad valorem assessments.
We were supposed to be working on the special assessment piece for PHA, the one deal where with the amount of services that you're receiving in between Walmart and PHA.
Definitely talked about it with Mr.
Woods.
Our advisor on the.
Lawson.
Lawson.
I'm sorry, Lawson, yeah, Mark Lawson. Haven't gotten a lot of traction.
I think it's time to move forward with the joint commission meeting with the PHA board, which is something we've discussed with them as well, to see how we can further the partnership.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Commissioner Campbell, got anything else?
I'm sorry, I have nothing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shank. I think we have finally made headway on this budget as we start to move forward and really addressed, I think, a lot of pertinent issues as to where we are. And we'll kind of put forward, I think we just need to work on a recapture strategy as it relates to building reserves. So there was an intentional spend down at one point to kind of to deal with some capital issues that were there. And I think we're at a point where it'll build, the fund again has had a history of being extremely healthy. It'll build itself up. That's not something I think we're extremely concerned with from that standpoint, but it's just making sure that we address, some of those things that are unforeseen, such as missing garbage cans.
Good, I'd like to recognize Ms. Shank, she hasn't been with the city that long, and budget, that COVID issues, that family COVID issues, and I personally done a great job with the budget presentation preparation.
Seems like she's been here forever. So it doesn't seem like she's just been here for a few months. She's jumped in running and seems to fit right in. I think we've been stuck with her for 5 years now.
It's in my nature.
Ms. Shanks say put some respect on her name.
So,
No, I do hope that the new format is a little easier to read. It answers a lot of questions on the forefront. Also helps staff address questions ahead of time. And also shows you the fiscal impact, not in just a percentage, but a dollar amount too.
yeah, and I think this is also a good exercise. It gives an opportunity for our citizens. We rarely get to see this many smiling faces through masks, sitting in the room enduring us going through the budget process. But I think it's an enlightening process for everybody. And it gives an idea of what thought processes go into building the budget. So if there's nothing else before us at this time, we're gonna go ahead and close this workshop with the motion to adjourn. And and then we'll get ready to take a 2-minute recess and move into our regular scheduled meeting.
Motion adjourned.
Okay. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is our September 2nd City of Palatka Commission meeting, continued from August 26, 2021. We ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation led by Commissioner Borum. Yes, sir.
Thank you for a day that we have not seen before. Thank you for the little things in life, dear God. And as we proceed with this meeting, conducting the business of our city, please give us the guidance and direction that we need in order to help make the best decision for our city. We ask these things in your son Jesus' name. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Hill,
Here.
Commissioner Campbell,
Present.
Commissioner Jones,
Here.
Commissioner Boyd,
Present.
Commissioner McCaskill. Here. All present and accounted for, Mayor. We have quorum.
Thank you. Next up is approval of minutes. We have items A through C. Our minutes from our July 22nd commission meeting, our July 29th budget workshop meeting, and our August 9th second budget workshop meeting. Has everyone had an opportunity to review minutes?
I'll make a motion that we approve.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to public recognitions and presentations. First up is Public Works.
Mayor and Commissioners, I asked that this item be placed on the agenda. As you know, in recent weeks and months, there's been a lot of interest and inquiry concerning the workload and the performance of the Public Works Department, particularly in the mowing arena. And I have asked Mr. Ladd to come down today and just provide a couple of points of information. And then I have a follow-up with a presentation that in which I'm going to ask Warden Howe and Lieutenant Carter and our own Officer Robinson to speak for a couple of minutes about a potential way of us trying to address an issue. Right now, we have 6 vacancies in Public Works that are permanent vacancies, or I mean, it is not just a temporary work outage. We have 2 more that are out for health reasons. And I'm going to let, with the commission's approval and permission, let Mr. Ladd explain the working relationship that he has and the difficulties he's encountering in trying to get everything done with the staff that he's got.
It looks a little different today.
And welcome back, Mr. Ladd.
Yes, thank you. So this is just a general, quick overview of what the tasks and duties are for the.
Your light on your mic?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Pull it down a little bit. There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah.
So this is a general overview of the tasks and duties of the streets, parks, and the grounds maintenance crew. If you can go to the next slide, we have a 7-man crew with 1 vacant, so it's a total of 8 guys that we can staff. The next slide, please. 86.97 maintained acres that this 7-man crew has to maintain. We have 18 parks, community centers, recreation areas, which is 45 acres. Well, I just talked to Jonathan earlier, so we're closer to 8 acres that is actually contracted for the city riverfront and the overflow lot. 3 cemeteries, which is 41 acres, and they're contracted out just for mowing. We still have to maintain these areas. The FDOT right-of-way maintenance, we have 8 miles of state right-of-way. That equates to 64 miles of edging, which is sidewalks and curbs, in just that 8-mile stretch. The FDOT pays us $51,665 per year to maintain that right-of-way. This is a copy of the schedule that we're doing. We just started putting this together. This is the schedule we're doing on a daily basis. And right now, the crew can only maintain the orange area, and we're filling in on the purple area, which was the inmate, what the inmates would have covered at the time when we had the inmates. And then we're filling in. Obviously, we got them color coded for streets right away under the red colors, and all of the bush hogging is done in the green areas. And we're filling in as we can get to them. Currently, we have 99 open work orders for streets, parks, and grounds. These work orders consist of concrete repairs, potholes, street sign repairs, replacements, tree trimming and removal, ditch cleaning, storm inlet repairs, cleaning and irrigation repairs. Currently, we have 38 pothole work orders open, 27 concrete work orders open, 29 tree-related work orders open, 20 street sign-related work orders open, and 10 storm-related work orders that we're trying to also fill in on the schedule of mowing.
You don't have a dedicated mowing crew right now.
No, sir, we do not. We're basically about, and on top of that, I have 2 drivers that have CDL license that I'm actually covering in the sanitation department to cover 3 of those roles.
So you're taking 2 of your drivers, putting them in sanitation?
Yes, sir. Because we're short 3 drivers in sanitation.
What we just talked about during budgeting.
Right.
So that's just a quick overview of kind of a day-to-day operation for a 7-man crew.
And typically, what would you have with if you had your work crews working
If
with
we
you?
had the work crews, we had 2. We would have an additional 10 men with 2 supervisors. And then with just in the work crews, 1 5-man work crew could do the state system by itself in a 5 to 7 day rotation. Just the state system.
How long is it taking you?
We haven't completed it since we lost the inmate crew. Not completely completed it. We've basically just been like knocking it down and trying to weed eat what we can just to make it look presentable.
Any questions?
So, Mr. Ladd, like on last Monday, what you're saying is the only task that you guys were able to complete was the Bronson House and Fred Green Park?
Just the Bronson House and Fred Green Park, it was a little over 5 acres. And on top of that, they've tried to do some of whether they were on the 207 section of the state system, which is over the bridge, or they were out by the Beck Chrysler building on Highway 17 North.
Well, I can tell you that I contacted Mr. Holmes about the unkept right-of-ways in the city. And as I was traveling through Palatka going to St. Augustine, I saw our trucks and our crew working in East Palatka.
Yes, sir.
And that bothered me because I'm like, how do y'all, what take precedence? I mean, do the city, our side take precedence, or?
If I had to just quickly answer it, we're just prioritizing the best we can to make the city look as presentable as possible. Obviously, your state system is bringing all of the main traffic to city. So we're trying to make that look more presentable than anything else. And I know it doesn't sound right, but that's the main thing, is bringing everybody into the city of Palatka.
But I mean, just again, bringing them to the city, but when they get here, it looks a mess.
I understand.
That doesn't sit right. But I just wanted to bring it out. I was the one that brought that up, and this solidifies exactly why we need the DOC work
Yes, sir.
crews working for us, and hopefully we could get that done.
Sean, just bluntly, is there any way you can keep up right now?
No,
I mean,
I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it. There's no way.
And if I could, and I've called Mr. Sean several times, and every time I've called, they've tried to make accommodations because it was city residents who were complaining. And I mean, every time I've run into Mr. Douglas, more times than I want to, under the circumstances, not being funny, but they've been under circumstances where I've made calls. But again, they've tried to make it happen. So every time I've talked to him, he was very candid and open about what he is talking about now. So I'm definitely glad that you are talking to us as a whole. And actually, we have an audience full of people who are hearing this, because again, a lot of people only see a part of the story. They don't see the entire story. So I'm definitely happy. But again, I see Mr. Douglas. I saw him out on 19 mowing, weed whacking, waving to citizens as they pass by and blow. So again, they're doing what they can. But again, what can we do to make sure that this doesn't continue?
And that's going to take us into the next feature, and talking to Sean and going over the schedule with him and talking to Jonathan, who has a great familiarity with it. I'll just be honest. I don't know how, unless by some stroke of magic, you're able to take his crew of 6 right now and do everything there is to do, which is potholes and curbs and mowing and edging and everything else. You got no dedicated mowing crews. So I understand there's a frustration level, but his frustration level is, especially with the rain right now, there just isn't enough hands to go around.
And now,
Aren't
just
enough hands.
to piggyback off that, when we do have rain showers or something like that, we're taking that opportunity to maintain the equipment so we don't have a breakdown on a good day.
And as the public works director, you also have administrative duties. How often how are you handling where do you spend most of your day?
Everywhere. I was in the street sweeper earlier this week trying to do that to help pick that up, just because I had the street sweeper operator driving the clamshell.
And when you need to be on the tractor, you'll get on the tractor.
Yes, sir, I will.
And if you need to jump in a hole, you'll do that as well, right?
In a heartbeat.
And so what we're finding is our directors and superintendents who were typically supervising other projects are now being forced to be on the ground and no longer supervising, but having to get, but going in and filling the vacancies
Yes, sir.
as best they can. And so that's one of the things that's happening. But Mr. Holmes, you got any other comments?
Nothing further from Mr. Ladd, unless any of you have questions of him. I mean, I wanted to bring him here and let you ask questions about anything. You think there's something he can do differently to make these 6 men go around to cover 86 miles of grass, parks? Let me know. I'd like to know it.
I just got a comment, man. I mean, I just think, when you get stuff like this in your hand and you understand and you see
Commissioner,
the representation of what we have and what the amount of area they have, we didn't know none of this. We didn't know any of this information.
Commissioner Borm, the staff,
Sorry?
the street staff is here in the room.
No, I'm just saying, we didn't know about the 80-something miles, all of these different things. We didn't know any of this.
Yes, sir.
So this is the kind of thing that we need in order to be able to make a case, justification for anything. We can't. So when you just say, oh, hey, I want to, you build a car, you want to say, oh, I want the car to go fast. Adding horsepower don't always make the car go fast. There's some other things you have to do in order to get the speed. So you're making the case with what we have and whatever we can do to kind of help with that. I mean, this is a case is made.
Yes, sir.
So not to belabor a point and not to in any way contradict the position that commission has taken, but I wanted, with conversations with a couple of you and the mayor, and then with the encouragement to contact and talk to Warden Howe again, and our own Officer Robinson and Lieutenant Carter, I really would like an opportunity just briefly let them tell you, both from the DOC side, but also from our own employee side. As you know, Officer Robinson was a former warden. I think he has over 20 years in with the state prison system himself. And I wanted him to tell me, as an insider, so to speak, what his thoughts were about the attitude of the inmates towards working on a prison crew. And so if you give me a second for that, I'd appreciate that. And we bring him up.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for coming.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
Officer
you.
Robinson, would you
Sean,
come up,
thank y'all
please?
so much.
Hey, listen, these guys here need a round of applause for what they're doing.
Absolutely. So Officer Robinson, not to put you on the spot, but to put you on the spot.
Yes, sir.
Or
would
do
you-
you feel some big shoes so you can handle it?
Would-
Just kind of give them, as you introduce yourself, give your background, and I'll let Mr. Holmes go ahead and cross-examine you.
Okay, well, I just want to say thank you first for the committee allowing me to be here today to speak. I'm Tommy Robinson. I was formerly a warden for the Department of Corrections. I retired after 21 years of service. My wife allowed me to stay retired for 45 days. Now, I'm currently a police officer with the city. But to touch on the situation at hand, it's impossible without the assistance of the Department of Corrections to be able to keep up. 86 acres, I think he mentioned, it's impossible to do. Some of the prison facilities have 86 acres inside the fence. And without the inmate labor and being able to create a schedule of when the grass is going to be cut and maintained, we will be dealing with the same situation that we're all facing in the city. For those of you that don't know, the inmate population, when you're sentenced to prison And one of the things that the inmate population has to deal with is the mental side of that, the mental side of being incarcerated. And one of the things that kind of takes the burn or the sting out of that is for them having the opportunity to earn their way outside of the fence, or to be not necessarily trustworthy, because we don't like to use the word trust, but they've proven through their actions as far as their discipline, as far as them willing to work hard, as far as them being able to stay out of trouble. And you have to be able to prove that over a long extended period of time just to be able to get to a facility like Putnam Correctional Institution. Once you get there, depending on your custody level, you're able to go outside of the facility, of course, under the direct supervision of a supervisor, and work. Those inmates that leave the institution, I want to say, and the warden can correct me if I'm wrong, because I've been outside of the game for about 1.5 years, but I want to say Putnam houses maybe a little over 400 inmates, and on any given day before we were in the situation that we're in now, at 8 o'clock in the morning, you wouldn't have but about 50 to 100 left. The rest of them are gone. They're out in the communities working and keeping the city clean. And they love it. They absolutely love it. Because for an inmate to be able to go outside of the fence and work, it's almost like he's not in prison for that small period of time. And then all he has to focus on is doing his time when he gets back home at the end of the day. So if you ask 100 inmates, how would you feel about versus going outside of the gate working as opposed to staying inside of the fence doing the exact same job? 98% of them would tell you, I'd rather go outside. Now you're going to always have bad apples. You're going to have inmates that try to manipulate their way into going outside, but that's where the warden comes in. His job is to vet the inmates, complete background investigations, is where you reviewing their classification levels. You're talking about their game time, and for the ones that don't understand what the game time is, that's basically your track record for being good on your having a good behavior. So when they have the opportunity to go outside of the fence, because those slots don't come available too often, you'll have 50 inmates trying to get into that one job. And when they get into that job and they get transferred from Rayford Correctional Institution to Putnam CI, they loving life, because now they have an opportunity to prove to their classification officer that you made the right decision. I'm the right guy for the job. I was rehabilitated. I took the time that I had inside of the prison to do something positive with myself, and I want to prove it by going outside of the gate, doing a good hard day's work, and then coming back in and benefiting from it.
Any questions?
No, I just thank him for giving the, details around, because, my question was, about the inmates, but so he explained it from A to Z, which it helped me in my head, in my mind, understand better how the system works.
Any other questions from the commission? Anything else, Mr. Holmes?
No, I appreciate it very much. Officer Robinson came down and spoke with me at some length today, a couple of times. He's also a very funny guy. For those of you who don't know, he's a heck of a singer too.
Sam Cook. So,
I almost asked you to sing a solo when you came up.
So we definitely appreciate you coming in here. I think this is a prime example of some of the assets that we have with some of the folks who work for the city of Palatka. The fact that we can call up a warden who's also a rookie, and and at the same time have you come in here and truly enlighten us about what the processes are, and be just another vehicle, another opportunity for us to be able to just make our community better. We definitely appreciate you. It's an honor to have you on this staff. And then there's some other opportunities I think that we want to present to the commission briefly after this after this conversation, but I want to make sure that the warden approves your presentation as it came forward. Warden, you think he was on point on this one? So Warden, you want to come forward at this time? I'm going to bring you up, and I'm also ask Lieutenant Carter to join you. And before you get started, I think there were some miscommunications or some things that were brought out, and the manner in which this community, in which the city decided to terminate the contract with the prison. I've told you this personally, but I want to make sure formally that this commission apologizes to you for the fact that you had to read about this conversation about the termination of the contract in the newspaper. Although, there have been conversations in Tallahassee, the conversation should have been in East Palatka. And I personally want to apologize to you for the fact that you didn't get information firsthand from me or anyone else on this commission. The information we were given was a bit different than what was put in place. I don't think it was done with any negative intent, but I think at the end of the day, it's an opportunity for us to better build our relationship. And I think the same way that we terminated your contract publicly is the same way we need to apologize to you. And so we stand here today, and I stand here speaking on behalf of this commission, and I don't, knowing the character of the people who work here with me, we stand here apologizing to you for not giving the respect necessary to have that face-to-face conversation with you as administrators and as people who are making the final policy decisions. And so we give you our deepest and sincerest apology at this point. And we thank you for the work that Putnam CI has done as it relates to what's in place. And Lieutenant Carter, same thing goes for you. We apologize that we even have to stand in this position because of lack of communication and lack of proper communication and misinformation. And so again, we think that staff works very closely and has a great relationship with Putnam CI, and we learned more of that as we continued on. But the information sharing process wasn't what it should be, and we'll make sure that that mistake never repeats itself. Any other comments from this commission?
Well, I think it's well said, Mayor. I think I know from my perspective, I share the same sentiment as the mayor.
I too share the
And
same
commi-
sentiment.
And same thing, I share the same sentiments, and thanks for the opportunity
Thank you.
that you've given us to correct it.
Absolutely.
And then I'll tell you, when I call the warden, and we got an opportunity to meet, we talked on the phone probably 40 minutes. He's trying to get off the phone with me. I tend to talk a little long, but the thing I will tell you, I don't need echo. But what I will tell you is the warden is a great, he's a gentleman, and he's a true professional, and he shared a lot of information. He came down, he met with staff and with me, and we went over, and I think we have an opportunity before us. But I wanted the warden to come in to talk a little bit about the services that are provided, and then we'll get into some of the details of some of the other stuff at that point.
Warden, would you introduce yourself?
Well, I'm Warden Howe. I have 29 years in with the Department of Corrections. I've been at 7 different facilities, and I'm gonna tell you, Palatka is the best one I've been at. But the people over the last year and a half, where the whole country was shutting down, the correctional officers at Putnam CI were picking it up a notch. And we've got a great team there, and just thank y'all.
And Warden, we thank you. In talking to you about the inmate work program, and I think the mayor's already asked you, but it's my understanding that you agree with the sentiment that Officer Robinson expressed about the way the inmates look at the opportunity to engage in the program.
Yes, I talk to inmates daily. If you ask 100 of them, would they rather go out the gate if they had the opportunity? 99 is going to tell you yes. And I've had them tell me they wait on Sunday afternoon, so Sunday hurry up and get over so they can go back out the gate Monday morning. And a lot of these inmates, they look up to the supervisors that they have, not only Department of Corrections, but non-DC supervisors also. And they're role models to the men inside. So
And you indicated that that program is an asset both to the staff as well as the inmate.
Yes, sir.
In our conversations, you mentioned about the fact that normally when the inmates have something to do, you have.
Yes, sir. I don't mind this.
Workshop.
It gives them something to do. We try to, during COVID, it's been tough. We have a GED program. We have a K-9 program. I have groups coming in all the time trying to give the inmates something to do. We're going out that gate, giving them something to do. It makes things look a bit more normal.
And can you tell us just briefly about the vetting process, what you do to vet to make sure that the inmates that go out of the wall are the ones that you have the highest confidence in?
We have a team set up, which includes our major, our classification supervisor, assistant warden, and myself. It's the institutional classification team. We vet every inmate that goes out that gate. The ones that we send out the gate will be our neighbors in a few years. That's who we're gonna send out. They're gonna be our neighbors.
And you told me, I think that from a classification perspective, they're either minimum or below.
Community custody or minimum custody, yes, sir.
You got a young man with you today?
I have
Pretty familiar with this community. You mind introducing him?
This is Lieutenant Carter. He's our outside grounds lieutenant at Putnam Correctional Institution.
And so Carter runs he runs the prison crews on a day-to-day basis?
Yes, sir.
So I mainly wanted to, and I appreciate both of them coming. I think that actually the warden may be on vacation. But in any event, he came in tonight. He came last week when we were unable to complete the meeting, came back. I think Officer Carter, Lieutenant Carter did also. But I wanted to make him available if you have any questions of them about the program that we're talking about instituting.
And so I guess, Lieutenant Carter, if you can, or warden, whoever chooses to answer this, one of the options that you gave us, considering some of the restrictions that you have with COVID for sending your officers out with work crews, can you just kind of explain what that option is?
Well, what we would have to do is we would have to train city staff. And that would be a initial training of 32 hours. And then we would have an 8-hour refresher course every year. We would provide the training to the city staff. We would also supervise. We would do weekly checks. We would do monthly checks. Lieutenant Carter, he would check on. You want to go into any more detail?
Yes, sir. Like I said, the proposal for the non-DC, which we call non-DC, which means non-Department of Corrections supervisors, is that, as you said, we will have the training, but also I would be checking on them at the least twice per month, once before the 15th and once after. And that's just to check with those supervisors, just to see how are these inmates working? Are they going to be an issue or whatever? So it is an opportunity for the city of Palatka to have additional assistance. We cannot provide an officer for those positions as before, but it's an opportunity to assist the community with getting some of the work done that we've already, that has fallen behind. And we've done that for many years, has assisted the city with these things. And I think there hasn't been a lot of complaints prior. So I know that we've talked about some of our correction officers that have retired, having them come in and work for the city and actually provide that component because they know the game, they know what's going on, and they know how to work in inmate squad. So I hope that answers your question.
Any questions from the commission at this point or comments?
And my understanding is that the ratio that you recommend is 5 inmates per supervisor or per monitor.
Correct. Yes. That's what
And what's your maximum ratio?
Maximum ratio is 14, 1 to 14, but I would not suggest that. Number one is usually when you have a work truck, usually all you can get in there is 5. plus the supervisor. So having more than that, you would come into a whole nother.
I know, Mr. Douglas, you're in the back. You actually previously had a work crew. How many guys did you have on a daily basis? No, he just said he had 5 guys for 2 years.
No brainer. I don't care how you schedule it.
They'll be okay. They'll be okay.
I don't care how you plan and schedule it. We need it.
Commissioner Jones, you had a comment?
I had the pleasure of speaking with both of these young men and trying to engage in this conversation to bring to actually get this relationship rekindled, so to speak. And I'm glad that we're doing this. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm glad that the city manager also reached out because we have this need. Whatever we have to do to move forward, I said, let's move forward and get this relationship back on track so that we could have our city clean again. I mean, we need those guys. And the 1 to 5 ratio, we're talking about we're needing people. I think this is a solution to our problem. So I don't know if this is an action item right now, but if it is.
Well, I needed.
Before we get there, one of the things I wanted to make sure that we pointed out throughout this process was, personally, one of the issues that I have with in the way that the prison work system works, and we've talked about this in detail, is the fact that I wholeheartedly believe it's a violation of the 13th Amendment in the way that it's operating, where the inmates get no compensation. Both the warden and lieutenant have actually indicated there are some other places by policy where inmates get paid based upon certain services they provide while in the correctional facilities. Creatively, leaving that meeting, what we talked about was trying to find an opportunity to both implement hope as well as be able to deal with some of our concerns as it related to our inability to compensate based upon what the policies are with the Department of Corrections. One of the ideas that we threw out was a kind of a deferred compensation program where we would create hiring. We would basically vet the inmates during the work process, and as soon as they were eligible for release, if there were opportunities within the city, that we would hire them in our public works facilities to do the same jobs that they've been doing based upon what was in place, and be able to provide either a sign-on bonus or some type of stipend that went along with that, that we put in place so that they could, one, gain housing, which is a very difficult thing to do once you acquire the felony conviction. And the other part of it was to put them in a position so that now they could deal with some of the life issues that come along with the transition back into the workplace. And both the warden and Lieutenant Carter were very inspired by that. They were on board with that conversation, as well as talking to former Warden Robinson, who was also open to the idea of being a liaison of sorts to work with Putnam CI as well as we began to build those programs up. We vetted employees at one point. Mr. Holmes went out and spoke to some employees about that. And we've also talked to people within the community. And I think Lieutenant Carter has even gone so far as to reach out to some of the former corrections officers to see and to gauge interest into the process. I think there's an opportunity there. And I think with that in place, it covers some of our concerns as to whether we are truly providing compensation an opportunity. On 2 days ago during the delegation meeting with Senator Perry and also with Representative Payne, interestingly, Colonel Wells from the Sheriff's Office was talking about a program that the Sheriff's Office is implementing for its work crews. And so what they're doing for trustees and individuals who are in jail who are nonviolent offenders, they've now created partnerships with companies like Comarco Enterprises, which is the eggplant processing plant inside of the business park. And they've interviewed 15 inmates for direct hire upon release. And they are vetting them the same way. Mr. Holmes got an opportunity to speak to to Colonel Wells as well.
We've signed up on that program.
And the city's looking at an opportunity there to again, be able to bring in, because of the issues that we have with having individuals who were able to come in and work for Public Works or any of our other facilities, and the work shortage and labor shortage around this country. We saw it as an excellent opportunity to provide hope to people who typically are ostracized by society and looked down upon. And so I'm excited about the opportunity. I would propose to this commission that we allow us to be able to formulate a program which would address the concerns of some of us as it relates to the 13th Amendment, as well as, I think, rebuild the relationship with Putnam CI in a totally new direction. And at the same time, we provide hope and opportunity and access to individuals who most people would look at as if they were bereft of any of that. And so I'm hoping that the sentiment on the dais is that we at least re-examine this relationship and the opportunities that exist before us.
Well, I know what my feeling was initially as it related to the 13th Amendment and what we had voted on prior to, because we abolished it. We said we will abolish it and not revisit it, but understanding and knowing what we had, I said I would not entertain the idea unless we paid these inmates, because having them to work for no money at all will be violating our first premise when what we initially voted on about the 13th Amendment. And so I know I said I would not entertain it unless we would be able to set up a program, set up some kind of account that would be maybe deferred so that these inmates can have something when they do get out and look forward to, in addition to the mental health piece, having them to be re-entering back into society versus just being locked up and not being able to interact outside of those gates. It's a big benefit. It is a big benefit based on what I'm hearing. And so that's another big piece. And again, they're no longer in a maximum prison where they're in a lower level facility, which makes me feel even better. And they're vetted weekly, they're vetted bi-weekly and monthly. That also make me feel good. But again, I really would like to see the deferred account set up. I wholeheartedly support.
Speaking. Go ahead.
And saying that to the commissioner, that is something that you guys would have to head, because this is what you guys are wanting. This is some of your concerns. We can only do what our policies and procedures allow us to do, which is not a lot. But if you guys were to come up with something that would give these inmates an opportunity, because look, these guys don't have a lot to look forward to. This is an opportunity for them and for the city of Palatka to head, is that, hey, look, you go out to work, we're going to reward you by giving you a head start on life once you are no longer incarcerated. That is going to reduce some of the recidivism that we have in our communities, because now this guy can get out of prison, he will be able to work, and he doesn't have to resort to some other things by getting out and not being able to provide for his family. That is a big concern for a lot of guys, is what am I going to do once I get out of prison? So with this program, and it also helps them to be able to maintain their behaviors, because I have something to lose. and I get what you're saying about the 13th Amendment. I do, and I agree with you on a lot of that. But if we have something that we're able to provide for them, that gives them something that, again, I know I'm repeating myself, but to give them something to look forward to, because it's, as Mayor Hill said, it's hope. Give me hope that when I get through with my sentence, there is something else for me besides another disappointment.
And I'll tell you, there's another expert in this room that I think oftentimes we don't realize how blessed we are to have her in here. And that's former General Counsel, Miami-Dade Corrections. And that's Attorney Bland Thomas, who's sitting at the table today. And I think she'll be of excellent benefit as we, if this is something that the commission wants to move forward with. And so I think that I'm excited about where we can take this particular program and bring in the details together. And again, the prison is restricted based upon what DOC standards are. I think between our two wardens, our lieutenant, our counsel, and this commission, we can come up with an excellent plan that will push us forward. And we can also solicit the help of both our staff and our citizens in making this a kind of a staple program for the state of Florida. And
Our
so,
goals are the same. We want an inmate to get out and not come back. We want to help them re-enter into society. And, we want the same.
so with that being said, what's the pleasure of this commission at this point?
I will make the motion that we move forward with the committee that will help design or work with the Department of Correction to formulate a solution to our current problem as far as inmates and work crews, I'm sorry.
Second.
And just for clarification, that motion includes reinstating the prison work program as the way.
Yes, sir.
Should we also include, like, maybe setting up some kind of account form, whatever? Can we?
Commissioner, my only concern is I don't know what our limitations are going to be in that regard. I think we're going to have to, Ms. Thomas and the warden and DOC are going to have to get together and figure out what our limitations are. I mean, everything, we've talked about this, and as the mayor indicated, anything we can set up by way of a program where they hire on when they're released from prison, and if they've got some benefit already accrued as of that time. But I would hate to limit this right now in the motion to us having a deferred compensation program in place, because we may find out that we can't do it. And then, we've lost the other benefits to both them and us. So I'm hoping that we can go ahead and get authorization from the commission to now, if you said yes, I could go out and try to go ahead and find a couple of monitors, either in-house or out of the house with the former mayor. Former correctional officer. And we could go ahead and start that program in play, and the committee could go ahead and work towards the other program and bring it back to the commission.
One last thing, and I'm going to hush. What about a sign-on bonus? Can we entertain that?
Yes, I think what we can do
I
is
think
let's just look at the
Can I
motion
clear
that's
up my
on,
motion?
for the purpose of the motion that's on the floor.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and move past that motion, and you can make your motion you can make a motion subsequent to that.
Okay.
Before you make that motion, I have a
But what
question.
about if they can't do the sign-on bonus? That's all a part of the research, right?
Right.
That's part of the plan,
That's part of
will
my
be in the
motion.
plan that we will present to them to see what they are able to do.
Right,
Right.
that's part of my motion.
So
So,
there's a motion on the floor
and a
and a
second.
second. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
I have a question. So, City Manager Holmes, are we looking at, we saw our staff that have some of the responsibility of doing the lawn cut. Are we looking at them to actually be able to supervise the inmates going through this training so that we can hit the ground running like now? That's what I'm asking.
Well, I am going to look to them. We've had some conversation after the last conversations, and during which it appears that there are a couple of people who'd be willing to take on those monitor responsibilities and go back and get certified or recertified. But if I can't go that route, then I'm looking at as has been suggested, we have some former correctional officers that are in our community. My goal is first to look at staff, but if that doesn't work out, then to find someone that we can get with some experience and get the crews in place.
So the answer is yes, we do have, because I'm looking at, if we have 2 guys right now that work for the city and they could go through the training, that's 10 additional men, 10 people that we have.
Totally agree.
That could work for us right now.
Totally
And
agree.
whether it's temporary or what, we would like to have that happen. That's what
I think you and I have a little bit of a difference of opinion as to whether that I can order someone who is in a position to take on the responsibilities of monitoring an inmate crew. I don't believe that I can. I've spoken about that with.
So let me ask this question. So is it different position?
Sir?
Inmate monitors, is that going to be a different position that we're going to have?
Well, I don't think that job responsibility is within any of our job classifications or duties right now. And I think, in my personal opinion, it is a different level of work, a different level of responsibility. So my hope would be that I can, and I have some reason to believe that I can encourage some people to do it. But you said, can I put it on the ground running right away? I mean, I'm going to have to sound out our employees and find out if we can get a couple of them who are willing to go to the training or who can recertify.
Also understand that when you have individuals, let's say, for example, someone who's working in the streets right now, who monitors a prison crew, you're going to also lose the ability to have them go into another part of the city and do work as well. So all that stuff kind of plays in together. But I think we're deep in the weeds when right now we need to just kind of get running. And I think we can make it all work itself out.
I think that's a valid question that I have. I mean, I just want to, is it, we're talking additional staff. I understand, I'm all for it. I just said it 3 times. But I wanted to know, and I wanted clarification on that as we go forward. Is we going to have these guys that can actually man these work crews? That's a important part of our decision making right here. So,
any other questions? Seeing none, questions call. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much for coming down.
And again, thank you, Warden. And my sincere apologies to you gentlemen both. And also in the back, former Warden, thank you for hanging around with us today, and Chief for lending them to us for a little bit. And again, thanks, gentlemen. Commissioner Borum, you have another motion or directive.
Well, I would just want to just kind of entertain some form of incentive, just to entertain it. If it don't come to fruition, I'd be fine with that. But if we can explore it, I mean, it'll be great to see if they could possibly have an account set up, or maybe even a sign-on bonus. Because if we're dealing with the staff, we already may have some information on them. And if they want to come through and possibly do some work, then we can give them a sign-on bonus or whatever account that we can set up if it's a big Florida, and we go down that path.
So, Commissioner, would you be okay with me, the city manager, city attorney, and also Officer Robinson working together along with the prison to bring back the answers to those questions and a possible program maybe within the next month? No. He has some other directives inside of it as far as the sign-on bonus and some of the other stuff. And so would you be okay with us just bringing that back to the commission?
Yes, sir.
By the end of the month, at least giving an update as to what we found out thus far?
Yes, sir. Just to explore it. I mean, if it's possible, if not, then.
And we can just inquire with DOC what's permissible, and then what we can do from our end, and also bring in finance as well to make sure what the permissible transactions to be.
Yes, sir.
So
Appreciate
we'll
it.
do that. We'll bring an update back just at the end of the month.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate y'all for bringing them in, because I had not talked to them or whatever, so that was
Appreciate it.
helped me out a lot.
Next up, Commissioner Campbell, summer interns 2021.
Good evening, everyone. I'm grateful to stand here for this opportunity to present to you our interns for this past summer. The commission, a month coming on as a commissioner in 2015. This was something that the commission at that time gave me the opportunity to run with, and we've been running with it ever since. Every year we have grown, except for this year with COVID, we limited our numbers just to make sure that we follow as close as possible to the CDC guidelines. For those that have had or worked with the interns, if you could join me up at the podium, that would be great. All right, and we have the following. I'm not sure if they're here, but we definitely want their names to be for the records. We have Mr. Jayden Sweat, Miss Jayden Sweat, I apologize. And for the record, she is out of state. And I would like to make notice that our internship program was not only limited to high school students, but those that were in college as well. And Mr. Carter, who was just here, Lieutenant Carter, his son was actually a product of one of our internship programs, our last round. Mr. Tavell Adams, Mr. Yaman Gibbs, Tawan Nelson, and Mr. Timmy Robinson. Those are our interns for this year. Again, I'm not sure if they are here. Tommy
Robinson.
I'm like Mayor Hill, I'm bound to mess up on something.
They're twins.
Standing in the gap. Again, we're eternally grateful, and this is something that we look forward to. We look forward to growing in every year as it gets better and better. Our main objective in starting this internship program was to give our individuals, our students, our people here in Palatka the opportunity to have workforce knowledge prior to going into the career field of their choice, to have something on their resume that gives them a jump above the best. And I think we have done an extremely good job in making sure that happened. And again, we look forward to making sure that it continues to grow. And if you all have personal businesses that you have and you would like for us to help you out with that, definitely reach out. That's something that we're willing to do. Thank you so much.
Again, congratulations to our interns on the job well done. Next up is our proclamation for Labor Day.
Whereas Labor Day is observed annually on the first Monday in September to recognize the contributions and achievements of American workers. And whereas the rights and benefits we enjoy today were not simply handled to working men and women, they had to be won. Whereas during the late 18th century, labor unions grew prominent and vocal by protesting for better wages, hours, and working conditions. And whereas after decades of protests, strikes, and boycotts, Congress passed an act which was signed by President Grover Cleveland on June 28, 1894, making Labor Day a federal holiday. And whereas through times of prosperity and hardship alike, working men and women are the unshakable foundation of American innovation and economic growth. And whereas on Labor Day, we celebrate the vital role of working men and women in our community right here in Palatka. Now, therefore, I, Terrell Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, hereby endorse and proclaim September 6, 2021 as Labor Day in the City of Palatka. We call upon all citizens to celebrate the contribution and resilience of our working men and women, and we, as public officials, reaffirm that we will always stand behind our workers. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka, the 2nd day of September in the year of our Lord, 2021.
So move.
Second.
Motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Let's give it up for Labor Day. Next up, we've got a proclamation and a day of mourning for a very special individual here in this community, the Honorable Edward L. Brooks, just not pro tunc to August 21st.
Whereas Edward L. Brooks was born in Rockview, West Virginia. After graduating from high school, he enlisted in the U.S. Army and was stationed in Kyoto, Japan in the U.S. Army Security Agency for 3 years. He was honorably discharged in April 1955. Mr. Brooks moved to Palatka in 1960 and began working at Central States Diversified and later at Hudson Pulp and Paper Company. And whereas Mr. Brooks began his elected public service career as a city commissioner for the city of Palatka from 1970 until 1974. And whereas Mr. Brooks continued his career as an elected public official at the Putnam County Property Appraiser from April 1974 through January 1980. And whereas Mr. Brooks was employed as the director of the ad valorem tax department for the Florida Department of Revenue from 1980 to 1982. And whereas Mr. Brooks held the office of executive director of the Florida State Attorney's 7th Judicial Circuit from 1982 through 1984. And whereas Mr. Brooks has held the elected office of the Clerk of Court of Putnam County from 1984 until his retirement in 2000. And whereas Mr. Brooks served with numerous professional associations and committees connected with his offices and made substantial contributions to the profession of the property appraiser and of the Clerk of Court. During his tenure, he served as the president of the Florida Clerk of Court and Comptrollers Association. And whereas Mr. Brooks was very involved in the community, having been a member of and past master of the Palatka Lodge number 34 FA&M, and a Shriner and a member of the Sojourners, and as past president of the Kiwanis Club of Palatka, past lieutenant governor of Division 18 of the Florida District of Kiwanis International, and was involved in the Historical Society, as well as numerous other organizations and positions within the community. Mr. Brooks was also a licensed auctioneer, along with his wife, Flores, and operated Pinnacle Auctions in Crescent City and East Palatka. And whereas Mr. Brooks was always performed his duties in all of his positions with the highest degree of honesty, integrity, and care. Now, therefore, I, Terrell Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, recognize Mr. Brooks for a life well lived, and we extend our condolences to the family, friends, and community on the passing of this giant. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka, non-proton to the August 21st in the year of our Lord, 2021.
So move.
Motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Can we bow our head for a moment of silence for the Honorable Ed Brooks? Thank you. And I want to take a second, and Mr. Holmes, you can probably echo this as well. Ed Brooks served this community well. He's an icon in my eyes. And I got my first legal job from him during my first year of law school. He gave me a job in the clerk's office, and it's probably the best experience that I had as a law student going into the practice of law. He taught me what it was to be in the courtroom, and he exposed me to every aspect of practicing law as a law student. And he did this for so many young people throughout our community. He gave OPS jobs to kids. We've got a young lady right now who pretty much grew up in the court system because he allowed access to kids who traditionally would never ever had an opportunity to be there. And so I'm always eternally grateful to Ed Brooks just for giving me, for opening the door for me to get an opportunity to practice law. And he served the city of Palatka, and he served his community well. So let's give a round of applause for Ed Brooks. Next up is a presentation on fostering connections, St. John's support for children in foster care.
Good evening. I'm Aubrey Simpson Gotham, founder and CEO of Fostering Connections St. John's. I wish I could be there in person with you all tonight, but in these times, just trying to take as many safety precautions to protect our clients and volunteers. But I'm so glad to be here with you all. If I'm able to share the screen, it doesn't look like I can, so I'll just go ahead and talk. I am the founder and CEO of Fostering Connections St. John's. We were started in 2019 in St. Augustine, and we've since expanded to Putnam County, Flagler County, and Volusia County. What our organization does is We uplift children and youth impacted by foster care or childhood trauma through providing needed essentials, education programs, and community connections. Since 2020, we started serving Putnam County. We've been able to help a lot of kids with needed essentials, everything from car seats to baby gear to laptops for teenagers that need them for virtual school. We have several education programs that we've had in St. Johns County for the last year. A career readiness academy for teens in foster care to learn job skills, all the essential skills they need to secure a job, how to apply for a job, resume writing, interview skills, customer service skills, working with team members. And then we place those young adults in internship opportunities and give them support through soft skills classes and job coach training. And we would love to have more students from Putnam County participating in our programs. We had 2 this year, and I know there's more than 2 youth in Putnam County that could benefit from these programs. So I was just coming here tonight to introduce myself and let you know that Fostering Connection St. John's is here to support children in foster care or have been impacted by childhood trauma in Putnam County. I would love any warm introductions to local schools or organizations in which we can connect with clients that could benefit from our services. So I thank you all so much for having me tonight, and I look forward to getting to know you all better and hopefully being in person soon.
Thank you very much, and thank you for choosing Putnam.
Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
Mayor, I would like to extend the invite to meet you. I'm in the education arena. I work for the school district, and I think there possibly could be some individuals that we put you in contact with that would be able to up the number of individuals that would be able to benefit from the program that you have. So if you would just reach out to Sunny for my contact information, and I'll be more than happy to point you in any direction I can within our school district.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Any other comments from the commission?
Well, I mean, I think her services will serve us, Putnam County, well. Again, we know our mental wellness counselors as well as our student services could certainly benefit from you because they deal with these individuals on a daily basis. So again, Commissioner Campbell, you'll have his information, so they'll point you in the right direction. But the mental health counselors and the student services is a great place to start.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you.
Next up is our Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Dana Jones and Sam Ruiz.
Good evening, commissioners. How we doing?
Great.
Great evening in the city of Palatka. Just want to go over a couple points, what we're doing here in our great Chamber of Commerce from an economic development perspective. We're currently working with 4 active prospective clients, which collectively would total over $50 million and over 500 new jobs should they come to fruition. 2 of these are looking at sites within the city of Palatka. We continue to make business retention and expansion calls with local companies to assess the needs and issues confronting them doing business in our community. The most common issue, obviously, is finding qualified candidates to fill open jobs. Of those contacted, over 80% were actively looking to add workforce or plan to in the next 6 to 12 months. Currently working on numerous small business development activities, including some in downtown, working with the new representative from the Small Business Development Center with some of those. Also participating with city staff for economic development purposes, including downtown improvements and possible grant funding for improvement purposes. This includes assisting with some identification of brownfield sites in that study. I'm also including our new city planner, Miss Lisa Ann Walsh, in the regular monthly planning meetings to enhance dialogue on possible projects and investments. We continue to meet with federal, state, local officials to discuss high-speed, reliable, affordable broadband initiatives that are optimistic and our community will be better served in the future. We also discuss various issues that affect economic development, workforce, and infrastructure. We are proactively and aggressively marketing Putnam County. To that, we had a half-page ad in a recent edition of Florida Trend magazine and a full-page ad in July's much largely distributed Site Selection magazine, which I'm holding up for you to see here, all in Zoom land. I don't know where the camera is, but there you go. Again, the Chamber greatly values our partnership with you. I cannot say that enough. And we are very optimistic of the continued growth of our beautiful economy and beautiful place to live. I now turn it over to my boss. Everyone, I give you Ms. Dana Jones.
Wow.
You can't tell Sam is short on energy.
Energy, a lot of passion.
I was going to say the same thing. Good evening. I should probably have him do my announcements, but I will try and do some voice projections. So I'm here to speak on the tourism side of the house, specifically kind of a year wrap up. The Tourist Development Council starts their year in October. So since October of 2020, the TDC has awarded grants for approximately 30 events, activities, festivals, some of which happened and some obviously which have been canceled due to COVID. The events that we have had or will soon have in our year include 1 festival, 3 bass tournaments, 5 sporting events, baseball, basketball, pickleball, numerous golf tournaments, and a few cultural events. Brief look at what's ahead in the fall. On October 21st through 23rd, we will be hosting the 2021 Phoenix FLW Bass Tournament. Approximately 360 anglers will be in our market for about a week. In November, the PAL Boxing State Tournament is scheduled. They will bring in hundreds of visitors and hopefully help us keep our tourism growing well. We wrap up the year in December with the annual Jarvis Williams Holiday Basketball Tournament. Last year, they had 16 teams, which totals up to some over 240 players that all come from quite a distance and also fill our hotels. As you probably already know, we were successful in getting Bass Elite to return to Palatka in 2022. They will be here February 10th through the 13th of 2022. Hopefully we will not have quite the COVID impact in February that we had when we hosted them this year that kind of curtails some of the festival parts and the vendors and sponsors, but we will make those accommodations as we need going into next year. Exciting news came out. If you didn't see our post or our news release, Dovetail Games, if you're a video gamer, they produce video games. They traveled around Bassmaster programs around the country, and they selected 8 communities to feature in a brand new Bassmaster Fishing 2022 video game, like for Xbox. And I mean, tell I'm not a gamer, so I can't even remember the other devices. But it was really exciting news, and they chose Palatka in the event that we held here. So we will be featured one of 8 communities, again, in the country that will now be featured on a video game. So a little wrap up on bed tax revenues. We're currently running about a 6% increase over our figures from the 1920 year, which was pre-pandemic, which is just awesome. Bed taxes have actually increased 72% over the last 5 years. So tourism is doing well. We're projecting this year to end up probably a little bit over our highest year to date. Some of our increases in the bed tax are obviously due to some of the large projects, as y'all are aware, in the community at both Seminole and Georgia Pacific. We are soft launching a new program. It's called Visit Widget, and it's a mobile app and it's a web feature. And it's in a soft launch, but if you look in your app store, you can find it now. It's called Visit Putnam County, Florida. And there's a butterfly on the icon. And it's going to, and it already is, populated with all of our wonderful tourism assets, community assets. So visitors will have an easy time navigating once they get here. I wanted to remind everyone while I was up here that Rule Days is January 26th and 27th in Tallahassee, and the registrations are out now. I just want to make sure y'all were aware of that and to encourage you to get your rooms now if you haven't, because they will fill up quickly. It's January 26th and 27th. And the DoubleTree Hotel has a block of rooms. And the code is rural, you just tell them rural county days and you will get in the room block. That is really all of my wrap up. I don't want to take too long in the interest of time unless there's some questions for either myself or Sam.
Any questions?
Well, just thanks for all you guys doing. I mean, we're progressing here. We're making Putnam shine and the city of Palatka shine. So we thank you for all you do.
And we thank y'all.
We try.
Y'all do great. Great partners.
Thank you. Thank you again. Thanks for the energy, Sam.
Sam, you're the man. No, you're not the man.
Next up is public comments. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. Anyone here wishing to fill out a speaker card, there are yellow speakers cards in the back of the room. Please fill those out for me. If you're in YouTube land, please use the YouTube chat function, or you can dial 386-329-0100. If you're here to speak on a specific item in the agenda, please make sure you mark that accordingly on your form. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. You have 3 minutes to present your thoughts or ideas. If you have not presented anything that is on the agenda, if you're not scheduling the agenda for a presentation, we will not accept special presentations or anything that goes into the agenda package. If you're present, you will have the ability to speak to us while you're here. We're now open the floor for public comment. I've got a couple speakers cards. If I call your name out and you're here on one item, seems like most people are here on one item, just let me know and I'll pass you until we get to the item. Jared Dollar, you're here on the dollar. Lori McCarthy. All right, glad to have y'all. Meetings are second and fourth Thursday every month. Asa Greer. Is he here? Did he leave? Asa Greer. All right, I'm gonna mess. Is this Marsha Gainey or Caney? Gano? Okay. I always mess names up. All right, you're here on the dollar item as well, or? Marsha Gano? Yes. You're here on the dollar lease items, or are you here for general comment? Are you here to speak on a specific item, or are you here for general comment? Oh, okay, they left us. Sorry about that. Is there anyone here for general public comment other than the dollar lease items? Yes, sir. Come on up. Okay, John, you want to come up and give your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is John Janiak. I live in East Palatka, 119 Hiawatha Drive, Court. And I'm here representing the Palatka Science League.
Yes, sir.
The Science League is an association of our over 100 people. And we've been holding monthly meetings at the Hammock Hall. And it's my understanding that within the budgeting process, et cetera, there's been some consideration for change in status to Hammock Hall. And I'd like to find out whether or not that is indeed true or what the next steps would be towards that.
It's the same item that everybody else is here for.
Oh,
We're
is it?
going to discuss it.
Okay.
Is there anything in YouTube chat? Is there anything in the YouTube chat? Hearing nothing.
Not at this time.
We'll close the YouTube. We'll close public hearing. I'll take that as no. And we will move on to the item number 5, which is our consent agenda. On our consent agenda today, we have items A through K. Are there any items on the consent agenda that we wish to have pulled at this time? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to accept items A through K on this consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion to accept the consent agenda as printed. There's a second by Commissioner Campbell. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 6, adopt resolution 2021 R109 fiscal year 2020-21 budget amendment to Better Place Fund. Ms. Shank. After the caption.
Thank you, Mayor. A resolution of the City of Palatka, Florida, amending the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget, providing for scrivener's errors.
Is there a motion?
So moved. I'm second.
It's a motion by Commissioner McCaskill. It's a second by Commissioner Boer. Ms. Shank.
This is for the Lowe's hometown grant that we received. This is just a budgetary item. It's lining up the grant funding in the amount of $125,000.
Motion on the floor in a second, and we're open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Same rules apply. Is there anything in the YouTube chat? Hearing nothing. We'll close the floor for public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the commission? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 7 of the agenda, adopt resolution 2021 R110 to award the contract with Nature Structures for $57,668 to sole source provider and approving the location.
A resolution of the City of Palatka, Florida, authorizing the execution of an agreement with Natural Structures in an amount not to exceed $57,668 and approving stage location for the Palatka Amphitheater Improvements Project, providing for scrivener's errors.
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion on the floor in a second. Mr. Griffith?
Ms. Grant, can you put up the presentation? Probably just the mask. While she's getting that up, we do have Mr. Brian Rao from Lowe's with us and Mr. Wayne McLean from Palatka Rotary.
Welcome, gentlemen. And again, thank you.
So just to kind of bring everybody up to speed here, we were lucky enough to get this grant. Unfortunately, there's a very short time frame to get this completed. We got to be done by the end of October. That kind of puts some constraints on us, given our normal procurement process. Originally, we were not getting much response. We found a company out of Ocala that had stage structures that could meet our timeline with an 8 to 10 week lead time. So we had originally proposed that. This is one of their structures. This is not what we wanted, but just last week, an individual from Passrow and Associates, who is assisting us on the site plan, identified another company out of California that does prefabricated stage coverings. Ms. Krantz, is that picture there as well? There should be a PowerPoint. There we go. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so quickly, the project includes installation of a stage covering, new electrical service, and portable sound and lighting for the stage location. We are also going to be doing some modifications to the site work where the original amphitheater is. Currently, it calls for the removal of the deteriorated seat walls and regrading that to an embankment and reworking that brick paver area and relocating the stage to the bottom end of the existing event lawn near the gazebo dock. Next slide, please. So if we had more time, ideally we would do a site-built option similar to what you see in option number 1. That would probably run somewhere around $100,000, but would take more time than we are allotted from Lowe's. Option number 2 is where we're kind of leaning. This is a prefabricated structure. However, they did confirm that they can make some modifications that are more in keeping with what you see in option 1. More of an overhang, that masonry wall that you see in the back would not be there. And we would have the option of doing more of an art wall that you see in the back of that Bailey Park option. Option number 3, which is what we're not recommending, which because it's just a shade structure and it provides no protection from rain, is the option that we got from the company out of Ocala. Next slide, please. And this is the pricing. Any questions?
Yes. You picked the one that says the option 3, right?
I'm sorry, no, it's option 2, sir. Yeah.
Because I seen 26,000 in the line, I mean, item 7, it's saying.
Is it in the summary?
It was showing 26,529. Yeah, 26,000.
Yeah, I apologize. So that's a Scrivener's error. So when the item was originally put into Novus, we hadn't received the option number 2. That company was identified afterwards.
So we're getting option 2 supposedly?
Option 2 is what staff and the other individuals that are on the call are recommending.
Oh, wow. That's really.
But it doesn't protect you from the rain.
Well, you're gonna have a lot more maintenance with number 3, in my belief. I hate that we were in a time slot. It's like we're selling, we're selling based on the time, but I hate to keep having to sell. We keep selling for whatever we can get, and it doesn't end up being what we really wanted, which was number 1, which we ran into a time situation.
Hey, Jonathan, you mind if I jump in here real quick?
Not at all, Brian.
Okay, so just unfortunately, you have to kind of use your imagination here a little bit, because obviously option 2 is not giving a full visualization of what it would look like for us. We would have an elevated platform more like we would see in option 1. And that center structural post would not be there, also more like in option number 1. And we'd have permanent lighting fixtures also structurally put through with a cross beam like in option number 1. But obviously from a budgetary standpoint, option number 1 itself, from some of the decorative aspects, would be obviously way over budget for the city and for the grant, even with some of the additional funds we're trying to allocate towards it. So it would still have a different aesthetic, and it would have a much more appealing aesthetic from a stage presence point of view. So you kind of have to use your imagination and blend option 1 and option 2 together. Option 3 is what we were originally looking at, because those shade structures did have a lot of flair to them, because they do have a large presence. But then once we started doing some more research with these companies and finding out the maintenance upkeep, the short lifespan that they actually hold, and the fact that they do not repel water in any way, shape, or form, they're not a viable option, because the lighting would be a permanent fixture for us, and we would erode away a big part of the budget, which we'd be spending on lighting and engineering for the audio, that would erode away much quicker. So I know it's a little more difficult to visualize, but this is something that the contractors can actually build out to kind of blend option 1 and 2 together. So I don't feel like we'd be settling. I think we're modifying an option that was presented to us to definitely make it fit our needs. And I think it would do that. And obviously, Jonathan and I have already spoken, and I think we definitely could do a mural wall, kind of like an option 1 behind it. That wouldn't be a large strain on the budget. And then to kind of fit the themes of downtown, find a local artist that we could hire to do a mural as well, to kind of blend in, to really make it pop. I think we could make this really work to our advantage. But I just wanted to really truly highlight the disadvantages that option 3 has, and then obviously the budgetary concerns of option 1. So it's really kind of a meeting in the middle here.
And it's kind of hard for me to go from 1 to 2. That's like totally opposite ends of the spectrum, but I mean, yeah.
Can I clarify? I had questions about what I heard. Can I ask a couple questions? Brian, did you say that because option 3 is not water repellent, that it would be problematic to put the speakers and lighting in option 3?
It would be impossible. And you know, that's something that we did not know in regards to the thickness of the material and whether or not it was waterproof or not. And all the shade structures that Jonathan has vetted and the companies that we've reached out to, none of these structures truly are waterproof or water repellent. And even though we are looking at audio and lighting equipment that is outdoor rated, none of it's designed to actually get directly rained on. I mean, those shade structures would create that environment for them. And you know, that just won't work. And that's really kind of where that kind of ruled out that option for us. Option one, obviously, is what we definitely fell in love with from a visualization standpoint. So we've kind of worked out some elements to where we can take option two and upgrade certain aspects of it and build it in a certain fashion to push towards option one. And like I said, I know it's hard to use your imagination for some of those things, but you've got to picture option two without having that center pole, with the roof having a slight elevation upward past the uprights, and then having the crossbar with the lighting obviously on it with an elevated concrete platform. And then us adding an aesthetic mural wall or something back behind it as well. We'd be pretty much trying to recreate option one, but create it on kind of our own terms. I hope that clarifies.
Any additional comments from the commission?
Whatever they can do to kind of maybe phase it, if they can somewhat phase it, you know, build what you can build, but maybe phase it in a way that where we try to achieve number one, some kind of way, phase it in, you know what I mean? If we based on the time frame that we have, if you choose option two, get it designed in a way where it could be phased in.
Commissioner, we could do that. Are there specific components that you see in option one that you would like to see us move towards?
Really, all of it, you know. I mean, that's just my opinion, but because we got presented with that, but then we
answered the question.
Three options, but based on time, we don't have
One.
Because we can't choose option three with the maintenance as well as it's not waterproof design for the lighting and among other things. So we kind of stuck with one option.
But I think if you look at I think when the overhang is on there, if you can envision overhang on that as opposed to that, just having the facial board there, it's going to look more, everything's going to look more like option one. And I mean, and actually coming back and wrapping poles later.
Yeah, can we just,
isn't something major. So the only really, you take the middle pole out to come back and put some decorative wrap on the poles later. Those are all things you can do. But I think, you know, with a little bit of imagination, I know it may be hard for some people can't see the lemon and see lemonade. But I think the reality of it is we are closer to option one than you know.
Okay, well, let's go with option two then. Option two and phase it in.
Mayor Hill, I appreciate that, and I completely agree. Maybe it's because I run a hardware store and I'm used to fixing things every single day. But we definitely can make option two work. You got to keep in mind the photograph provided to us here of the structure. It's not a stage, obviously. We are taking something that is being displayed here, and we're going to turn it into what can be used for a stage. And that's really what you know, we've worked on. It's taken weeks to vet all the options that we've had out there and to get consistent enough feedback from some of these vendor partners. So like I said, it's been a more painstaking process getting some of this lined up than we were expecting, but based off of some of the stuff Jonathan's negotiated, we can definitely make option two work in our favor, and we can definitely kind of push towards that goal, because I know that's what everybody's visualized from the start, and we've got to try to in some of these situations get a square peg in a round hole here.
And so Mr. Rao, we'll make sure that we make every promise we can to the commission and the citizens that it won't look like a barn. And also this is probably the quietest I've heard Wayne McLean on any issue in a very long time. And so again, we appreciate you on this, and I'm confident that everyone is going to get something that looks pretty close to option one by the time we finish with this.
I agree.
Go ahead.
Well, and is it any way I don't know if the rest of the commission and the mayor like that raised this, stage where on number 3, where it's raised a little bit. I think that's.
Yes, sir, we are proposing a raised stage for sure.
That was one of the comments we had earlier on this.
Appreciate it. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
that's all I have. I'm done.
All right. We'll now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? You can fill out the yellow speakers card. You can use YouTube chat, or you can dial 386-329-0100 extension 0. Only nice comments.
Y'all, please talk about it, please.
Seeing no one here for public comment, we're going to close public comment. Wayne McLean has appeared. Is there any further discussion on the item? He's trying to talk. Wayne, you're muted.
Uh-oh.
You're muted. Yeah.
Oh,
He gave a thumbs up.
He's actually not muted.
Your sound's off.
It appears Mr. McLean didn't join with computer audio. When you join the Zoom, there's a small button that says join with computer audio, and that evidently wasn't hit.
He still should be able to do it from the bottom.
We're gonna take full advance. All he gave us 2 thumbs up. Any further discussion from the commission? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Let's move forward with number 1.5.
Jonathan, y'all gotta come through, because Jonathan,
Hey,
you all have to make me a believer, because right now I'm getting novelty scene and I'm just not feeling it. But
please help us out.
make us a
Welcome to join the committee.
That's what I like, even better.
Moving on to item 8, public hearings. Public hearing ordinance annexing approximately 0.50 acres into the city.
Thank you, Mayor Hill. And ordinance 2119, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as Putnam County Property Appraisers number 3709264001000020, Stonewall Suburban Farms, map book 2, page 39, parts of lot 12 and 13, official records 241, page 691, example of official records 1184, page 310, also part of the closed highway 15 per res, or official records book 1241, page 254, X, or official records book 1288, page 675, is subject to the easement at official records book 1330, page 1435, 1441, map sheet 37E, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Black, Florida, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for effective date.
Second.
It's a motion on the floor in a second. We're now before public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Same options apply. Hearing no one. We'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Rezoning ordinance.
Yes, sir. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, ordinance 2021, sorry. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from the Putnam County Industrial Heavy IH to the city of Palatka C2 Commercial Intensive for the following property: Putnam County Property Appraisers number 37092640010020, Stonewall Suburban Farms, map book 2, page 39, part of lots 12 and 13, official records 2241, page 691, example of official records 1184, page 310, also part of the old closed highway 15 per res, official records 1241, page 254, example of official records 1288, page 675, subject to the easement at official record books 1330, page 1435.
So move.
There's a motion on the
Ma'am.
floor. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second motion on the floor and a second. Now open the floor for public hearing, same directions. Seeing no one here for public hearing. Close public hearing. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. I'm about to say sold. Next up, item B, public hearing, annexing approximately 4.05 acres and 3.80 acres of property into the city and rezoning from Putnam County Light Industrial to City of Palatka Light Industrial M1.
Thank you, sir. An ordinance number 2122, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as 3019 Building Avenue, Palatka, Florida, 32177 in the Jackson subdivision, DBY, page 48, lots 6 and 7, official records book 228, page 152, official records book 331, page 490, and through 3020 Building Avenue, Palatka, Florida, 32177, Simpkins map book 1, page 114, block 2, parts of lots 1 through 8, including official records book 223, page 406, west 50 of lots 4 and 5, part of the closed Third Street, official records book 239, page 660, block 3, lots 1, 2, 7, 8, east 25 feet of lots 3 and 6, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for effective date.
So move.
Second.
Motion on the floor in a second. Now before the public hearing, same directions. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Hearing none. Hearing at this time. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item B.
Ordinance number 2021-24, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from Putnam County Light Industrial to the city of Palatka Light Industrial for the following property: 3019 Building Avenue, Palatka, Florida, Jackson subdivision, DBY, page 48, lots 6 and 7, example in the official records book 228, page 152, official records 333, page 490, and 3020 Building Avenue, Palatka, Florida, at Simpkins map book 1, page 114, block 2, part of lots 1 through 8, including official records book 223, page 4. 6, west 50 feet of lots 4, 5, and 5, part of lots closed Third Street, official records book 239, page 660, block 3, lots 1, 2, 7, and 8 of east 25 feet of the lots 3 and 6, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
So move.
Second.
2124. Motion on the floor in a second. We're now open for public hearings. Anyone here for public hearing? Hearing no one. We'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item C. Rezoning of commercial intensive C2 to residential light R1. Case PB 21-15.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance number 2021-26, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from commercial intensive C2 to residential light for the following property: appraisers ID 4210 27 68 50 1590 0060, Dick's map of Palatka, the map book 2, page 46, block 159, north 63 feet of the south 126 feet of the west third of block book 88, page 86, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for effective date.
So move.
Floor in a second. We're now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Same directions apply. Seeing no one for public hearing, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to rezoning.
Ordinance number 2127, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as 6131 Krill Avenue, east 18 acres of the northeast quarter of southwest quarter of example of the official records 875, page 1521 road, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
So move.
Second.
Motion on the floor. In a second, we'll now open the floor for public hearing. Here for public hearing on item D1.
I have a question for Ms. Wall. May I?
Go ahead.
So Ms. Walls, I'm looking at it. I'm sorry, I'm looking at my phone. Is that from Krill Avenue all the way back to Davis Lake Road, behind like the H. Miller School? You might not be familiar with.
Ms. Walsh, this is the 6131 Krill Avenue property.
Yeah, okay. I probably could see it better on it. On the bottom end, go to Davis Lake Road. Yeah. Do you know the future plans for that?
144 market rate apartments for that site.
We have the applicant here today. Who was here last time?
All right, thank you.
Okay. No, there's a motion on the floor in a second. We go open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, will close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item B, future land use map amendment ordinance 21-28.
Thank you, Mayor. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the future land use map of the adopted comprehensive plan be amended with respect to the following parcel of land less than 50 acres in size from the Putnam County Urban Reserve to the city of Palatka residential medium density for the following property: 6131 Pearl Avenue, east 18 acres of the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter, ex official records book 875, page 1521, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
So move. Second.
Who made the motion?
I think I clashed with somebody, so I just said
Is
second.
there a motion?
Oh, I thought I heard.
I did.
There's a motion by Commissioner Campbell.
Okay.
Is a second?
Commissioner McCaskill second. Because she said.
Nobody second yet.
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner McCaskill. Now before public hearings, or anyone here for public hearing? Same rules apply. Hearing no one for public hearing, we'll close public hearings. Or any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on, rezoning ordinance 21-29.
Thank you, Mayor. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from Putnam County Agriculture to the city of Palatka Residential 3 for the following property: 6131 Curl Avenue, the east 18 acres of the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter, official records 875, page 1521, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for an effective date.
So move.
Motion on the floor in a second. Now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Any further discussion from the commission? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Sonny, you amaze me. You're the only person I ever see that tickles herself.
She's happy.
All right. The moment we've all been waiting for is gonna get skipped for just 1 second. So we're gonna go to item. We've got an emergency item on the table, which is adopt resolution 2021 R111, authorizing execution and release of a lien at 822 Oak Street.
I'll make a motion.
Complaint number 1740.
I'll make a motion that we accept this as an emergency item.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor. A resolution 2021 R111, a resolution of the city of Palatka, Florida, granting that a release of lien associated with 822 Oak Street, Palatka, Florida, for the complaint number 1740, authorizing the satisfaction of the lien which is attached to the affected property, providing for scrivener's errors.
You want to just take it quickly?
Certainly. This was a code enforcement case, and under the old administration, there were some errors made. It went before the magistrate, and it was ultimately decided that because of the errors that were made, which included a letter from a previous code person that that indicated that all of the violations have been made compliant and that there was no further violation on the site, that the lien that had accumulated would need to be abandoned and satisfied. There are new code cases on that property, but this old code case is one which we do not believe we can move forward with.
One of the basis for transition.
Correct.
So is there a motion?
Second.
There's a motion on the floor, second by Commissioner Bohr. We're now for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion or comments from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Going back to item number 9. Item number 9, City Properties Community Affairs Department. We appreciate everybody who stayed here with us for all this time. I never get to see so many happy masking mouths before. Especially not for this amount of time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
My printer, my copy machine went down.
Here, you can look.
I've been sitting so long, I forgot my speech, so I'm just gonna wing it. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Eddie Cartwright, the Community Affairs Director for the City of Palatka. This presentation that I'm about to present to you is for information only. I was asked about a year ago to gather some information about some of the dollar rentals and the leases that we had. And these are some of the finances we found over the last year and a half of doing study. Myself, Aaron Hughes, Justin Bridges, and some local vendors and contractors that gave us this information. The information in here is not definitely accurate. It's an estimated guess of what we can see or think it's gonna be on, but you won't know anything about the prices until you actually get into some of these roofs, some of these AC issues and everything. So it could be more or less depending on the numbers. By no means do any of these organizations, I'm selling short or have anything. I think they're doing a wonderful job, but my job was to make sure that the city is getting the best out of their contracts that they have with these organizations. So my recommendations are nothing personal. It's more of just a city to city and kind of make it fair for the city and the community. So, and going into that, you got Bronson Holland House. I can read each flyer, each slide personally, but most of you commissioners have had this for a couple of weeks. So if you want to skip through things and hit the high points that you have, we can do that. In the sake of time, I recommend that, but I'll do whatever y'all feel we need to do. The Bronson Holland House is a wonderful house. It does a lot of things. I think it provides tours and hosts historical items from the Palatka history. His upcoming event is the Occupation of Palatka, which is a wonderful event. I think I went to it the first year I was here. It does a lot of things, but it also has some major issues that we need to look at. And finding, Justin, if you don't mind, come up here. And finding, we came up with several major issues. The roof, you want to speak about the roof?
No, this is the condensed version.
Yes, the front part of the house there is a pitched roof. That roof appears to be in pretty well condition. The back portion has a flat roof that is pretty old. So at some point we are going to have to address that. We have had a few issues out of it. We've had patched. So at some point we will need to address that issue.
As you see on this first slide, and it's just a fair market value for the house. It could be a little bit more when we get the more updated. We tried to get a couple of realtor companies to give us an estimate, but some of them said they didn't want to do it because of, I guess, the conflict of interest that they had because of friends and families of the business, I guess. The property taxes are what it is, what we get if we actually put the house on the market. Maintenance, as you can see below there, is it runs about $6,000 a year, maybe $7,000. Here recently, we have had several AC units went out. We have 4 units that we're trying to repair now. And most of those units are 6. Most of those units are, how was the unit just?
I think the quote we just got from Florida Care yesterday.
39,000 or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
That's
for all of the units.
That's to replace all units. That's to replace all units.
One big unit and 4 small units.
Yes. And actually, unit number 4, we was quoted about $400 something to fix. We found out that it needed more work, and they came up to another $1,300 to fix.
And you say you didn't get a price on the roof? The roof?
We have not yet. No, sir.
The whole roof would need to be replaced. That's what we're hearing.
Yes, yes. Most of these roofs that we have, we now are 10 to 20 years old. Most roofs need at least repairing or at least looked at some type of maintenance on them after 15 years. So most of these roofs that you're gonna see is definitely gonna need more than a patch job. The Brunswick Highland House roof we're not seeing any major physical damage yet, but being that if you want to, that status quo and all the other buildings that we got here is due to have a major roof repair.
How many square feet? Is that about pretty?
Nah, is anybody here from the Brunswick Highland House that can kind of give that answer? The square footage, square foot.
That's a,
Okay, so right at 9,200 square feet from the collective.
you have to replace that roof, that could be in the numbers.
And this is the reason why I'm presenting this to you. It's not about reallocating or moving anybody or kicking anybody. It's just, I know that going forth, that if the city gonna have to make a decision. If we're gonna continue to function the way we functioning with all these dollar rentals and these organizations that we housing, we're gonna have to start allocating some major money to bring these buildings back up to standard. As you see in this presentation, as we go further into the other buildings, you're gonna see some major roof issues, porch issues, and structure issues that we need to address. Or is it gonna become a major liability issue down the line?
I thought at one point when we restructured some of our contracts, that we incorporated, we modified it to say that the leasees would take on the maintenance for getting it for the dollar rental. All of the operational stuff was passed on, and maintenance was passed on to, I mean, that's what we made a decision on. I thought.
$1 leases. So I don't think it was something that that was some of the things that we talked about, but I don't think it was anything that we acted on at that present time.
Right, okay.
Yes, most of the contracts have either expired or about to expire. And then most of the contracts, the operational expenses are being taken on from the organization, but the maintenance expenses are still the city's. And for most of them, we're not getting any revenue from them. And this is speaking not just for the Brunswick Highland, I'm speaking for the whole dollar rental program. So if you're not in that group that I'm talking about, it's not personally attacking you. But most of them, we're not getting any revenue from them. It's just we're doing a lot of maintenance for them. And that's one of my recommendations, is to try to find a way to bridge that gap. Make it friendly for both. Not intended to kick anybody out or not intended to move anybody per se, but it is some recommendations there that might be feasible for the city as we get down. But I'm gonna try to stay on the Brunswick Highland House for a few more moments. So if anybody got any more questions about that one.
What I would like to see, as you're making these presentations, come up with a solution, because I believe I mentioned about having a win-win solution obtained here, one way or the other. And I know some people want to have a workshop, but if you could just give us what you feel would be a solution as you have assessed these properties, you know what the leases are currently, and what do you think the leases should be in the future so that it could be maintained by the leasees or some kind of way 50-50 or some kind of percentage. Could you do, have you done that? You probably already done.
I haven't done that to come up with a fair market price because I didn't know what direction y'all wanted to go on here. But at the end of each one of these slides from each one of these organizations, I do have a staff recommendation. And some of it that will fit into the line of what you're saying. But I gave a dollar amount of what we should charge each one, because I didn't know what guidance we wanted to do. And if we wanted to start with fair market value for the square footage for each building, or do we want to come up with a small number and build from there? Because we're going from 0 to something, and we don't want to handicap or hurt anybody, but we would definitely need to find a way to make some revenue to bridge the gap with these maintenance, because we are functioning with a small budget for each one of these organizations, and we are almost spending the money before the middle of the year. because it's not because of any fault of the organizations. It's just the buildings, it's that time, it's the domino effect. You know, you've got some years out of these buildings, but now they're starting to show wear and tear. And now we can't continue to patch them because you're going to patch so long, duct tape can only hold so long. And eventually it's going to fall in. And my job is to make sure I protect the city on liabilities and everything. And we need to get some of these buildings some real money set aside to fix them. These are historical buildings. So they're not just simple buildings where you can just put some regular plywood or some regular 2x4 on there. Some of that stuff takes treated wood, wood got to be aged and whatever else. And I'm not a construction, so don't get me the line on tell you what they do, but it costs. I can tell you that much. It costs.
Well, have you, city manager and staff, sat down and discussed really what, I know you presented this to us, like, just as it has been presented in these packets. So we're really going over this like twice or maybe 3 times.
Or 6.
Yeah, so to try to expedite this process a little better, because we want to hear what the citizens have to say.
The pace we're going is not going to be expedited.
Can we kind of like do, you know, we have what you're presenting again already.
Listen, I'm gonna cut to the chase because I don't have a whole bunch of time to waste sitting here going through this slide.
Yeah.
And unlike everybody else in here, it's long, it's late. And at the rate we're going, it'll be Easter when we finish this presentation. I think the reality of what we got going on right now is, and I'm totally against having a workshop, but we need a workshop.
Yeah.
And I just think sitting here wasting my time tonight and wasting everybody's time who's sitting in this audience to go over this stuff when there needs to be, you know, more time dedicated to going through all these slides and all the commentary that comes in between it, and buckling up where we can do this stuff is probably the best answer, because we're on property number 1, and I think we all have questions.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna make a motion that we move the meeting to a workshop,
I don't think it's fair to the citizen. Let them, I think these people need to be able to.
We're in the middle of a motion. We're in the middle of a motion.
Well, if we're gonna hear all this and hear it all again, I think it'd be best done in a workshop setting. We're not gonna solve anything here. Hearing the comments that we're gonna listen to the slides, which we've already read and kind of have some background information. We can give direction to the director of affairs, our affairs director, to say, okay, sum up everything that we need to do, come up with the city manager to come up with a direction with a direction as it relates to what we need to do. And in the meantime, we can have a workshop set up for the people where we can have dialogue versus just a 3-minute comment.
Are you in the middle of a motion?
That's just my opinion.
Go ahead, Jared. I want to hear from everybody who's been sitting here waiting. Just for a second. Okay.
We have too. We've been saying.
Well, you know, I've been sitting there for a little longer than 4 hours, so I feel you. Hold on a second.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I can stay here all night because I can tell you, you're gonna be here to Easter.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead. You can speak right there.
Mr. Mayor.
Let him go. Nah. That's okay. Hold on. Let me, so we're clear, this ain't a football game. Hold on. So we don't yell in here. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna be overly excited, only me. What's your question, ma'am? I withdraw my suggestion. For workshop, but workshops allow everybody to come in and sit down and talk through the process and get a presentation where it's pretty much the only item on the agenda. But I withdraw my suggestion. I'll sit here all night. It won't be the first time.
And
So,
Mayor, since we've been here since 3. Can we take a bathroom break or something?
We'll take a 5-minute break, but we'll stay here.
We'll be here.
We'll stay here till the pros come.
I'll stay here a while. I mean,
so that we can take this in order, I got about 15 speakers cards as we go through the properties that you're interested in speaking on. Then just raise your hand, don't stand up and yell, and we will make sure that we get your comments as it pertains to that particular property. And I will pull your card. Mr. Cutright, you can continue on with the Bronson House for the sake of time. Can we just work through the report?
Yes. Mayor and Commissioners, for the sake of time, I'm just gonna go straight to my staff recommendation pages on each one of them. You have had time to look at some of this stuff, and that people here can attest to what's going on with their own property. On the Bronson Mulholland House, the anticipated repairs is about $105,000. And the staff recommendation is to offset expenses to the financial impact. The lease agreement should be revised so that the operational cost be the responsibility of the organization that occupies the building, while the maintenance cost remains the responsibility of the city. Other consideration would be by leasing the building with a rental cost, as well as holding organization responsible for operational costs. The rental fees have been reviewed, and staff recommendation is to lower the deposit and increase the marketing for the venue to be rented out. Yeah, okay. Again, the anticipated repairs are $105,000. The staff recommendation is to offset the expenses, the financial impact. The lease agreement should be revised so that the operation costs be responsibility of the organization that occupies the building, while the maintenance cost still lies to the city. And then also we said that to help raise some financials, we try to relook at the rental fees and try to lower some things to bring it more marketable venue for people to rent. Yes, we have a budget here. For the Bronson Hollow House maintenance budget line, it runs right about $6,500. As of right now, the maintenance budget line for Bronson Hollow House is running right at about $500 in the red, and that's including the AEC units that we're trying to get repaired. The operation cost for the Bronson Hollow House, we budgeted right at about $5,000. We're running right now at $321 in the red.
Any comments from the commission on the, well, I've got two people from the Historic Society who filled out speaker cards. Ms. Lane, do you want to come up at this time? And Ms. Johns, you will be after her.
Marsha Lane, 210 East Forest Park Drive. I am a longtime resident of Palatka, and I've been making use of the city facilities since I was 7 years old. I learned to swim in a city pool. I learned art in the basement of the Larimer House. And through the years, the volunteer groups have brought about other things, including letting me go see plays, letting me go to gallery openings, listen to lectures, learn about the history of Putnam and Palatka. I had a much different speech planned on the rest of this. And my final thing to you was we need to have the workshop. We are better, as Mary Lawson Brown always says, we are better together. There are issues with some of what is being presented to you tonight. I will bring up one, the air conditioning system. I was given a thing a couple of weeks ago that it would cost $6,000 to fix our 5 units. That's a lot of money. I said, well, could we split that in half? Because one of them was a total replacement of unit. That was okay. And they got started on the units. One, even after we put the motor in, broke. That was $500. So that meant that was another unit. So now we're back up to $9,000 now. Okay, so that's $6,000. The Bronson Mulholland House is willing to do things to help, but we're not going to solve this here tonight. We need to sit down. The city manager needs to be involved. The city commission needs to be involved. The citizens need to be involved.
I don't think all of you quite got, if you haven't had to go to workshop meetings, you don't realize how much good can be done in them. They're boring, but they're long. But God love us, we've spent that tonight, haven't we? So better to do things together. I really do have a lot of questions on this, and you should too. I will send you a list. I do thank you for the time, and I thank you for the fact we are talking about it.
Ms. Johns, you're next. You want to pull the video up for me, Ms. Krantz? No, that's okay. I'm playing this video. We're playing the video.
So despite what okay.
Yeah. She wanted to play the video. I'm gonna play the video for her. That was her first request. That's
Give
what
me
she,
just a second to pull up the video, if you don't mind.
It is for 3 minutes.
it's her 3 minutes.
Although I am willing to just speak a quick paragraph and go.
Give me just
No,
a
we're gonna
second.
give you 3. No, we're gonna give you 3. You can't pull it up?
No, I can.
Let's
Give me
roll.
just a second. I'm trying.
I would really rather just speak my paragraph, if that's okay.
No, I wanna watch the video now. I'm curious.
Could I speak a paragraph real quick while she's already.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I'm really happy that you're all working to get this done today. As part of the Historical Society, as the president of it, I want to work with the city. We have been a longtime partnership with the city, as have all of these nonprofits. And I hope that we can continue to work together with it. I side with what Ms. Lane said. I really hope that we can have a workshop on this where we can all take our time. And I haven't been to one, so I'm excited. I'm as long and boring as they may be, I'm excited for it. Thank you.
Okay, roll the video.
Speak on behalf of the
Roll the video.
Putnam County Historical Society as president. The first slide states that all other repair costs of the city budget, which omits the work that the Historical Society has done for maintenance. We have replaced lights, repaired door hinges, fixed fence gates, provided interior janitorial work, changed air filters, which had not been done for almost 2 years, and done copious of maintenance work on the yards and brick paths to keep them.
I mean, I will say this, we will be respectful to everyone. Like, we have to show respect. And the way that we talk to, it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
See, that's where.
Pristine. In addition to the pest control, we also pay about $115 a month for the phone service in the museum, which allows us to have a security system there, as the city does not provide one. And we have provided camera security systems for the house. All events, except for the occasional fundraiser like the Christmas tea in 2019, are free and open to the public. We do not rent the house out for the events. Any questions about such are referred to Cultural Resources Departments. All of our tours are free of charge, although we do get donations from visitors. We average about $250 a month in donations. Our regular monthly expenses, including the phone bill and the pest control, is about $150 a month. Therefore, the average total profit that the Historical Society receives from these events and tours is about $100 a month. Often, this money is put back into the community. For example, we have donated to the Conley Snyder Mural Committee and the upcoming Senior Citizens Art event planned in the fall. The presentation also mentions $12,000 for the porch, but omits the fact that the porch was replaced just a couple of years ago by a $50,000 grant from the state, from which it almost immediately, within 6 months, began to deteriorate as unsuitable materials were used in the construction. Is the city pursuing some kind of warranty from the contractor to offset this cost, as the porch is practically new? The air conditioning units are estimated at $35,000. Cultural Resources gave us quotes of $6,000 to repair 5 units and replace 1. Now, we understand that one of the repaired units ended up needing to be replaced, bringing it up to $9,000 total. So where did $35,000 come from? On the next slide, we are alarmed to see $15,000 to replace multiple windows. A few windows have issues with their counterweight pulley systems, and that would perhaps require a few $100s to repair. But this is a historic home on the National Register. The windows are original and irreplaceable. We've approached Cultural Resources several times about working together on a no-match grant from the state to repair the sagging fireplace, much as was done a few years ago to repair the porches. This has been an issue for a few years now and is not likely to be something that must be tended to immediately. The damage to the ceiling in the docents' quarters was caused by a roof drain pipe that had not been cleaned as part of regular maintenance and overflowed, causing water to drip through the drop ceiling and into the kitchen in the docents' quarters. The resulting water damage caused a hole to fall in the drop ceiling and damaged a box of historic documents that was sitting beneath it on the counter. Regular maintenance could have prevented this. Our volunteers are not able to get on the roof to clean drains. We believe the price quoted for the repairs is much higher than necessary since this is just a drop ceiling. This is a project the society can take on as we have conveyed cultural resources. The Bronson-Mulholland House is expensive to keep up, and we understand that. The Historical Society does its part in providing all the manpower it can. Over 100 volunteer hours in yard house and maintenance work, and close to 300 hours in docent work just this year to keep it going. We have had a long-standing partnership that we have been proud to be a part of, and we wish for it to continue. The Bronson-Mulholland House, like the other historic properties staffed by volunteers of the nonprofit organizations affected by these proposed changes, is a treasure to our citizens and a beacon to tourists and visitors. The city has on offer a fully staffed history museum, art galleries, and educational museums at the cost of building expenses and maintenance. They don't have to provide the staff, the management, the items on display, but they reap the benefits of saying we have all these amazing and free museums in our city to delight our citizens and to draw in visitors. I hope the city can view these nonprofits as partners in building our amazing city, and we're looking forward to working with you to make that happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good video.
Thank you for that presentation.
I like the video.
There is new solar plus battery backup technology
I
available.
don't
that
like the second video. Any other comments on Bronson? Any comments from the commission? So I think Bronson is I think the Bronson House is a unique property. It's one that the city gains revenue from. I think that Ms. Johns is directly on point as it relates to, putting together a plan for general maintenance to resolve some of the issues. I think at the end of the day, it's a little different than some of the other properties. And so we'll continue on with your presentation.
Yes, to add before I move on, the AC unit was not for repairs, the $3,500, $35,000 for the brand new AC units across the board. It was not for the repairs. It was to replace all of them because we knew that's coming down the line that we were gonna have to replace every last one of them. It was not repairable, it was to replace all of them and make them all brand new. That's what that price came. The $15,000 for the windows was just in your presentation, Ms. Misha, was that they are unique windows and it will take more than just unique pieces of wood to replace them. And that's what we got an estimated cost of doing that. And not just doing the one or two that you said was messed up, was doing all of them. Replacing them all. That's where that price came in at.
Let's go to the next property.
We never discussed.
Let's go to the next property.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah,
One of the letters you hand,
you got a letter. Go ahead and read it into the record.
thank you. I have a letter that was submitted for the record from a Sharon S. Barnes, if I may read. Hi, I was planning to go to the city commission Thursday, but it was canceled due to not enough commissioners there. The meeting has been rescheduled for September 2nd. I'm a member of the Putnam County Historical Society and thus very interested in your plans for the Bronson-Mulholland House Museum. I am also interested in the other nonprofit organizations you are proposing new changes. What the city is planning affects all of us, not just the organizations that are using these buildings. I do not know the full facts, but only what is written in the PowerPoint presentation. Just this presentation scares me to death. I fear the city is very short-sighted. It appears that from this proposal that the city believes that the Putnam County Historical Society, Palatka Art League, and the Railroad Preservation Society have no place in benefiting our citizens. They are not money-making organizations. They're all volunteers who want to enrich and promote our wonderful city and county. I'm trying to understand from what the PowerPoint presentation has provided what the city plans. I'm also trying to understand if anyone associated with this proposal is a member or has any knowledge of the makeup of the organizations that will be affected. It appears at first glance that all the work these organizations have done in the past are worth little to the city. Has the city considered what hardships they would be putting on these volunteer ambassadors, the long-term effects to the city and the county? I'm looking forward to an in-depth explanation, fact, and discussion concerning the city of Palatka's reasoning behind this plan. End of letter.
Okay, duly noted. Next property.
Next property, we Larriman Arts. Repairs, estimated repairs for the Lamar Center was right about $41,000. In the presentation, you can see some of the things that we need to fix, some of the things that need to be repaired or replaced, or just brand new products put in there. Staff recommendation is staff suggests that the city updates the contract to hold the tenants responsible for operational costs. The lease and lease the property for a fee. Review a sublease agreement for the liability purpose and responsibility of all parties. The city should consider being the party such contractors are filled with instead of agreement between the tenants and the sublease. This is another building that has a sublease to the River City Players that they actually rent out. And we're still not getting any revenue from the building.
Ms. Anderson, you got a speaker's card. You want to come up?
For a moment.
Just give your name and address for the record, so we'll have that.
Rosemary Anderson, here as chair of the Board of Directors of the Arts Council of Greater Palatka.
Yes, ma'am.
We agree with the value of periodic reviews. And it gives us a chance to upgrade information and to correct some information. The Arts Council has a 44-year history of promoting and supporting the arts. And we are the designated local arts agency. And frankly, I can't imagine having a town like Palatka with its history, with its attractiveness, to not have an arts agency. And that's what the Larimer should be and has been for this time. There's some implications that we don't care about the building, which nothing could be further from the truth. Our resources also are limited, but wherever and however we can, we try to repair the plaster. I personally have been in when the building was being renovated, we had tear up the ugly carpet parties and clean the floors, etc. And I do remember one very dear arts director or artist in our board standing on the top of one of those tall scaffolds, pipes, taking her paint to make the cartouche over the entrance to the theater more visible. And I'm holding on to the scaffold saying, "Be careful, Betty, you might fall." So we are dedicated to the building and doing the best that we can within our resources as well. And you may know that the Arts Council was the leader in getting the, what's the official? U.S. Historical Registry listing for the building. So there may be some questions about the feasibility of trying to sell the property. Our basic position, and I think that of the other groups here, is that the artistic endeavors add to the quality of life of our community, and they also add to the appeal of our community to outsiders when they come and visit. We have programs within the building. We also accommodate the River City Players, as has been mentioned already. We average about 11 in normal times. We average 11 gallery shows featuring local artists each year. We sponsor 6 to 8 concerts a year. That's my 3 minutes. We don't think you should sell the Larimer. We think we need a central arts, what do we want to call it, center. And we try our best to take advantage of it and offer programs that support our community.
Well, I want to dispel something initially for everybody. I don't think there's been any decision made by this commission to sell any piece of property that the city owns at this point. I think there is a conscious decision to figure out what's the highest and best use of each property owned by the city. And so anyone who's operating under the assumption that it's a commission's decision to sell a property. There hasn't been 3 votes to sell anything. And
I
so,
understand that.
and so I would tell you that that is an incorrect assumption. And so for whatever theories are out there, that's not the case at this point. I've made recommendations to sell some properties, but I've not made that. I think
I
I
understand.
actually think the Larimer has a reverter clause on it and a deed restriction, which makes it
I
a,
believe
that keeps it a
is the
public
case,
property.
but-
Can I ask you one question? And you've been working with the Arts Council for a number of years. Yeah, the Arts Council rents the Larimer or leases Larimer, however we want to call it, to RCP.
To whom?
You share in the revenues that RCP gets from plays, correct?
We get a portion of the profits after all expenses are paid, which is may run between $300 to $500 for a total month's use of the Larimer.
My understanding, it's about 25% of whatever they bring in. Is that the number? Is
After
that the
all
correct number?
expenses are paid.
That's the correct number, 25%?
I don't know that.
And so,
I should know it, but I do not. But I've been advised that the best we've ever gotten is about $500, and it's more often in the $250 to $300 range. And we welcome the money and we want the performances there, but
my other understanding is that the Arts Council is not under a traditional lease. There was an agreement for services to provide art services for the city for a 20-year period. When you entered into the building, that was my recollection based upon my reading of the lease. And so if there was an agreement to provide services for the city, then should any revenues that produced from that building be given to the city as opposed to the person who's providing a service for the city?
you see me rolling my eyes.
I mean, what expenses are you paying?
Well,
Have you been paying any expenses at this point?
no, you'll recall that 2 to 3 years ago, we responded to a request for.
Hello?
proposals.
Hello?
Madison.
Can anybody hear me?
Loud and clear, but we're trying to figure out who we're hearing.
This is Denise Aiken. I do not know how to work this, and I've been trying to speak. I can answer most of those questions. I've sat here through
Go
the
ahead,
whole,
Ms. Aiken.
through the whole meeting. So, as far as River City goes, when we were given the building as an art center, they were given the Stacks area, and a theater was built. Yes, my husband built it. And they were supposed to give some proceeds to the Arts Council. We pay all of the electric. We pay $5,000 a year for insurance. We pay the phone. We do all the cleaning. We do everything that has to do with the inside of the building. River City was to be given that area and give us a small amount of money. Now, what we normally get out of, and they do 4 shows a year, and they have probably 2.5 months in time for a complete show. We range from 300, I think the most was 500, and they went to a 2-week period. So we are really not making any money, and we're not, and absolutely told we could never lease out. So, and especially since it says sublease. In the city prior to this, we were to never lease. We could not do that. But River City was put in there as having the Stacks to build a theater. And that part of it, the money that they give us, was supposed to help defray costs of working. Now, our electric bill runs about $600 a month. So when you think about what revenue, we get very little revenue from it. So I just don't see how that really works out. I've never challenged it. I don't think any of our board has ever really challenged it. But when it comes down to the scheduling, it was up to the Arts Council. We allow people who need to use the building, as the city had requested us to. We also put programs out into the city. We do a lot of promotion of downtown. This weekend, we have music downtown. That all brings people into Palatka. So as far as our revenue coming in, we don't have a lot of revenue, but what we do put back into the city and into the building. We've sat through floods, 3 floods. One flood completely lost everything in the lower level, and we had to replace all of that. FEMA came out. We never saw anything from FEMA. FEMA was out the last time. We still never saw anything from FEMA. And again, I state that River
You also say
City.
you pay $5,000 for insurance.
Yes, I do. Yes,
Right.
sir. I pay the bills.
Did
Pay
you file an insurance
5,000.
claim?
Pardon?
Did you file an insurance claim?
No, never. We have never. And when we, and several years ago, we had to stop insuring. We couldn't even get insurance for the artists. They have to sign a waiver that the artists who hang their art in there have to have their own insurance. And of course, to have your own insurance on a piece of art, you have to have an actual appraisal. So many of those don't have that. We have never had an accident that we've turned in. We have had, we used to have to pay the insurance on the building itself for many years. In fact, I'll tell you, when we moved in, and not me, but originally when the Arts Council moved in, the electric was paid, the water was paid, and we pay, as the Arts Council, pay all of that.
So what's the purpose of having insurance if you would never file a claim?
Well, so we don't have to, we have to file a claim. We have to carry that. It's mandated. You guys mandate us to carry insurance when we do our programs out on the properties. We have to have it.
And the city maintains the exterior of the building?
Yes, sir. You do the air conditioners and the plumbing and the toilets and that type of thing. And certainly we do everything we can to keep it. Once a year, once every 2 years, the terrazzo floors need stripped and redone.
And we also write into the budget the $5,000 a year for the summer concert series, right?
Yeah, and I didn't ask for that this year because I felt kind of funny about that. I certainly intended to, but we went ahead and I did the 4th of July just like we always have for many, many years. And, we don't just do concerts. The building is used by other entities who.
No, I think the misconception is that we're questioning the value of any organization which has a $1 a year lease. We think that all the organizations who occupy these properties have value to the community. So I don't even think the issue of anyone having to talk up their organization or what their value is even a part of these conversations tonight.
Exactly. And I just want to make it clear that we're not only just in the building, we're throughout the county and we're throughout Palatka. And every time I see something that I think we can lend a hand to and make that stand out and bring more people to our community. And it is a gem. And, River City belongs there. They do. They belong there. It's a matter of scheduling. I've already given them their whole year schedule this year.
All right. Okay.
I
won't take up everybody's time.
I just wanted to make sure that $300 or whatever, it's generally for at least a 3-month time. So we're not getting rich. We're only getting a little bit. We buy all the sundries and everything else. So I have that in a list. I just wasn't able to get it to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So.
And I'm sorry I didn't know how to use this.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Akins? Any questions for anybody else? Okay, moving on to the next property, Ms. Anderson.
I have a letter from Stephen Crowley regarding the Lerma Art Center. Would you like me to read it into the record?
Read it like you read those resolutions.
Yes, sir. Are you serious?
Yes. No, not that fast. No.
So February the 2nd, 2021, to the Honorable Mayor Hill and City Commission, City of Palatka, 201 Near 2nd Street, Palatka, Florida 32177. Mayor and Commissioners, I regret that a previous commitment requires me to be out of town as you begin your discussions about the fate of the many city-owned buildings. I'm hoping that Thursday night is just the beginning of the process and not the end. In any case, I would like to share some thoughts with you about the Lien Arts Center. My relationship with the building began more than 30 years ago when I arrived as the director of the Putnam County Library System. My office was located in the Palatka Public Library, now the Lien Arts Center. I participated in the transition from library to Arts Center. Since then, I've been involved in the Lien in a wide variety of ways. I'm the past president of the Arts Council, a director for the River City Repertory Company and its successor, River City Players. I have taught theater courses and of course attended many events at the Lien. The historic building is a gem in the city, gem city's crown, and is held in trust for the residents by the city thanks to a generous donation of Mr. Mellon. It was his desire, as stipulated in the donation to the city, that the building memorializing his wife remain dedicated to public use. I would strongly recommend that your attorney research the donation and discover the penalties for not abiding by the conditions of the donation. Further, I believe you break trust with the city residents of Palatka if you do not maintain it as an art center in the home of the Arts Council of Greater Palatka. The ACGP has a long history of providing cultural events both in the building and without. The council, as the designated arts agency, continues to serve a wide swath of our residents, from little ones through senior citizens, with arts classes, concerts, theater, and more. The AGCP also acts as a funnel for funds to other organizations, as well as directly to supporting local artists who would not have a venue to work for their work to be presented if it were not for the Lien. Many of these are not able to write grants themselves, and the staff at the council seeks grants to support them. I understand the budgets are tight and the city must find ways to limit expenditures while increasing revenue. I believe that the city has a responsibility to assume the burden of major capital investments in the maintaining of the building. The day-to-day expenses such as utilities, cleaning, routine maintenance, etc., are logical expenses for the leasing organization. Rather than selling the building, it might behoove the city to renegotiate the lease with the Arts Council and its major subtenant, the River City Players, to define more clearly the financial obligations of each organization from the day-to-day support of the building and reinforce the management role of the HCGP. I would think the lease would also more clearly define the responsibilities of the city for the major upkeep of the historical building. Thank you very much for your time to read and consider my thoughts. I would be happy to provide you with any additional information that you might be interested in. I would also be happy to sit down with you and or Mr. Holmes to discuss this further. Have a wonderful day. Stephen J. Corrali, past president of the Arts Council of Greater Palatka, 607 South Moody Road, apartment 2503, Palatka, Florida 32177, and it gives his phone number.
So move. Oh,
I'm glad you. I'm glad you read it. I'm glad you read it fast. You'd have been over his time. Next property.
Next property is the Tillman House.
Everybody here for the Tillman House can leave. That's the whole room.
Mayor and commissioners, can I say something before we go further?
Not long.
I'm gonna say it anyway, though. I'm open now. I want everybody to understand that I'm hearing that people are saying selling and everything. I'm looking at all my recommendations, and it's only a few of them that I'm even recommending that you move. So where's the selling coming from? But my main concern is this right here is not to dislodge anybody. I've seen deficiencies. Me and Mr. Bridges over there and Aaron Hughes, we've seen deficiencies in the building, and we're trying to give the commissioners the insight that we need to spend the money to get the buildings up to speed, and then we're going to provide a general schedule of maintenance to keep it going. But we got to get it up there first before we can start doing general maintenance. And that was this whole concept of my presentation was. It's not to attack any of your organizations. It's not to say that you're not doing wonderful things for the community. It's just I see you in the buildings that need a lot of repairs to. And I have to get the commissioners to see what I see so they can either make a decision whether either allocate more money for us to get these buildings where they need to be at or reassess where we put you at. I'm not saying get rid of the organization itself. It's just, I got a minute and a half left. But I just want them to go on record saying that. I don't want nobody thinking that we're out here trying to poach y'all out of something. We're not. I love what you do. I've been to several of your events and I've seen the buildings that you're doing them in. And I feel like we need to put more money in there to bring those buildings up to standard so you can bring more people. But that's my intent there. But moving on to the Tillman House. Estimated about $49,000 in repairs. And we have a lot of wood damage that can be looked at different ways as far as termite damage or whatever. We're not sure exactly what it is, but it's $49,000. And our staff recommendation is to consolidate the organization by relocating them to the Larimer Art Center and putting everybody up on one umbrella, or move them to the new community center at Jenkins. Consolidating can lessen the financial impact on the organization that will be paying monthly rental fees and continue to give organizations space to operate. The property should then be placed, that's what the sale committee. Property then should be placed for sale and hopefully return some property tax flow. This is the one right there. I know it's two. That's why I said.
Mayor, I think
Go
Ms. Vice Mayor Brown, before she left, she kind of gave a little bit of history and background on the Tillman house or whatever. Actually, I think that was supposed to be parking lot. I mean, for parking or whatever. But I think since that time, when they took over the Tillman house and made it an art center, is kind of developed into that. But that was the vision back then. So it's a little bit of a different vision now. So Ms. Vice Mayor Brown could tell the story a little bit better, but so we've gotten ourselves into something that we might need to, consider what we have and what we envisioned initially.
Okay, I think I got 4 speaker cards and let's go in. Let's. Are you? Who's? I didn't even count you in that 4. Who's gonna be the speaker? All right. Y'all doing it all together? All right. Just give your name. Your name and address for the record. So.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. I am Laura Evans. I live at 311 East Buffalo Bluff Road in Satsuma. I'm currently the acting president of the Palatka Art League. Deborah Daniels is on medical leave. The Palatka Art League has resided in the Tillman House for over 25 years, and the Art League is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. We hold monthly art-related events such as galleries, kids' summer art programs, art labs, teas, classes, music collaborations, and our famous annual 7-week holiday house boutique. The reason I'm saying this is to get you the idea of the kind of space that we need. We also provide community service, such as an annual scholarship to a local student. As a matter of fact, we were reviewing 2 applications tonight, and we are going to give out $2,000 scholarships for a student to the St. John's River State College. We made 8,000 masks for the public in the year 2020, and we provided them on a donation basis only. We participated in Trunk or Treat. We did Pink Out Putnam for breast cancer. We donated to March of Dimes repeatedly, donations to food pantries, and we helped senior citizens supplement their income through art sales. First of all, we would like to thank the city of Palatka for all the years that we were able to have our nominal lease agreement. While you may not have collected much in the way of rent from us, we have renovated and made handicap accessible the house with the TIF grant of $200,000 during the years 2005 to 2008. At that time, the city also donated $80,000 for a total of $280,000 in repairs and remodeling to the house. In 2018 to 2019, with our own money to the tune of $13,500, and we were able to raise funds, we made some major repairs to the house. So we have maintained and operated the house with little cost to the city, and we lovingly take care of the house. When Deborah Daniels and I first met with Mr. Cutright last spring, his recommendation was that we vacate the Tillman house, which would be sold. We've really been in the bullseye. We felt like we have been for the house to be sold since Mr. Shanahan met with us almost 2 years ago. Mr. Cutright also said he would try to work out a deal with us for a final 2-year rental contract whereby we would pay rent at market value to help provide revenue to the city before it was finally put up for sale. We would greatly appreciate something like this option. As I mentioned, currently we cost the city very little in maintenance or operational costs.
He also recommended that we consolidate with the Arts Council and River City Players Theater Group, as he just mentioned. On August 25th, we toured the Larimer, and this is what we discovered. The Larimer has a mold or mildew problem so strong we could smell it through our masks. Special items owned by the other two groups currently there are not stored in the basement due to the mold and mildew issue. Currently, there is 0 office or storage space for us. And then we were told that when River City Players does a play, they take full occupancy of the building for 2.5 months. Handicap access is severely limited, and we have disabled members and customers. To me, it looks like the potential for mold remediation, scheduling, and making adequate space for us will take some time, making it appear that the 2-year lease option at the Tillman House would probably work best for all. And we at the Palatka Art League would greatly appreciate it. And we would really appreciate a workshop too. I just didn't understand what that would involve. Thank you. And then our treasurer would like to say a couple of things too, if you will.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Harnack. I live at 108 Cedar Creek Road, Palatka. And as Laura said, I'm the treasurer of the Palatka Art League. The Palatka Art League receives $0 from the city to operate the Tillman House, which has been our home for the past 25 years. With the exception of the lawn maintenance, the Art League has paid for all the utilities, telephone and internet services, house insurance, fire extinguisher maintenance, the security alarm system, and as necessary, routine repair and maintenance for 25 years. During July 2020, you informed the Art League that the city would no longer pay for the lawn maintenance, and since that date, the Art League has paid $855 for cutting the grass. In addition to the expenses I listed above, the Art League has kept the 3 heating and air conditioning units in good repair, including the purchase and replacement of filters, and in 2021, the Art League replaced the 3 thermostats and a hot water heater. Now, I have 2 questions that I would like to ask. Our lease expires December the 31st, and I would like to know when the city will inform the Palatka Art League of how much we will have to pay monthly for our share of the operational expenses if we relocate to the Larimer, and how much our monthly lease will be. Second, the only expense the city pays for on the Tillman House is $745 a year. This is an agreement entered into between the city and Florida Pest Control, and Florida Pest Control for the renewal and inspection of pest control services. Now, the city contracted for this service after the Art League had the house tented for termites. The Art League received an estimate of $6,000 to tent the house. However, to our good fortune, this $6,000 was a donation in kind, not to the city, but to the Palatka Art League from Florida Pest Control and Douglas Products. So my question is, second question is, if the Palatka Art League pays the $745 and continues to pay all of the expenses and repairs in the Tillman House, would we be able to stay another 1 to 2 years? Thank you very much.
So can I ask you a question or ask for anyone? And has there ever been a time, I think you've asked this question previously, had there ever been a time when the Art League and the Art Council worked together? Were they ever, there ever a time when they worked in concert with one another in the same facility?
I've only been a member for a couple of years, so prior to that time, I'm not aware.
Can I answer that?
Ms. Aiken, you're kind of like the intercom at a grocery store. You just, but you got all the answers, so we're gonna keep listening.
I'm so sorry. Yes, actually, I used to be the vice president of the Art League years ago. And when I went to the Arts Council, I made sure that we certainly advertise everything they do. They are a different entity than we are. Do we really have room at the Arts Council? No, we really don't. Do I support them? Do we support them? Yes. And each year for their Christmas house, I pay for their music. I try and pay for the band that is going to be there. We do advertise for them. I support them. They take good care of the house. And any chance that I can, I certainly talk to the Art League. And like I said, I support their holiday house. One of the things that when they said something about moving in, I talked to Marcia Dixon for quite a while. One of the things I think that and I don't want them to have to leave, I don't, because they're just a great organization and I was a great big part of it, was that if they did have to leave, that we usually take December as time off because we're so busy all year long with all the projects that we do, that they could possibly move their Christmas house into the Larimer Arts Center. And the Christmas house is one of their main and major functions that they have. So yes, we do. And we would like to support them by being able to have them in the same building, but we're really two different entities. And I do believe that you would find that revenue would be hard for both of us having classes and such a small area and having a fine arts gallery. We do have artists from out of town and but support them, yes, indeed,
Okay.
we do.
All right, so the city just acquired a 27,000 square foot facility. And one in which we are developing the programs and the vision for the facility as a whole and the long-term strategic plan. With the organizations that we're talking to today, one of the things I want us to think about is there an appetite for any of the organizations that we're speaking to today? And it's kind of rhetorical at this point, but is there an appetite to look at that 27,000 square foot facility that we are looking to place resources in as an opportunity to use the classrooms in the larger places to be able to do more than what we're doing and maybe even reach greater numbers of people? And so that's one of the things that's out there as an option. I think looking forward, how we create senior pottery centers or senior art centers or even community art centers and have programming. I know one of the things that both organizations talked about in the past was how do we access the children? How do we get to the community as a whole? How do we place transportation in place? So that's one of the things I just want to throw out there as we continue this. You have anything else for us? Any questions or comments from the commission before I go to Ms. Kitchen? So just kind of moving forward. Ms. Kitchen, you're next.
Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. I had a slightly different presentation, but as the evening is worn on, there's a couple of points I think I need to make, so I may not do my presentation. The reason people are concerned that their building is going to be sold is out of the 9 buildings that you all are looking at, 4 of them are recommended by your staff to be gotten rid of: selling Hammock Hall, selling the Tillman House, giving the Waterworks Environmental Center to the Ravine Gardens, and giving the old pool house to the Ravine Gardens. That makes people a bit gun shy. So naturally they're scared that their buildings are maybe recommended to be sold also. I note with the Tillman House, and that's what I'm speaking on tonight, since there's not enough time. I wanted to speak on all 9 buildings, but I frankly didn't have enough time to do that much research and to whittle it down to 3 minutes. But the Tillman House was bought by the city in 1990. I remember it very well. I worked the deeds. Danny Martinez and Tommy Clay owned the house prior to that, as did Mr. Maltby. I worked all those deeds. There was never any discussion in public that I'm aware of about there being a parking garage there till recent years, when the owner of the current boathouse marina has talked about having a parking garage so that he can have a 250 seat banquet hall at the marina. So it's just been, and I heard, yes, I heard the vice mayor say that, and I was stunned. I usually don't agree, I don't disagree with the vice mayor, the former vice mayor, but I don't remember any of that, and I keep up with it. I'm a founding member of the original Art League. I was a member for many years of the Art League, rejoined it a few years ago, have let my membership lapse, but it was
Shame
never
on you.
meant. Pardon?
Shame on you.
Well, I've also let it lapse with the Historical Society. I need to renew both of them, but you know, I get busy. But I do want to bring some information to you that you already know. The Tillman House, the budget, the 2021 budget here says $500. The expenses so far are $364.39. On another page, it says there's no operational cost to the city for the Tillman House, yet the staff recommends selling it. That's a no-brainer, but let me go for some information that I did have prepared for you. Don't vote on these buildings tonight. Schedule a workshop so that the public will be able to take part in the discussion. There's too many buildings and there's too much information about each one to have public comments restricted to 3 minutes. And I realize you kind of let it slip a little bit. In today's Palatka Daily News, Commissioner Jones said it is important for officials, tenants, and residents to hear the why and how for each building. Jones said he wanted the city to make the best assessments for an amicable solution for the parties involved. Being able to hear them and how we can partner with them to make a more informed decision on it, we can come to an agreement that's a win-win situation for the city, citizens, and the programs using it. In case you decide to go ahead and hold the vote tonight, I'd like to give you some information about the previous working relationship between the city and the Tillman House using quotes from an article in the February 27, 2010 Palatka Daily News. The Tillman House officially opened February the 12th with warm wishes from the city elite and the South Historical Neighborhood Association after its historic renovation. That renovation was done with a little bit of help from the city and funds from the tax increment fund, the Neighborhood Association, which came to about $240,000 if what Tim Parker told me was correct. Mayor Flagg assured the public and the Art League that the Tillman House will be here for a long time for many cultural arts events to come. Robbie Correa, then president of the South Historic Neighborhood Association, spoke about the pride of the historical Tillman House and its location within the district and how it will represent a cornerstone in the neighborhood. Architect Bob Taylor said, when a community recognizes the value of its architectural heritage and conscientiously moves to preserve historically significant buildings, it is a sign of societal maturity and cultural development. The Tillman House is indeed the cornerstone of Palatka South Historic District because it is the first thing voters see when they put in at the city dock. I hope you all have the societal maturity and cultural development to understand why you must keep the Tillman House, not sell it, and keep the Palatka Art League in residence there. That is a very important thing. When the Bass people come, they see that house. Put a welcome center in there along with the Art League. That would be a great place for it. Someone suggested that previously at another meeting. But just don't sell the Tillman House. It's a jewel. I don't have time to go into everything. I got lots more information for you, but please don't vote, put it on a workshop, and don't sell the Tillman House.
You don't have time.
How am I talking as fast as Sonny, or do I need to speed up?
You're at 6 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Always a good history lesson.
Man, I think we keep saying the same thing over and over. But when I look at it, it just says presentation and direction. It doesn't say we're voting on anything tonight. And basically, we were just going to hear information from the Director of Affairs as well as from each of you. So we keep hearing people saying sell, 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 but and like the mayor said, we're not here to sell anything. We're just here to partner to see how we can do things better.
Next property. Next, any other questions on, any other comments or questions on Tillman? Any other speakers on Tillman? Next property.
The train depot. Now, the train depot is, we're gathering information on that. So most of the slides is kind of like just unknown information. So we haven't had a chance to read it because no contract, we can find no contract.
We've got a letter that kind of gives an outline. Can you read the letter right quick? That'll help you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll read the letter into the record, and forgive me that I don't know how to pronounce this gentleman's name, but Howard Blastick, Vice President Treasurer of the Palatka Railroad Preservation Society. Palatka Railroad Preservation Society was formed in 1994 as a nonprofit organization to preserve and perpetuate the rail heritage of Palatka. In 2011, after incorporation within the state of Florida, the society received a 501c3 educational status from the IRS. Our main means of perpetuating this heritage is through the educational opportunities afforded through our various activities. The train depot is the most significant commercial structure surviving from Palaka's rail heyday. It is on the National Historic Register and is still used in serving rail passengers. The society maintains the exhibit within the Browning Railroad Museum adjacent to the waiting room in the train depot. Being a nonprofit, we must depend on others for financial support in order to accomplish our purposes. The society is primarily funded through donations from the public. In an average year, approximately 1,000 persons visit the museum. In a good year, our revenue will exceed expenses. Donations have been extremely slim since the COVID-19 pandemic began. The society's been a joint tenant in the depot with Ride Solutions for several years. The society cleans the south portion of the depot, which it utilizes and replaces consumables such as AC filters and light bulbs. Annual society expenses include general liability insurance, which lists the city as a co-insured. Due to our limited financial resources, the society is unable to agree to any additional financial commitments to the city. However, bless it. The cover letter says, as none of the Palatka Railroad Preservation Society officers are able to attend the city commission meeting, we've submitted the attached letter to be read into the record. Thank you, Mayor.
And Ride Solutions maintains they maintain the rest of the building. They also do the ticketing for the train station as well. They basically provide the services as a part of what they're doing. The museum operates basically out of out of that one room. It's kind of open and free to the public. And so they also let the people in.
Yeah. And so that's where we was at on that. We were trying to gather more information. I know we were talking about some different contracts that they had and trying to reduce some leases with some of the train depot station and the Ride Solution and everything. So we're trying to gather information to see exactly how that ties into what the city offers.
And they run the Transportation Disadvantage Program. Boyd Thompson is the key contact for Ride Solutions. Let's go to the next property.
Waterworks. Waterworks, at this time, we only see about $7,000 worth of repairs that need to be done. It's a wonderful opportunity. It's a nice building. And the city's staff recommendation is this: the city should review the contract for each party and responsibility of maintenance and operation. The facility has potential for additional revenue for attracting more tourists, field trips, and research possibilities. Waterworks is the only environmental property that the city owns. There is a research being done about a previous proposal of creating an agreement with the Ravine State Gardens to obtain the property. This information is under review for additional detail. And that was put in there because this is what we found out. We haven't made a decision to sell that, but we did make aware that one of our wonderful volunteers will be leaving us here January. And we're trying to figure out who's going to take on that responsibility, but we only have rumors. We have no factuals about who's going to take her place when she leaves, but we do have facts that she will be leaving us. And that's what we got to. That's where the city has thought about taking some ownership on, bringing maybe one of my staff up there to help.
And just so for the commission, just as a point of information, just in case, Waterworks has basically kind of like how the Bronson House and is run with docents. You still have the same thing with scientists, retired scientists for the most part, who run Waterworks and make sure that all the presentation and everything there, it basically becomes kind of an effortless process for the city.
But Mr. Mayor, I was advised that they don't believe they're going to be in a position to continue that after spring. And they gave us some advance notice that so that we could, have some time to make some arrangements.
Right. So just so that everybody in the commission is kind of aware of what's going on there. Next. Any questions or comments from the commission at the hearing, what you just heard? Next property.
Hammock Hall. Estimated repair for the roof and the floor, some other structures that you see, it's around $37,400. Staff recommendation: Hammock Hall should be considered to be placed up for sale. The property could be purchased and placed on the tax roll for revenue or for the budget.
Okay, I've got John Janiak. From the Palatka Science League here. That was just a letter. Okay. Anyone else for Hammock Hall? Okay, what I need you to do for me, no, you can come up, but what I need you to do is fill out a yellow speaker's card. You did? Okay, I didn't have it on there. I'm sorry. Okay, just come up and then I'll mark Hammock on that.
Hello, I live at my name's Lori McCarthy and I live at 211 Kirkland Street.
Yes, ma'am.
I am very concerned about the proposition that this property would be sold. My house is actually very close to this property, and part of the charm when I bought my house 3 years ago was that that was there and that it wasn't something, I mean, the area, the streets are so narrow and it's such a small, quiet neighborhood that for a business to buy that property would just disrupt that entirely. It serves as the starting point for many of our neighborhood activities like the Porch Festival, and then our Christmas party, our meetings for our South Historic District are there. It's also my understanding that the property was purchased with TIF funds for South Historic District TIF funds, and that we maintain all of the expenses for that property. So if it's not costing the city any money, that's my understanding, that the city didn't give money to buy it and the city doesn't maintain it, that we do, then perhaps the city, if there's some concern about continuing the repairs of this structure, they gift it to the South Historic District and let us maintain it, which was at one point on the table as a point of discussion originally years ago.
Not in the last 6 years. So not for the last 6.5 years, I can say. Anything before that, I can't say. And so the other part with this property, I think one of the biggest concerns with the property that I have, and I don't know if it's a concern for anyone else, is the repairs to the property are paid for by the city. But well,
That's not
Mr.
my
Cut-
understanding.
Mr. Cutright, if there's a repair to the property, who pays for it? Okay. And so but the revenue from the property goes to South Historic.
Well, I believe that we should address that and have the opportunity for the South Historic District to be a part of this conversation, since it greatly impacts all of us. That should be on the table for us to have the option to have the property and take over those repairs, and then that will release the city from that expense.
Mayor, if I may say this, I would say this, a lot of the information that comes from the South Side Historic District has been very one-sided. So I would say if that's something, we get a lot of stuff saying that the South Side Historic District wants this, that, and the other, and I don't think that's necessarily the consensus of that community. So it's a lot of stuff that come before us, and I'm hearing the difference on the back end, but again, it's a lot of one-sided stuff.
I live, like I said, I do live in the South Historic District, and everybody that I've talked to that goes to the events that are in our port, I mean, we have how many houses contributing to the Porch Fest? There's, I think 15 this year. I'm not super sure, but that's a lot of people in our community that are involved in this event and that we benefit. And
I'm talking beyond the event.
There's 180, there's about 180 properties in the South Historic neighborhood. So
I'm not
the South
talking
Historic, the
about
Historic
this
District.
I was referring to the Historic District.
So that's the difference in what we've got going on. So I think that I think that there's a distinction between the neighborhood association and the TIF district, and I think that's where a lot of the conversation needs to tailor, because we'll be in CRA meetings or in commission meetings, and there will be assertions saying that the South TIF wants A, B, or C.
I'm
and
sorry,
it's
I'm
not the
having a
South TIF.
trouble hearing you. There's a lot of
But but just to kind of make it quick, there'll be a lot of conversations about what the South TIF district wants, which is contrary to what the South Neighborhood Association wants. or
So-
even the people that are active within the South Neighborhood Association.
So what you're telling me, because I want to understand, I truly do, that the majority of people want that building sold, and to what end?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if that's the conversation that you want to have, the representative that speaks, make sure that they speak for the entire TIF district and not for just solely the Southside Association, period. Because again, individuals who sit in different capacities, who I won't say any names, who sit in various capacities come with motives. And it's not necessarily what the entire TIF or the Southside Historic District wants.
Well, I would love to know, I have one more question and then I'll sit down. I would love to know where the money is going to go with the sale of this property. I know that our neighborhood doesn't have a park. I was told that we have one on the river, but the river is a city park. It's not a neighborhood park. It's a different situation. So I would like to keep those funds in our neighborhood and not have them taken and used somewhere else for some other project that's not related to our neighborhood.
You've got a neighborhood park. It's called
We have-
Rotary Park.
Where's that?
It's in the South Historic District,
Right, what streets,
right off of Creel Avenue and Laurel. Is that short?
Are you talking about the playground thing?
So you've got,
Well, if we look at the population in the area that I live in, where there's a playground nearby. Most of us, again, in my neighbors, I look around, I see my streets, we have dogs, we don't have a lot of children. There are no dog parks anywhere near the main part of the city. And part of the charm of people that will pay $500,000 plus for a house are looking for stuff like that. They're not looking for, some things to be replicated every couple of blocks. Where's our dog park anywhere near anyone? And it's over what, past St. John's College? That's, to me, I don't understand that.
we can count the people that paid 500,000 in that district on one hand.
So I would like to see the money. I feel like our Hammock Hall has been earmarked to fund some other project. And so I would want to know where the money's going to go and what is going to be done to ensure that it's not used for, the reason I understand it was bought in the begin with, because it was.
So let's do a trade for the next meeting. You
Okay.
tell me where the money for the rentals goes. And we'll tell you where the money for the sale would go if it was voted on.
I don't have a problem with that. I believe in transparency.
We do too. So we haven't made a decision on any of it. It's recommendations. And so, but again, I think there are significant revenues on a regular basis coming out of that particular property. And there are messages that continually come to the city that says, we need a new roof, we need this, we need that. We want you to purchase A, B, and C. And I think one of the major problems is there's this belief that it's owed to South Historic Neighborhood Association. It's not. It's TIF money, and TIF money is for everyone that lives in the district. And I really get tired of hearing people say there's no parks in the area when you're surrounded by 3 on the fringe of your entire district.
I can't walk to a dog park. I would have to drive for 15 minutes to get to a dog park.
That's probably one of the things you do when you own a dog. I don't have one in my neighborhood either.
Well, when you go to nicer cities that care about the people that live there and want to increase the home values because they care about the citizens,
So
they do care that there's a dog park close by.
So my
They do.
quote a while back was, I'd rather fix your water lines than have a place for your dog to run initially. Let me take care of people and then we'll worry about the puppies later.
That's
So,
a different conversation.
well,
I feel like our property, and I've already said it, our property is being slated to sell so you can use the funds for something else, perhaps Jenkins or something. I don't know. That shouldn't, I disagree with that.
If I may, Mayor, we
Yes, you
have
can go
talked about
ahead.
a dog park several times since I've been on the commission, if you all can recall. So we do care about our citizens in that sense as well. And we can talk about it if you give me your contact information, we can talk about.
So, next, yes, sir, go ahead. You can just fill out a card for me in a second.
Okay.
Yes, you can fill out one in a second.
All right, Alan Sheffield, 512 Mulholland Park. Actually, I own the property right across from there, and they'll be using one of our porches to do and then the house next door to that we're gonna be renovating. And it would be of interest. That is one of the things that was attractive. I just wanted to echo that is one of the things that attracted us to the area. And actually, besides, and so I was curious as to what would be the sort of things that the commission would be willing to or look as a possible or better or best use of this. And maybe that hasn't been fully investigated yet, but being the owner of the 2 lots directly across the street from this is of great interest to me. Besides the fact that I thought this brought a little bit extra character and whatnot to the community, being historical as it is. But I am a fan of carrying your own weight. And so we can't burden the city with every single piece. You've got to pick up a part of the pie. So that's just my interest.
Next up.
The Willa Cooper Food Pantry and the SMA houses in that building right there. Repairs right now is around about 14,000, and this was before we realized that it did, a respectable handicap access. We need to relook at that too, so that price will go up a little bit. Staff recommendation: upon conclusion of existing contracts, staff recommend that the city review the contract to include monthly fees for the organization that operate in the facility. A fair market rate for the square footage used can be used to determine the appropriate rate that would be used to affect the offset and maintenance. Operating costs should continue to dispense the operation costs should continue to be expenses through the organization.
All right, Mr. Dollar.
Is it Friday yet?
Almost.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm Jared Dollar, 113 Vintage Lane, Chairman of the Board of the Heart of Putnam Food Pantry. I do want to recognize 4 of my board members that are snoozing in the back. Sandra Bayless, Roberta Harris, Kathy Loy, and Jan Barnes. The process tonight has not gone well, obviously. I think you should have had a workshop before you had this. We received this last Tuesday and were given 48 hours to show up at a meeting that didn't happen. That's just my 2 cents.
All right.
We've been in there since 2000. I've got 3 minutes. Been there since 2016. In the staff report, there was no mention of our roof. We have 3 roof leaks. In July, we were told by the city that we could not hire anyone to fix anything. We have to notify the city first, which we've done. Those roof leaks have not been addressed, and it's not on the report. We have done a lot of things at the building. Yes, we have a $1 lease. We added an $11,000 parking lot to help our elderly clients, paved. When we entered the building, we fixed the air conditioner for $700. We added a hot water heater, no cost to the city. 2017, we upgraded the air conditioner units to split units, $15,000, no cost to the city. I tell you this to give you some background of what we've done for the building. The city's done little maintenance since we've been there. We've had a couple of break-ins. We bear the cost of that. We have 100% volunteer staff. We see 75 to 100 people 2 days a week for food. And I mentioned earlier, I have a solution. I'm not going to come here and just complain. I don't like the way it was handled, but our lease is up December of 2022. We can get grants. We'd like to work with the city, work with SMA, the other tenant, to get grants to have these repairs done. If y'all will work with us, we'll work with you, and then ask that you continue our lease for at least another 5 years if we're able to do that. It's a win-win, and I think that's what you're looking for. If you go to a market-based rent for the space we occupy, we'll turn over the keys. Entertain any questions you have.
Well, I'll give a comment. how many years have you been in that building so far?
2016.
When you came in 2016 and you were in need of a place to go,
Correct.
right? We changed zoning to make sure we could accommodate you,
And
right?
we paid to change that zoning, and I came to several meetings and accomplished that.
You did. You paid to change the zoning in a place where most people would have told you, no, it just doesn't fit. But we realized that there was value in having your services in the community. We made best efforts to get you a place,
Correct.
even with resistance from neighbors at that time.
Correct. We got past
And
it.
so, and that was going out on a limb to an extent.
Right. And have
And
we
when
served the
you,
community well?
when you came back in and you fixed the air, when you put the new air conditioning system in, we took that into consideration on the lease extension, right?
No, that was a condition of our grant to get the air conditioning.
But the extension was for you to get a longer term than just a 1-year lease at that time.
Right, or you wouldn't have new air
Right.
conditioners.
So those things came in. So I think along the way, I mean, while we're talking about what one another's done, everybody's done something to try to help each other. It's been a pretty good partnership, I think, along the way. And I think that's what this is all about. I think ultimately it has to work where there is some partnership in place as it relates. I didn't know anything about the leaks in your roof or any other stuff. That's on the day-to-day side. But I think that this is a prime example of what happens if the stuff is working in concert. I think the big issue is everybody has a preconceived notion that this is a sale. This is, it's almost like what the newspaper says. I think it gets a lot of folks riled up. These conversations about what we're doing with dollar leases isn't a new conversation. We've talked consistently about how we get out of the business of providing the cost services, the costs associated with nominal leases. The city was cutting grass when you first started. We were cutting the grass
I cut it
outside.
on Monday.
Right. And so, but rightfully so. I mean, if you're on a piece of property for $1 at the end of the day, the least you can do is cut the grass. I mean, you provide services, which is part of what your entity does. But 5 years ago, you were looking for a location and you were given a location. You're not paying market rate rent. You're not paying really any rent if you count the dollar. I don't even know if we collect the dollar. But at the end of the day, it's an opportunity for a piece of city property to be used for the benefit of what you got. Prior to coming to that property, I don't think you had $1 a year lease on the property that you were renting before that. And so it's a give and take. You count up the amount of rent that you paid for the previous properties. I think you were Hard Putnam or someone before, but you count up the rent that you're saving by being where you are and do the math long term to see if it's going to be a win-win proposition for you. I think at the end of the day, we all just need to make sure that we understand there's value in the sacrifices that everybody makes. There's value in your service and what you do for the citizens. By bar none, there's value in every organization's and what they're doing for citizens in this community. But I think it's lost upon everyone as to what the economic impact could be if there was a different route taken on these properties by the city. What we're tasked with here is is determining what's the highest and best use of the property. But the most difficult part of what we're tasked with is trying to do something that's virtually impossible, and that's put a value on the services that you bring to the community. That's just not you. That's the Art League, the Art Council, that's everybody. And so at the end of the day, no one up here would be doing their job. Mr. Cutright wouldn't be doing his job if he doesn't call everybody in at some point on a periodic basis and say, hey, let's look at this and make sure this deal still works for everybody.
Can I make one comment?
Go ahead.
I think that's part of the process is broken. Mr. Cutright did not come to us and sit down with us. No one has come to us and said, this is what the city's thinking. How can we work this out together? It was given to us in an email on last Tuesday that this is going to be the agenda on Thursday. How do you expect us to react? We don't know what's going on. A simple conversation with us would have helped a lot. And it hasn't happened. The workshop will be great, but it should have happened first.
So but your lease isn't up until when?
December of 22.
Okay. And so when did everyone else find out about this? Everyone got the same day?
Correct.
And so there were never any meetings prior to that day with anybody?
That's.
Yeah, that from what I understand, there was a previous meeting that that happened. So there should have been follow-up from that. Like, this is not the first time we've been at this particular position. Like, this has come before the commission. We've heard the various, yes, it has. It has come before the commission.
Not for us, it has.
It has come before the
not.
commission several times. This is not the first time. We got the same email you all
So-
have. But again, this conversation about dollar rentals, this is not the first time you all
I
have been
understand
here
that.
about that. So
This report, can you back up a slide on that report? This is the issue I have. Back one more. Back one more. I haven't memorized it. We're not part of Christian Service Center. We're our own 501c3. I mean, the report itself isn't even correct. Why didn't we have someone from staff talk to us, get some things clarified before we have to come to this meeting for 6 hours? It doesn't make sense.
This is not the final deal.
I understand that, but we could have had a final deal, a discussion together with each other at a table. That's what I'm saying. The workshop's a good idea. It should have happened first. And that's where I'll stop.
It's coming.
but we're gonna get there for sake of time.
Well,
We move forward.
Well, I don't want to be, I don't want to be lost on anybody. We've had a workshop on dollar rentals. And this isn't the first workshop. This is the first time somebody's acting like it's the first workshop. And so there've been workshops before. As it relates to dollar rentals. The problem is, this is the newest version, the newest time for the workshop. So maybe there should have been some more advance notice as it relates to this particular issue. But this dance has been going on for 2 years. And so I don't want anybody here to be confused that this is just something that was thrown on you. You know, it wasn't very long ago, just before COVID, that we were having these conversations, and there were a whole bunch of upset folks in this room when that conversation started. So I think for me, I think the reality of it is this: nothing's going to happen. It's going to really get accomplished tonight, based on what I'm seeing, unless someone decides to make a motion to do something different. But I think this is more of an information gathering session and an opportunity to move forward. But I don't know what the commission's pleasure is. Do we have any more properties, Mr. Cutright, that we're looking at today?
Yeah, we have the boat dock, and then the pool, the Jurassic Park. But before we go further, I have to go on record on this. Either you came to my office or I met you at your place, but I went around to every facility and spoke to the people in there about what was going on. You cannot say you didn't know about the study. Now, the study was supposed to be done several months ago, but because of budget and COVID issues, we pushed it back and forth. So when we finally got a date to get on the agenda, that's when I said that. But nobody here no organization here can say that I didn't go to your representation or you came to mine and we didn't talk about my thoughts and ideas of what we wanted to do as a dollar rent. Now, if you was not the one I talked to, that's fine. But I went to Willa Cooper building and talked to several people there. I sent the report. Once I finished the report, I sent it to you. We were working on getting the findings, but I'm gonna move on.
That's good, because we're gonna move on. So taxi terminal, give me the quick summary.
The taxi terminal building, we just need to find somebody to put in there to get some revenue. It's almost like a birdhouse, right?
We need to finalize the negotiations, and I think we're there now, pretty much, to get that on the agenda, because it's been around a long time.
Can we put a deadline on that, Mayor?
Can we we can put a deadline on finalizing those negotiations with, and I think you guys have been hashing out some details or something.
But the ball's back in his court now, so.
I'd like to make a recommendation on that we don't go beyond
this fiscal year.
Especially the end of November, December. We are like, of this fiscal year, I'm sorry, this fiscal year.
That's the end of this month.
End of this month, we don't go past that. We gotta close it. We gotta close it.
Appreciate, and we're trying, but.
Well, I mean, if we can move on if you don't, we've been dancing with this one for some years, since early 2012.
Let's bring it to the agenda. let's bring it to the agenda by 30 September. Next one.
The next one is through our looking through the dollar runners and the property that the city owns, we found out that we still has owned the ravine, the pool, city pool up there, the ravine garden. We did a tour over there, and actually, that's why I made the direct support statement. It needed to be either secured, sold, or renovated to become a city pool again. But right now, it's not totally secure, and it's a lot of broken glass and
Or
doors.
demolished. I'm about demolished.
Take a look at that one.
Have we checked the appetite of the state park system? They don't want it. So let's see if, I know we had that conversation before. They wanted just the land itself. So let's see if it's a council conversation. Yeah. Any comments or questions from the commission on that property? What were you saying, Commissioner Campbell? That building? That building? Well, let's see what you can get for that.
The city manager said we were gonna get like a deal. Right.
Inside the ravines.
We won't give it away.
Next up.
That should be the close of my report, Mayor and Commissioners.
All right, you've heard the report. What's the pleasure of this commission?
I'll make a recommendation that we take this to a workshop.
Second.
Motion for a workshop, again, and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion, how many? 3. Motion fails 3-2. Didn't expect that. Next, any other motions?
Please. Excuse me.
Next up, so is there any other motions as it relates to this? So you have so just for the record, you've got some folks who are still on month-to-month leases, some folks who are on annual leases, and those leases are set to renew at the end of December. No, some of those leases are set to renew at the end of this year, and then people like the Arts, organizations like the Arts League, they are on month-to-month. They got a 1-year extension, and so we're past your extension period. December 31st is, so we've got those places in there. And so what is the pleasure of the commission as far as bringing this back for reconsideration or for that, or as an action item?
I move that we bring them back on case-by-case basis when they're up for review. Renewing the lease, bring them in, and we have a discussion of what we want, how we want to proceed further.
Second.
All right, motion on the floor in a second. Is there any discussion? The motion is to bring everybody back in prior to their renewal period.
The question
to
remains,
discuss.
what do we do with the particular stuff that we were given tonight? I feel like we're now jumping the gun. If I may be wrong, but I just feel like there's no resolve to what we have now, and for us to come back on a case-by-case basis, it doesn't solve anything. The reason that we had this meeting tonight and we stayed here for what we did, I repeat, you said you want to let the people, you want to hear the people. That's what we did. So we have to come to a resolution to the problem that we had at hand. I don't feel that we can jump to case by case basis, and we have no resolution to what we have before us.
So I wanna mention, I think that a lot of some of the things in there, we didn't have answers to. So we really can't give full answers and directions
That's
on
why we
everything
called
tonight
for a
anyway.
workshop to have the things that we have addressed here and
Whatever we need to do, we can do it
That's why-
tonight.
that's
If we
the
stay
point of a
this long,
workshop.
we can just do it. I'm not coming back for a workshop. You can make a decision.
What decision can you make? You just said that
So
we didn't
let's-
have the
as it
information.
I'm
relates-
not coming
so-
back for a workshop.
So now the motion is on the floor. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
The motion
What was
was
the mo-
second, so
There's a motion and a second. There's discussion. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
That was a case by case.
Yes, the motion was to review these case by case. All in favor of reviewing these case by case, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1. No, ma'am. Is there any further business before? Hold on. Moving the agenda. Any reports at this time? We're gonna forego all the reports. Any comments from the commission?